You boys nod your heads if you hear that music. Okay. Well, I can't tell you how many times I start the show and the music is not even playing. But you know what this music means, right? It's Monday. We're doing a good old-fashioned late-night style Tales from the Dorkside. So grab your cups, fill them up, load your bowls, cereal or pasta or whatever you're eating or smoking, and let's do a good old-fashioned random night, random topics. Talk about the current events. We'll be talking about, obviously, the Russell Brand situation. Talking about Mortal Kombat. The new game just came out. We'll be talking about National Cheeseburger Day. It is National Cheeseburger Day. If you guys didn't eat a cheeseburger, you're also, we'll be talking about Drew Barrymore and Bill Maher being scabs. Talk about Hugh Jackman finally coming out of the closet. We'll be talking about a bunch of good stuff. I hope everyone is ready. What is that? What? Blue collar's looking at something. All right. Hang on. We're gonna go like this, and we're gonna add the man with the booze. What is that? Frosting?
It's crack.
Yeah, frost. Yeah,
it's Kraken. I'm gonna put Kraken with iced coffee because I'm demented.
Oh, nice.
Release the Kraken.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Josh, you haven't been here in a while.
And
we got Tyler.
Oh no!
Just popped in.
I feel like I don't know what the topics are, and I know you're like, "Hey, join," but I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just sort of
imagine that.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
You know,
I had a few.
First, fucking idea what's going on here.
Yeah, no one does. I mean, the first topic I wanted to talk about was what the hell is that noise? Is that your iced coffee?
Yes, iced coffee.
There's a lot of ice in there, man. That's hell yeah. Nice and cold. How often do you guys think about the Roman Empire?
As much as
every day. I loved Age of Empires. It is a brilliant game.
Yeah, this is something that's like coming around. It's like a meme where it's like, how often? Ask your husband how often he thinks of the Roman Empire, and the answer is always like, not every day, but maybe every week. And I'm like realizing, like, yeah, I think about the Roman Empire too all the time, and like current events are happening, and you just like start comparing it to like the fall of Rome, or every time I take a big dump, I always think of like the Romans with their indoor plumbing, how amazing that must have been.
Yeah.
I don't know. What about you guys? Are you guys big Roman aficionados? I'm also Italian, so it's like kind of like the romantic.
I don't know where this has been coming from, but I've been seeing it on fucking YouTube Reels and Instagram and TikTok. Yeah. I don't get it. I give the only thing I associate with the Roman Empire is the fact that America is falling like the Roman Empire.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what it means. I really think that's what the main reason why most of these men are thinking about the Roman Empire every day or every week is because you're comparing it to like the shit you're seeing on the news. You're like, oh god, it's like Rome. We're at the end of the empire.
Fair enough then.
Yeah, or that's what I'm thinking. And also, it's like the masculine urge, to be like I have like masculine fantasies of like living in a cave or like an old one of those dugout houses that's like underground. It's just like a roof in like a field, the cabin's like underground. I want to.
Gonna be kind of hard to make a lot of fucking pasta and stromboli and shit while you're living in a cave, isn't it?
Well, it's more like with like masculine fantasy. It's not like like sometimes I think about like living in a cave like a caveman, obviously, but I often think about it like Batman, like having a decked out awesome cave.
I see.
With like internet and shit and like
so we're in total fantasy land. I mean, let's be honest. If you were out in the wilderness, I'm pretty sure you would be the house husband and Meg would be out there hunting and gathering.
I don't think so. I am a great cook though. I was talking about something I forgot to mention on the Lonesome Dove stream was like, if it was the Wild West days, obviously like, you got to do your part, do the work. But if you just happen to be the best cook, you're going to get the best job, which is being the cook. You hang out on the fucking, on the plains, you make sure everyone's fed, take care of all the supplies, when I go camping, Flipside Memorial Day, big party, I'm usually bar lead, usually running all the bar stuff, like infusing all this alcohol and making all these crazy drinks for people. It's fun. But Yeah, definitely used to doing a lot of work. Meg, if we were living out in the woods, Meg would be, I don't know, she'd be crocheting and do like home repairs and stuff, to the best of her abilities. Maybe fishing. She'd probably be good at fishing. Yeah, she would be doing the womanly stuff. I'm sure she might pop in. But
it's always funny when these people they fantasize the days of the Roman Empire, they fantasize the days of like Lord of the Rings and reality guys. A Million Ways to Die in the West, one of the best lines.
Pioneer days. I was going to say.
Seth MacFarlane's like, guys, we have coyotes killing us, dysentery. No plumbing, no showers. People nowadays.
I literally saw that monologue for the very first time yesterday when the fucking mayor is just laying there and he's just like, what have fun becoming wolf shit. I'm just sitting there going.
Yeah,
I like how it's like the miners that all they do is eat hot sauce because they fucking wreck their digestive tracts. It's like everything they eat has salsa on it.
I know.
That's the other thing about
really kill them.
Yeah, heavily spiced food. I mean, the reason why like people used to do it is because you kind of cover the fact that your food's off. The meat is old. Like
just like wine. Like wine in half those countries, they were drinking so much wine because they couldn't fucking find clean water. Wine was all they had access to. Like there wasn't, you couldn't fucking go get bottled water at the local corner store.
No, Louisiana must have been some hard times there.
Well, I mean, I don't think it'd be too bad to live in Rome. I think tax is only about 3%, according to the history book I pulled out from beside me. So 3% tax on most things I'll take. Compared to what I pay these days. So
well, just like the Roman Empire, though, the downfall was, kind of gradual. Like when Julius Caesar took over, like you didn't realize like that was like the beginning of the end right there. Like I think right now, we're in this like transitional period, and everyone knows it because we've been in it for like the past like 5 or 6 years. Well, ever since Last Jedi, that was the turning point for civilization.
I mean, the one good thing
wasn't white chicks.
That's true.
No.
I mean, the one good thing they do have, which I would definitely pay good money, is like take your kids to local Coliseum, watch a man get brutally murdered by a fucking tiger. I'd pay to see that right now.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna
called Tiger King on Netflix.
Look, dude, if we're gonna be paying athletes a bunch of money to get all fucking ripped, we first of all, like I've always supported steroids and growth hormones in sports. Like we should like turn these people into freaks of nature. Like we should turn our athletes into fucking like the Monstars from Space Jam using like genetic engineering. They sign their body away to like fucking science when they become like a professional athlete. But like you guys are saying, like I don't want to see them bouncing balls around. I want to see them fucking fight tigers and each other. Like, bring back the gladiator days. Have it instead of convicts on death row just waiting to be electrocuted. Have them all fight in a coliseum in the winter. Hey, fuck it, you go free. You're like, enjoy.
And so just a simple fact that you don't already know and understand that the whole entire country has turned into freaks already is a sign that Rome is falling.
No, I mean that's what I said. I said it's been going on the past several years. Like
have you seen it? They're doing like slapping competitions now, like professional slapping. It can hurt your brain. So that's not gladiatorial games. Almost there. I don't know what is.
I would just like to point out that both this Roman bullshit conversation and the Russell Brand thing that he just sprung on us 20 minutes ago was not in any of the stuff that I asked about on Saturday night. It was not, Chris.
The Roman one was
stop
not
being a silent partner.
The Roman thing was not. I did spring the Roman thing on you.
I was like,
kind of heard about it today.
Can we get sort of a topic going so that I know? And but about Enzo, I'm just gonna freestyle it. Just gonna get in there. We're gonna do it al dente.
I do plan to talk about Mortal Kombat quite a bit today, but not right in a second. And I mean, maybe we'll start with Mortal Kombat and go into the Russell Brand thing because it's not like I don't think I could. I think the On Brand title was just like the catchiest title I could think of. But as far as talking about Russell Brand, it's not like I don't think we could talk about that all day. But the Roman thing, it's just a fun little conversation starter. I mean,
to be fair, I'm like a dog. My loyalty goes where I'm fed. So this is Enzo. If this was Lord Toxic's channel, say fuck Enzo. But this is Enzo's channel.
Okay. What if I bought you a bunch of
Polar Brand?
Yeah, what if I bought you a bunch of 5-cent fucking Mad Cow burgers? Would that do anything? Can I Venmo you?
I would stab Enzo for that.
Wow.
Yeah. Nice. Get stabbed like fatally or just like wound me?
Just between friends, just wound you. No,
I feel like I feel like we should just get a bunch of Roman senators together and fucking stab you in the back end, and then
remember,
make it quite topical.
Yeah,
I got out of the fucking shower for this.
He's like, oh, I gotta feel a little woozy here. You got me too deep, man.
I'm not gonna lie. A couple years back, they had new McDonald's opened up. They had 39-cent cheeseburgers. Me and my friends ordered about 45 of them, and
right.
Boy.
Jesus.
I heard there were some cheeseburger deals today, like McDonald's is giving away, like free cheeseburger if you buy something.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah, that's like, dude, like that drink you have is like so much sugar in there, probably, right?
This is sugar free, okay? And
now, when you drink that coffee, are you awake? Like, are you used to being awake so it doesn't do anything to you, or does it keep you awake for like hours on end and you're like, oh yeah, I'm never gonna sleep?
Right now, this is just for the taste. Yeah, no, 100%. The caffeine does nothing at this point, so it's just
wow.
This could be caffeine free. I wouldn't care.
Caffeine works pretty well for me. I'm pretty sensitive to uppers.
Me as well. I am as well.
I will be jolted, right? Yeah. But yeah, as far as I guess we could get the Russell Brand stuff out of the way. I mean,
oh boy.
It's just like so obviously like a concerted orchestrated event. It's such
just think, and the Critical Drinker was recently on his channel too.
Right. I mean, that's the thing everyone seems to be saying. It's like the common consensus. I don't know if you guys disagree, but my thoughts are like, A, he probably did it. B, what he's accused of doing ain't that bad, honestly, because in UK, the age of consent is 16. And apparently this girl was in a relationship with him for fucking 6 months. And also, what's also very interesting is she now works at one of the very news publications that is starting this whole campaign. It's very strange. So it's also, these things probably happened. They might be overblown. They might not be, but it's so obviously like an orchestrated event because they can't just like deplatform a guy anymore because he's just, there's YouTube. He can get off YouTube. Guess what? He'll go on Rumble.
Yep.
If he gets taken off Twitter, guess what? Exactly. It's like, it's one of those things where like, it's harder to cancel these people. You can't cross-platform cancel them. So now what do you have to do? You have to like start creating the allegations, and then this stuff starts happening. The court of public opinion,
of course,
where you have people who start canceling the dates, and that's how you effectively get canceled.
Yeah. But then again, I mean, we seen what happened with fucking Louis C.K. Louis C.K. came back. Like, you don't hear about him, but Joe Rogan talked about wherever Louis C.K. goes, he sells out. And it's like he doesn't need promotions. He does it for himself. And the guy's making a killing. He's already made a comeback. Maybe not for Netflix or something, but Louis C.K. is doing just goddamn fine.
Yeah, well, I think, everyone agrees that his big mistake was actually apologizing and admitting fault. He should have came around and just be like, this is kink shaming me. These women are literally just like, spreading like our, intimate secrets around as gossip. And what? I like to masturbate in front of people. It's my thing. All right, whatever.
I mean,
don't clip that, by the way.
I'm pretty sure him coming forward is the reason he had to come back in the first place because fucking nobody else did in that time period. And look at him now.
Yeah. And Louis C.K. and
Russell Brand getting ahead of it. He released a video a few days ago saying all his relationships were consensual. So I think that's where the debate lies. But I think the big question is Russell Brand relevant? I saw maybe one of his YouTube videos. I remember seeing Get Into the Geek. I liked Forgetting Sarah Marshall. I thought it was fine, but like I never really cared about him personally. So
pop culture
his own business.
Yeah, pop culture wise, not really, but he has a very niche. He has a very niche thing going on. I mean, he was a big figure in the 2010s. As far as being, in the spotlight and stuff like that, and then the public breakup with Katy Perry. But as far as like what he does, like his whole thing about taking on big pharma and the conspiracy theory stuff that he does on Rumble and on and to a lesser degree on YouTube, he's definitely in the public eye in that manner. So you could make an argument that this is definitely them taking shots at him. But I think I sort of parked my car in the same garage as Enzo with this. I think that it's definitely orchestrated and premeditated, but I think it's also probably mostly true.
Well, I think it's just like the allegations of the Epstein stuff was like all these so-and-so high-profile people would go to the island and do horrible things. And the idea is like, they don't realize that there's like videotapes of this shit being happening. So they have this like thing, this carrot like dangling over them at all times. And like,
right.
Yeah, Russell Brand, they probably had this like 16-year-old on standby, you know, just waiting. But
I mean, think it's that's like probably pretty close to correct. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. And it's just so strange because, like, I mean, yeah, like Josh said, it's like, I don't really care for, I mean, like his movies suck. I never really found him funny, but props to him for being like anti-establishment now with his YouTube channel. I think I've maybe watched a couple of his videos in passing. I don't watch him regularly, but this is like your typical Streisand effect where like, I'm going to start watching him now. Everyone's going to start like seeing what the hell's going on. And, you know, why, you know, it's pretty, these people are stupid, you know, when they're desperate to do this kind of stuff. It's the same thing with this like Lauren Breibert. Is that how you say her name?
Who?
The politician who's doing a hand jobs in the Beetlejuice musical.
I didn't know about that. Okay, shit.
Lauren Boebert.
Those just all come in the same sentence.
I'm interested.
Yeah,
I mean, I agree. None of those things. I agree with him. None of those words made sense to me. In the same, like,
yeah, what a headline,
a politician that was giving hand jobs to the Beatles. And I'm like, what?
That's the headline.
That's a South Park episode where they put Brandon this allegation in. Hey, there's hand jobs in a Beetlejuice musical, and Russell Brand is in it, and he voices himself. You know he'll do it too.
Look, this lady, this politician, she's always saying like,
I did see this yesterday.
She's kind of,
I have seen this.
Yeah,
she's kind of I don't know. Am I gonna get in trouble for that? I don't know. Probably not.
This picture is about as convincing as when they said that the one guy spit on each other at the one premiere of Don't Worry, Darling. It's just a blurry picture.
Yeah. Well, no. Here's what's interesting. So obviously Lauren Boebert. I mean, she's a kind of a ditzy Republican. Foxier. She's like the AOC of the Republicans, basically.
Okay.
And she is got personal life issues where she just got divorced. She owns some kind of bar in, I think she's from Colorado. I don't remember what state, but she apparently there was like drag performers at her bar and she got criticism for that. And apparently she was in this musical with some new boyfriend hitting a vape pen and doing like not a hand job, but like groping him over the pants. And she was like getting felt up on her boobies. And people. I mean,
I don't know that that's if this is this what they're saying.
When she was vaping
thing.
Yeah. Well, vaping. Yeah. It's so funny because like the hypocrisy, because like they're the Dems are like, you know, putting up this woman who literally intentionally released a pornographic sex tape with her and her husband. And that's totally fine. This girl getting like some heavy petting in a movie theater is like apparently a big problem. These are the same people that, you know, are talking about, you know, putting drag titties everywhere in people's faces and stuff. You know, it's just like, where's the fun? You know, why this doesn't sound that bad.
Yeah.
But what's even more weirder is like, again, how it's so orchestrated. And what's even stranger is like, this is a movie theater and there's like a fucking infrared camera tracked in just at them. Usually the camera is like looking at everybody. Also, the other thing is like, yeah, who's this guy? I wouldn't be surprised if this dude is like some kind of agent to like, you know, lure her into some kind of play. Like, it's funny because they have footage of this. They don't have video footage of the Epstein jail sale. They don't have video footage of the fucking Capitol riots.
Cocaine.
They don't have.
They don't have footage of the cocaine
being
left in the White House. Exactly.
Yeah. This is why your fucking story falls to shit. Because it's like, if all the other video evidence was everywhere and not suppressed and hidden from us from all these actual fucking crimes, we would probably give a shit about this too. We'd be like, oh, this is scandalous. But because I see this, I'm just like, you know what? This is gay ops.
You know, I'm not sure because with Tyler being Canada or Enzo with your state, but because New York State now legalized marijuana, but it's just kind of funny how weed was always like this demonized thing. Now it's like I see people smoking weed and like that, but didn't hear vaping or cigarettes. Oh my God, you're smoking a cigarette. Oh my God, you're vaping. Like, it's still like legal to smoke and fucking vape, but like it's like demonized now. If someone has a cigarette, people like even on TV, certain TV shows, they won't show people smoking a cigarette, but they'll show them hitting a joint or a bong. And I'm like,
yeah. It was like Ethan Van Sciver was talking about how he's drawing Wolverine on a cover and he's got the cigar.
Yeah.
And they come back, they're like, you got to take the cigar out of his mouth. And he's like, why? It's like, because like kids will want to smoke cigars. And it's like, he stabs people with knives. You understand that, right?
Chucky as a 5-year-old, I never wanted to be a killer doll. I knew better.
Also, like cigarettes are bad. Well, Wolverine, he's the one motherfucker that can smoke. Him and Deadpool, they got regenerative powers. They'll never get lung cancer.
And I talked about this before. With the show Lucifer, because I watched all 5 seasons when it transitioned to Netflix. But Lucifer, when it's still on Fox, Lucifer would always have a cigarette lit in the background playing the piano. You never see him taking a drag, but yet this character, well, number one, he's Satan. Okay, he's the devil, but he's doing lines of coke, he's smoking weed, he's doing mushrooms, ecstasy. That's all fine. But him hitting a cigarette, that's the no right there. I'm like,
because kids can go get cigarettes, at a gas
so
station.
I'm like, so the devil, who's literally Satan himself, come up fucking from hell in Los Angeles. That's your line drawn is smoking a cigarette, but he can do literally anything else. Like,
I want a movie where like the devil is like straight edge. Like, I don't drink, I don't smoke. Like,
even,
I think that'll be South Park's next movie.
I know you guys aren't the biggest gamers, but when Devil May Cry 5 came out, the woman character, she's smoking a cigarette during cutscenes, and everyone's freaking out, like, oh my god, and it's like the big disclaimer, like, from, of course, the Western audience, like, well, the smoking is non-hazardous or hazardous and blah blah, but Dante is literally murdering demons from hell, and again, and cutting guys' heads off and impaling people. But your line is drawn when a character's got a cigarette in her hand, like,
I mean, like I said, it's this hypocrisy, and it's also like, it's not just like cigarettes, but it's also like, especially like good guys with cigarettes. Like bad guys, only bad guys can smoke if anyone's allowed to smoke. And it's like
that's not true. Colin Farrell had to fight for the Penguin to smoke cigarettes, and he lost that fight. Which
really,
what's
the little? Did he want the cigarette with the little the holder?
I'm not sure, to be honest, but I find it weird.
And a monocle.
I find it weird that they can show like fake drugs as long as they're in the packet, but like cigarettes themselves, that's the problem. That was
weird.
I feel like if you were to look at a comic book or a movie or anything and the kids saw like someone smoking, they could figure out that, smoking, like that's a choice and it could lead to harmful like cancers and stuff if you're not careful. Like there's enough people, everyone knows someone who's impacted by cancer. You could figure it out. You're not stupid.
Yeah. Dude, literally every Disney movie or TV show that has the smoking disclaimer, I'm pretty sure like they're all evil when they're smoking. Or you get turned into a fucking or you get turned into a fucking donkey.
Yeah.
Do you still have the Disney package, Tyler, or did you give up on it now that they upped the price and stuff?
I'm gonna hang on to it because, for starters, like I get a good chunk of my viewers from Disney movies, and I realize that I can make it a regular thing because like there's some stuff that anybody can still watch. Like one of these days I'm gonna do Kurt Russell's Miracle because I mean that's one that really slips under.
I've never seen that.
Really?
I never saw that.
Good
so
movie.
How did they get away with Elemental? That movie is literally just fire the entire film.
I haven't seen it, so
if that's not provoking smoking to kids, I don't know what is.
Well,
just out of curiosity, like, what is your favorite thing to look at on that? Like, is it for the amount of money that I'm understanding that it's costing? Like, what do you like to watch on that?
To be honest, I haven't used it that much lately, just because I really don't have that much time to spare when I'm home from work. And
he's been going to film festivals, watching movies on the silver screen.
That's the best way to do it.
Well, that was off and on. The trip itself was a bit of a shit show, and the movies themselves were probably the main redeeming quality. That, and ironically, going to the Disney immersive experience in Toronto, which was a lot of fun. And like, if you guys have one in your states, I would recommend it because like, you want more old fashioned Disney, you get it right in your fingertips, and it's because it's all interactive and shit. Like, there's more of an original element to it.
We got a thing coming up.
It wasn't bad, Tyler. I really wanted to be there.
Yeah,
I hope Sly was awesome. I really hope it was awesome, and I hope Robot Dreams was pretty cool.
Well, first of all, I resold the Sly tickets just because those tickets were for you, man. They were more for you than me. I know. And look, Robot Dreams was probably technically the best, and the fact that I got to participate in the Q&A and shake the hand of the director, that made my day.
Better than Kill?
Kill was probably more fun. And I mean, the audience reaction that we had was fucking wild.
Y'all got to check out Kill. We can't say too much, but Kill is like Bullet Train with like John Wick action. It's insane. It's violent. It's bloody. It's fun.
I was going to say like The Night Comes for Us on a train because it's that level that level of carnage. Like
pretty good.
The guy presenting it was convinced that it flips the Raid on its head.
Oh no, the Raid crushes this movie.
Yeah,
with like a pinky finger.
But it's proof that
still really good.
But it's still proof that Bollywood movies can have like an Indonesian level of like carnage and blood and guts. Like there are some stabs that I had no idea you could do practically, but they found a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I plan to watch these movies when they come aboard my favorite platform, aboard the 7 Seas, matey, where I find all my.
Well, that's why I tried to be careful with my question, because I was like, okay, how do I ask this in such a way so he doesn't incriminate
Tyler,
himself?
are you stealing?
I was like, so do you still have
criminal?
Do you still have the package?
I mean,
or...
I have Disney Plus. I mean, I watch Ahsoka on it. I think it's all right. Nothing mind-blowing.
I haven't seen any of the new Star Wars ever since like Mandalorian season 2. I just haven't given a shit about it. But I mean, I'm definitely watching people talking about the new Ahsoka and stuff, and I'm just like, yep, dodging
every open bar. Every open bar is a 4-hour fucking blasting of Ashoka. Like I can't like, I'm like, dude,
even
I get it.
Like Vex and some of these other people, like actually Andrew Bagface and their slight tomfoolery, like even the people that are like, you know, not thinking it's the worst thing ever, it's still like, you know, that's like the best we can do nowadays. It's like, well, it's not awful. It's actually pretty good compared to the rest of the shit.
I did listen to Open Bar yesterday, but they did talk about One Piece for a good hour, which was good listening to that first hour.
Yeah, they segment, did. They did talk. Yeah.
Well, Disney Plus has all of King of the Hill, and that's what I'm watching.
Oh shit.
And I really enjoy King of the Hill.
Nice.
That's a good show.
My dad would be so proud to hear you say that, Josh.
My dad would also like to hear.
Dude, I'm living King of the Hill, motherfuckers. I have been, you know, for years.
And they've got the new Futurama series on there, which is okay.
I've liked it so far.
I'm watching the non-Disney stuff on Disney Plus, but keep in mind I'm just borrowing it from a friend, so you know, don't.
Well, I always I get a streaming service depending on what it is that me and Chris or Blue Collar are doing as far as rewatchability stuff. So I had Hulu for a while because we were doing the Justified Shit Show revival, and then now I've jumped ship and I went and got HBO Max because we're doing Banshee. Shameless plug.
You know what?
Has anyone watched season 2 of Perry Mason on HBO, or is that just me? I love the second season.
Good show. Really good show.
Was
really good show.
I really enjoyed it. I think there was 2 episodes in the middle that didn't quite hit for me, but I thought the rest of it was really, really good. When they focused on the relationships, it was meh, but like the crime was awesome.
Did you say not a good show, Tyler? You don't like it?
No, I said it was a good show because they canned it.
You guys heard about
they canned it?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Look, they didn't get enough. I
watched all 12 seasons of the original.
I almost got into a fucking car accident because of this asshole. I'm never listening to. I'm not never driving.
Me and my cousin. See, I've been watching all old movies, obviously, especially preparing for Schlocktober. You know, what's funny is back to the smoking. We watched The Blob, the 1958 version, and like, Steve McQueen, he's smoking throughout the whole making of the movie, but his character doesn't. So like, he's constantly got like cigarettes in his hand, like off camera. You can see like smoke billowing like behind him and shit all the time. It's funny. But yesterday we finally watched this movie called Rockula, and it literally caused us to go insane.
I remember this film though. Now,
we watched. I never finished it. I never saw.
Is that the kid
the
from
only one who watched this movie?
Yes. The campy the titty Aspen ski movies that he was in. Or
what year is this, Enzo? Because I remember this
movie came out in 1990, and I've had the VHS for years, and I've tried to watch it like a dozen times, but I always watch it after I get home from these raves. I'll talk
after
about
you
it
shared this, I remembered it. I'm like, oh fuck, I know that movie now.
Well, here's some backstory. Like, I mean, you'll see on the video, it releases on the 18th of October for Schlocktober, but it's around like the third song. It's like a slow ballad, and that's the song that like broke us, and we started like laughing hysterically and talking about how terrible this movie is, and it's like one of the worst things we ever watched. This happens like towards the end, so we've already like gone well into it, you know, and it's absolutely insane. This is
I'm gonna pull out my vampire cock.
Wait. No, this is gonna be good. I got a feeling this is gonna be good.
Oh, volume warning.
Oh, is he gonna turn into a bat?
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, I've seen worse. Have you seen Cool as Ice with Vanilla Ice? You can
I love
do
it.
worse.
You know what's funny about Vanilla Ice is Cool as Ice is it was the director of photography is that dude from Schindler's List and all the Steven Spielberg movies he did. And that's why it looks so good. I don't know why.
I mean, have you tried to sit through Cop Rock? They made like so many episodes of that.
Cop Rock was great.
It's impossible to watch the musical numbers separate from the action sequences because it's so serious, and then it's music and it doesn't make any sense. It's so awful.
Yeah, Cop Rock was a trip, man, and I should rewatch that because I don't think I saw that. I haven't seen that in a long
12
time.
episodes or something. It's insane.
Well, the other thing that's kind of topical with this is like I saw this meme, and it kind of segues into the next topic I wanted to talk about. But like, the idea is it's a joke is like all these celebrities offering these little nifty packages, and then in the bottom we've got Lauren Boebert will two-hand your hog during Beetlejuice the musical for only $5,100. But the better joke, honestly, is the fact that all these three pictures are real. Like Bob Odenkirk and David Cross, who go to dinner with you for only $10,000. And John Lithgow, this is the best deal right here. John Lithgow will paint your dog. Yeah, this is actually worth $4,250. And John Lithgow could do this with or without the strike. I'll do a watercolor portrait of your dog for $4,250, you know? And it's like, wow, I would actually pay for that if I had money and I didn't care because John Lithgow's great. But then, like, you'll have a Zoom meeting with Josh Dallas and Melissa Roxburgh for only $540.
Yeah,
I don't know who these are. There's a whole slew of these like celebrities hurting for attention and money in the pandemic. I guess this is the problem, not pandemic, the strike. The problem is some of these guys probably have just very lavish lifestyles. You know, they got big houses.
I think some of these guys are doing this for charity, though, right?
I'm sure it's like if you're not giving a fuckload of this money away to the writers that are on strike, they'll cut your goddamn head off, dude.
I was gonna say, like, I definitely know with Wes. I mean, right there, David Cross. I mean, I can't imagine like David Cross being in it. It just that would be a great night for me.
Well, here's the thing: David Cross was one of my favorite comedians in the '90s, but now as a grown-up man, I realize he's just a bitter old fucking annoying whiner.
When I was growing up, they used to have these contests. If you were part of the Stephen King book club, they used to have where like, and not just like get Stephen King books in your book club, but like your book club would be just Stephen King novels because he used to fucking churn those bastards out. I mean, he kind of still does, really, but and one of the things that you could win was it was like a write-in contest. You'd send him like a short story, and the ones that were picked the best, he would you could come out to his house on Halloween and sit around the campfire and tell ghost stories with Stephen King. I always thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, what if they're like, so there's two ways that can go. The ghost stories are stupid and they're not good, or they're too good and they scare the shit out of you. Like, what if you like get traumatized? Like,
write the novel.
What if like Stephen King like tells you a story about a freaky monster with glowing eyes, and then later you fucking see it over there in the woods? And it's just like,
I remember a comedian in the '80s talking about how bad it must have been to be Stephen King's younger brother. Be like, "Mom, Steve's making the walls bleed again."
Jesus. Yeah.
Hey,
dude.
can I just want to put this out here? Okay. First of all, she is not fucking stroking him off. That is something that like Amber used to do to me in the movie theater. She'd be whispering in my ear and she just put her hand in between my legs because she liked to do shit.
If you
like
watch
that.
the video, they're definitely doing some heavy petting. They're definitely being bad. They're definitely being like bad teenagers.
Well, so what?
Like, they're not like, it's not like he whipped his huge cock out and got jerked off in the theater.
Yeah.
I was
And
showing
even if he did,
guys,
who cares?
Pee-wee did that and everyone loved him.
Dude, I don't need Pee-wee Herman flashbacks.
Okay, why did they make Beetlejuice the musical is the question. Isn't that a movie?
Yeah.
Isn't it good enough? Why is there a musical of Beetlejuice?
That was my number one question after seeing this headline.
Why was there a Back to the Future musical? Why?
Yeah, I was seeing this
They
headline and I was like,
they have a lot of musicals. They have Mean Girls, the musical. They have a lot of musicals on.
I know, but
I've heard good things about Mean
know.
Girls as a musical.
The famous off-Broadway hit Beetlejuice, the musical.
I mean, the off-Broadway hit John Carpenter's Vampires, the musical.
Yeah, you know why I know Beetlejuice sequel is going to suck? Because it's not called Beetlejuice. And the third one should be fucking called. Yeah, I'm not going to say it. But
yeah,
you know
don't
what I mean.
say that. Yeah. Yeah,
I mean-
you remember that part? Hey, remember that part in Ted too, when they're losing in court and Ted starts going Beetlejuice. He's like, and Mark Wahlberg's like, yo, don't do that. Don't get that guy in here. It's gonna be great. He's like, no, it can only help at this point. And he's like, no, we don't need that guy running around in here doing crazy
That's the
stuff.
whole point of the movie.
So
Never
is
helped.
Beetlejuice
love
2 might suck because Tim Burton's completely past his prime. Because
Yeah.
if you look at Tim Burton, like in the 80s,
Oh, it's
he was
gonna
on
suck.
fire.
It's gonna suck.
And then
It's
like
gonna suck.
past Alice in
His-
Wonderland and Willy
yeah.
Wonka and
His
all
only
that
good
stuff,
stuff-
he's just sort
his
of
only
just
good-
weird,
yeah.
not good.
Yeah.
It's just
No,
The
it's
only
gonna
good
be
stuff
terrible.
in the 21st century is the stuff that's anti-Tim Burton, like Big Eyes and Big Fish,
Mm.
Yeah.
which coincidentally
Big
both
Fish
start
is
with the
pretty
title
good.
Big. But yeah, the movies that he did recently that, I mean, for honestly, like my favorite actual David, I mean, obviously like Beetlejuice is Tim Burton at his most Tim Burton,
Mm.
and that's why it's always like
I would argue that
Mm.
Edward Scissorhands is Tim Burton at his
Yeah.
most Tim
Oh,
Burton.
it's Batman. That was
Edward
my favorite
Scissorhands was
Batman
kinda
any
like-
day.
Well, Edward Scissorhands was kind of like him trying to do like the holiday thing before Nightmare on Christmas, Nightmare on Elm Street, Nightmare Before Christmas. But with like Beetlejuice, like that's like the tone as far as like spooky,
Yeah.
fun horror movie kind of thing. But like I don't know, man. It's like after that became his shtick, it was just not.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's here. Meg's here.
Like people
Hey,
said,
Meg.
what's up with these fucking
guys.
sequels 35 years later? I mean,
They're out
goddamn,
of
guys.
ideas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
They're out of
exactly.
they're
Creatively bankrupt.
creatively
They don't
bankrupt,
want to
and
pay
they're
their writers to make new ideas that would cost
exactly.
too much money.
So they'll come up with
Yeah.
new, updated for progressive, modern
Yeah.
audience, woke versions of our classics to destroy the things that we loved.
Yeah.
Well, how much is Beetlejuice 2 just going to be Wednesday the show continued? That's my
Exactly.
question.
Mhm,
100. I
mhm.
like
And
you.
Wednesday
Man,
was
you are,
fine. I
Josh.
don't
You are just like knocking them out of the park. I haven't disagreed with one single thing you've said so far.
You know what? It's going to happen. Just wait.
All right, fair enough.
Take it from
Yeah.
experience, Wes.
Meg, you hear about Lauren Boebert giving hand jobs in Beetlejuice the musical?
I did. It's about time we got a little spice on this side of the aisle, eh?
Yeah.
But also, yeah, I mean, most of us were just kind of talking about like, wait, there's a Beetlejuice musical? Like,
What
that seems
song
like-
do you think it was during? What part of the musical do you think it was?
Oh,
I mean, I would say
pinpoint
the
the
day
moment.
during the Deo song part, the Deo, and I
Yeah.
mean, how does that not get you hot and want to?
Everyone's dancing around the table, but she's just jerking them off under it.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Tallyman, grab on my tallywhacker.
yeah, come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana.
I could
Dear
actually
Ray
see her-
Belafonte is turning in his grave right now.
I could actually see her whispering that in lovingly into his ear as she strokes him off. She's like, "Hey, come, Mr. Tallyman."
You know what that song's about, right?
Yeah, I do know what that song's about. What do you think it's about?
Well, I mean, it's pretty literal, but the idea is like banana spiders. Like you got people harvesting bananas, and they go to the banana boat. They take the big bunches of bananas off their shoulders, off the tree. They put them on their shoulders, and they carry them around. And the idea is the tally man. He's counting the bananas. You know, he needs more bananas, but this is like a common thing. Like the Brazilian wandering spider, aka the banana spider, aka the hard dick spider. I don't know what else you'd call it, but like these spiders live in banana bunches and they bite the shit out of you when you're carrying the bananas, and they have like one of the most deadly toxins that kills people all the time. But one of the side effects is you get priapism. You get like a boner that lasts so long it becomes gangrenous.
Jesus.
And I think that's where they get Viagra from. They got the idea, but yeah. The banana boat song, very fun. What did you think?
They're Viagra spiders?
Is there a
that where we're
metaphor it's
going
about?
with the theory?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about slavery
Oh yeah, I'm sure they're
and
slaves.
wanting
the
wanting to
banana
be
boat people.
wanting to be let go in your endless toil like that song.
Wait, the slaves wanted to be let go that whole time?
Yeah,
No way.
apparently.
Yeah, why?
Just kidding. Just kidding, guys. It's a funny.
Yeah.
Everybody
Yeah,
should-
Yeah.
I love you. I love you. I love you so much.
I saw a pretty
love
funny
people playing jokes.
so like you guys seen this meme where it's like oh, is this the biggest picture I could find? No, come on, give me bigger. I want bigger. There we go.
Yeah.
So I've been seeing this meme and it's like, if you can hear this picture, we can be friends. And my comment is always Kevin.
Mhm.
So there you go.
Ah,
Too easy.
That's what it always gets laughs. Anyway, but yeah, as far as like the strike, what's interesting is I'm in a page on Facebook called The Crew Stories, and holy shit, guys, First of all, did I put this link
Did
up
you
here?
guys did you guys see the video somebody linked into the group? It's getting passed around with the guy that was in like one episode of season 1 of Justified is complaining about his residual check. He's still getting $130 a week from that episode or whatever. And he's like bitching about that. He's like, well, this is a pretty decent one from a show called Justified. It's like, dude, you are a low mid actor complaining about getting. I would love to get $130 for something I did 12 years ago.
Exactly.
Dude, I would just like to point out that like Drake and Josh did not get residuals, but people who said one line in one episode do.
Yeah.
Really think about that.
Why didn't Drake and Josh get residuals?
I have a feeling it had something to do with them probably being minors or something.
Anyone who's under 18, technically residuals are not negotiated because the industry is cheap. That's where it runs into. But I have friends who've been worked on everything from Law and Order to Bones, you name it, anything they filmed in New York City, Toronto and stuff. And they'll still get residuals from doing 1 or 2 speaking lines or being in the background and stuff. Never asked about the dollar amounts, but they still make a little bit, but not enough to make a living.
Yeah,
nice.
Which is how it should be, though. It's,
Yeah, and that's the other thing is like these people demanding, streaming residuals. It's like, okay, I don't think you guys have know this, but the trade secret is these fucking streaming industries are so like in the hole. Like Netflix is like fucking billions of dollars in debt, dude.
Yeah.
They're not making money from the streams. That's the misconception.
Yeah.
That the streams are somehow like here's the thing. If Netflix was doing what we originally liked was it was just like, hey, your favorite movies, you can watch them instantly online instead of getting a DVD. Cool. Mm-hmm. And then once they started making a few original shows, it was like, that was fun. An original Netflix program. Now it's like majority. That's all they're pushing is this stuff they're creating. And it's like, how cheap do you think it is to make stuff from scratch? It's not cheap. And
well,
like Josh
same with Hulu and Amazon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sorry,
Hulu, Amazon, Disney, they're all doing the same thing. They're all following the Netflix formula, but the Netflix formula is falling on its face. They're getting billions of dollars in grant money, but like, they get none of it turns profit. It's just going to implode on itself.
Netflix really cut its own throat, didn't it? With the whole, coming after the people who were sharing the passwords. And then on top of that, the whole, I saw a YouTube video guy like really went into a deep analysis of Netflix shows that have begun and never went anywhere and died off, even though people really, really love them. They don't go anywhere. They do like and now, of course, a limited series or an anthology series, like, for example, the Vampire one, the Midnight Mass. Okay, so that was just gonna be one season and be done. Okay, got it. The Haunting on Hill House, got it, or however, whatever the name. That's
fine.
But then there was other stuff that was like, I am so not okay with this, or whatever, that thing with the girl from the 2017 It movie where she has telekinetic powers based on a graphic novel.
It's all based on something.
That left on a cliffhanger and didn't go anywhere, and it was really popular, and they just let it die, and they do that. It's like you can't. It's like your worst nightmare, Enzo, because that's like you hate that with the shows that start and then leave it on some kind of cliffhanger. Like you won't watch something until it's been like done. For
I also hate like devoting more than 2 hours of time for something that's just okay. Like if it's gonna be fucking 3 or 5 or 7 or 40 hours long, the longer it is, the better it needs to be. Like I'm not gonna watch a 40-hour show unless it's
I'm not watching
again.
Supernatural.
Have you tried
Grey's Anatomy?
Yeah, Ozark. Steve, Megan's getting me into Ozark, and I watched the first 3 episodes. I'm like, this is good, and I've heard from everybody it's great. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm like, I'll
co-sign on that. That's
a good show.
I think Disney actually has the strongest of the streaming platforms right now. Yeah. Despite what you think of Disney is, what they do is they're taking away physical media, which I hate, but they're putting like the 4K Ultra HD, IMAX, yada yada on only the streaming platform and releasing a 1080 Blu-ray. So you're forced to go to see the highest quality of their shows there. And regardless of the price increase, they are the only ones giving exclusive content that you can't get anywhere else in an exclusive idea, whether you like it or not.
Well, you can find a few places to find it if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but like you're not going to get I'm a big fan of 4K. I collect 4Ks. I have a big 4K TV. And if I want to watch something in the highest quality, Netflix is just not going to give me it's going to give me the same as a Blu-ray. So I might as well go buy a Blu-ray, But Disney is actually making it worth my while to watch it on there because it looks better, or if not as good as it would in the theater, than any movie I could pick up from that.
With original programming, what does Disney? I'm sorry to cut you off, Blue Collar. I'll let you go. With original programming, Josh and Tyler, what does Disney do that is not Marvel and Star Wars?
All the Fox stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Futurama, they're bringing back a bunch of different things.
See, but I get that on Hulu. I have that on.
Yeah.
Hulu.
They've got.
Yeah, but
Hulu's owned by Disney, right? Or
Canada doesn't have Hulu, so it by default is Disney Plus.
They've got all the indie movies from Searchlight Pictures that we play at the theater I work at. Stuff that come on, so I can see those if I miss them in the theaters. I've been really loving Only Murderers in the Building. It's a comfort show, stuff like that. There's some really decent stuff there. It depends what you like, really. That's what it is. So
no, I was just going to say
like stuff. If we're talking stuff from scratch, like other than Mr. In Between, you're not going to get anything.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like when my cousin, we sat down and rewatched Daredevil before I went over to Disney Plus. Netflix does have their section where it said they do have certain shows though that are in like the Ultra 4K. That when I first got my 4K TV, they do have like certain shows, movies are specifically like Stranger Things, Cobra Kai. Those are made for 4K, which do help out. So
I don't like watching old stuff that's been upgraded to 4K. Like I saw, like American Werewolf in London looks better on VHS. You know what I mean? Like,
That's true.
It looks good dark where I can't see the little, it's like all just weird shapes and stuff. It's like it's freakier that way. I remember seeing the digital transfer of that movie and being like, it's just like jarring how clear the werewolf is. And it's like, oh, whoa, I don't like that. Don't like that at all.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Josh, for reminding me. I got to start buying Disney Blu-rays in bulk before.
Australia completely removed them. I don't know if you talked about that on the show, but Australia no longer sells any Disney physical media. No movie.
Really?
Nothing.
Right, but I think Disney's gonna have to do a 180 soon, where it's like, okay, well, maybe we'll just get it back to the old. Like, I feel like they might feel like that. They might have jumped the gun on the getting rid of all physical media because you make way more money if it was like you can't find this stuff anywhere streaming. You can only buy the DVDs. Like you would make way more money because it's like honestly like paying $40 or $30, however much a double disc DVD Blu-ray is, 4K. I mean, I think that one-time fee for every movie is far more profitable than paying
where's the announcement for the 4K Blu-ray of Indiana Jones? Regardless of what you think of the movie, there is no announcement 3 months after it's been out. So
they're already on the train.
They're
already on the train. Yeah. I think it's going to make things worse because and also like you said, like you need to stockpile these hard copies, these physical media because like they're going to do what they did for Splash and Lilo and Stitch. They'll change like one little thing. And it's like 1984 where like all the works have been updated. All the modern works have been updated.
Did you see what they did with the French Connection?
Yes.
We heard about it.
Yep. And they edited part of that. And I own the Blu-ray from 2010. So now I have the version that is the way it is.
But what did they actually edit?
Don't throw it down the memory hole.
What did they edit, Josh?
They edited out one scene where Gene Hackman basically uses a racial stereotype in a diner, which is a crucial scene because you see how he treats everyone in the film, including himself. So they took out about 3 minutes of footage of him being this cop. What are they going to do to Dirty Harry? I mean, it's got the same content. What are they going to do to a lot of it? So own your physical media. Make sure you own that or you're never going to get it back. And you're going to watch a version that people want you to see that they think is correct, but it takes away from the narrative. Yeah. Is that stuff politically correct? Possibly not. But is it a movie from the 70s? Yeah, leave it alone.
I feel very strongly about the movie Legend with that that kind of mindset because Tom Cruise Legend, because like right now you can only find the director's copy. It's so hard to find the theatrical cut, which is so superior in my opinion, and it's very, very different. Yeah. It's not like, oh, there's just one extra scene or hey, it's like one little thing. No, it's like there's the fucking music is completely different, and every scene is like fucking for some reason like 20% longer.
This is something that I meant to bring up in a previous stream. We need to do a stream one. I'm going to bring it up now. We need to do one and just talk about movies that have like the same movie, but they have like a director's cut or a different cut, like the Richard Donner cut, and they are completely different.
Kingdom of Heaven.
That reminds you. Thank you, Josh. Like I gotta get Brent the director's cut of that.
Yeah,
Kingdom of Heaven. Don't watch the original movie.
I've never seen it. Period.
Watch the director's cut. Straight up. The director's cut.
Has anyone ever seen Payback with Mel Gibson?
Yes,
I have. The director's cut is better.
You said, okay. So, but
the director's cut
completely different. It's
Yeah,
completely different movie.
Director's cut of Dark City is far superior, and it is different. There's no, I mean, because that's the idea. Is it does start with that big the theatrical cut starts with Kiefer Sutherland, like gives kind of spelling out what's happening, so that way the audience isn't confused. But it works better when everyone's confused. Honestly, it's just like
and I want to point
happening?
out and clarify what I mean by that. I mean like where it completely changes the narrative, not like the Aliens extended edition where you get an extra scene of the miniguns and you get to see what happened to his parents and stuff like that. What I'm talking
2010
about
Robin Hood. There's an additional 20 minutes of footage. It has a whole series of these lost boys in the forest who have run away from their parents because of hunger and disease and basically start a rebellion there, which is not in any of the cut. And it makes the Russell Crowe movie feel very disjointed and people don't really like it. But if you watch the director's cut, it fleshes out the story and has a whole other story that you don't even see.
Yeah.
Something I've always go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you
I'll say something that I've thought of that as like similar that I didn't like. Like I like the director's cut of Terminator 2, except for those fucking Ghost of Kyle Reese scenes. What the fuck? Those are not, I don't like those. I don't like those scenes at all.
See, that's weird because back in the day when that trailers were coming out, all of those scenes were in the trailer. So when they didn't show up in the movie, I was like, what the fuck? Where's Kyle Reese? I thought he was supposed to
would like to see the director's cut of Rogue One because that trailer was completely different. There's all different scenes. I want to see what they cut. I want to see what the original directors have.
I want to see the different version of the 2016 Suicide Squad. That's what I want.
the whole air cut because
air cut. Yeah, thank you.
Makes you wonder.
Save anything though.
Yeah,
I would like to see a whole different version of Sleepaway Camp 3, Teenage Wasteland. There's a whole 30 to 40 minutes of cut footage and blood that we never got in it. I would love to see that fully released, regardless.
Did I just totally unlock the next stream? I think I did. I should see and look, everybody's on board, Enzo. We're not waiting.
What about Meg? Meg, what do you want to see?
What do you want to see, Meg?
What do I want to see? I've been really disenchanted with Hollywood lately, but usually I watch whatever Enzo puts on because he's a movie buff. And even if I say, let's watch this, he goes, no, we're watching this. And I stand,
well, like I said,
no chance.
And
when Meg chooses what she wants to watch, is generally trash TV or some kind of like
don't act like you don't like it. We have trash TV we watch together.
We watch trash TV all the time.
He doesn't like it.
I told them it's like Megan gets her days where she gets to pick stuff.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I can't remember the last movie I liked.
What do you pick, Meg? What do you put? If you put on TV, what are you picking? I'm curious.
I always like I like suspense and cerebral stuff and I don't know, Enzo, what do I like?
Well, anything with like murder and seduction. Like we watch Jade. Megan liked Jade a lot. Stuff like that. We watched
like
ninjas and
sexy
samurais
cerebral
fighting?
Thriller stuff.
Yeah, anything with like
Ninjas and
titties and
samurais?
violence.
Definitely
No,
not
no
ninjas and
ninjas.
samurais, but I
Yeah.
appreciate that you remembered that.
The callback humor.
You only
So
remember
you're the target audience for the I Spit on Your Grave franchise reboot?
Oh, I did
Ooh,
watch
those
I
are
Spit
good.
on Your Grave,
Those
but
are
only
good.
the old
Those are
version.
really
I never
good.
saw the new one.
Why do you pull this? Why did you pull that picture up when he mentioned spit on your grave?
Spit on your hand is more like it.
God.
Yeah.
But anyway, what's funny about this strike, I was gonna say I was in this I'm in this Facebook group called Crew Stories, and it's about like film crew people who talk about like their firsthand accounts of working on specific like famous movies. I was a gaffer on Fight Club or whatever. Cool. Edward Norton was nice to me one time, or whatever.
No.
And lately it's just been like calling people out for being scabs. And it's so fucking
Where did that
lame.
word come from all of a sudden?
I don't know.
It's like the
I
new
mean, scab-
NPC reboot, the update was just like now we say scabs.
Hey, Farrell's
Yeah,
here.
I
Yeah,
mean-
it's a union buster term. It's like this means this person's working. We're forbidden from work for the union strike. But it's like these like we were talking about these greedy motherfuckers. Demanding residuals for streaming views. It's like, dude, that ain't gonna happen. Especially it ain't gonna happen for like certain people. Like that's so hard to argue just for the writers.
I remember was the Keanu Reeves movie there. I remember the football one with him and Gene Hackman when the replacement team. Yeah, they called them scabs back then. Like my dad used to call guys scabs in the 90s for like when unions go on strike and stuff, and the scabs would come in and take over the work that the union because it's a hard situation. People need work.
And work has changed so much in the union. Like, think of it back in the 90s, Friends, whatever, yada yada is on. You get to write 23 episodes of a show, and now you get to write 8 episodes of a limited series, and you don't get any residuals. So I think they're asking for streaming residuals to replace that ability instead of writing for 20 plus episodes a year, which is their income. And I totally get it. You've got to make a minimum amount.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know what that looks like, though.
I see what they're saying with like, oh man, these producers are getting way bigger percentages and such. And like, you know, but at the same time, it's like, you fuckers, you rich actors and, you know, writers, you're making way more money than the actual like crew people.
Yeah.
And the crew people are like forced to stop working. So like I said, that page would be like, hey guys, finding work in this one set. And they'd be like, what is it? Where is it? What is the deal here? Why are you breaking the union? You know, what's going on? Why are you crossing the picket line?
Yeah.
And then it'll just be like what's it called? Like, you know, that kind of thoughtful, like, hey, I'm just looking out for you, but I'm sounding like I'm looking out for you, but I'm actually threatening you. That kind of, you know, bullshit. And then like, yeah, Drew Barrymore and Bill Maher announced that they were going to do their show without writers because it's been too long. And honestly, like, I really think, like I said before on previous streams, like the strike is like, there's something else going on with the strike. Like, I really think they're intentionally trying to implode Hollywood on itself for some reason.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to work. And like I said, the fact that it's lasted this long, there's no way it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna pick up by Christmas or be done by Christmas, by New Year's.
Yep.
So
a lot of studios are looking at moving. Like Disney has 2 or 3 movies left in the can for the rest of the year. They can do nothing. Deadpool's come to a halt. They're looking at moving them until next spring. We're gonna have a really weird Oscar season.
Yeah, and also what's fucked up. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, are you guys saying that the Late Night Host podcast hasn't just like completely saved the day yet?
No, in fact, no one's even talked about the second episode, you know, or whatever. Like we talked about the first episode briefly. It was annoying, and then we moved on with our lives.
A weird show that's been delayed was The Talk. I didn't know they need writers for people to sit on a show for a bunch of women to gossip. I didn't know they needed writers for that.
Actually,
that was weird.
Josh, The View is the one that's all women. The Talk is like half girls, half guys.
I guess guys need help writing things sometimes.
Yeah, but what's so fucked up is like, okay, Bill Maher, Drew Barrymore, other people are like, well, we're gonna go on without the union stuff because we're gonna outskirt it. We're gonna like not have writers. We're gonna do this. I'm not gonna have a monologue. Bill Maher was saying, and they're still like, fuck you, you know. Like, you should have seen how bad these people were like dragging Drew Barrymore. Every post was like calling her a fucking a scab, calling her
I saw her
awful
crying.
names. Yeah, and then of course she walked it back. She's like, "Okay, guys, I won't do my show. I'm sorry."
I feel like everything is exaggerated on the internet, no matter what it is. People freak out and they go hardcore. But if it was really in person, if that person would walk up to Drew Barrymore and say, "Hey, I don't think you should do it," that'd be it. They wouldn't yell and scream. They wouldn't. It's just like everyone feels they have a platform behind it and they can say anything without the consequences.
100%.
So everything seems 100% more harsh.
Yeah, well, like Farrell says, people need to work to survive. So basically, it's a way of unions to call someone a villain for just doing what they need to survive. And exactly, it's like these people are like, look, you know, we got crew too that need jobs. And like what it is like these people that are calling everyone scabs. Scab, how the term came to be is unclear. I'm sure it's just an insult, but in the 1700s, I thought scab stood for something like SCAB.
No.
But in the 1700s, scab was used to describe people of low moral character, which fits with how they are viewed by union members of all trades. Yes, but
Blue Collar cleared that up for me. I'd never heard that actually. I was today years old.
Even like if you figure what derogatory comes from, it's like, what is a scab? A scab is like something temporary. It's a temporary situation. It's like how you get a cut, you scabs over. That's where it comes from, because like it's temporary until it's so scab
until the real skin grows itself back.
100%.
Well, like I said, the people that are like actually calling everyone scabs, I think it's more like, oh, we can't have anyone work. You know, why is this guy working and not me? You know, so like, well,
what it does is it cuts the premise is it cuts the legs out from underneath the whole point of the strike, because if people are, it's like when you're okay, everybody got alcohol? Has everybody got alcohol?
Oh, okay. Here it comes.
I'll be fine.
It's like when you get locked down in the joint.
Drink.
When you get locked down in the joint, everybody has to stay in their cells, and it's like a form of mass punishment. But then sometimes they'll have the workers who work in the kitchen go out and go get the bag lunches and prepare them for the people who are locked down. Well, depending on what prison you're in, you don't participate in that. If they come to get you, you make the guards have to do it. The guards have to feed you, because if you make the guards feed you, they'll end the lockdown sooner because they don't want to be inconvenienced. So the logic behind it is, if you are like giving people other, like in this instance for the people in Hollywood, if you're giving them other forms of entertainment, then people aren't really feeling the effects of not having anything. Or like, you could, a more relatable thing would be like the car industry strike. If no one's building cars, people are running out of cars, then, the people who are, if people were to come in and work in the factory under the conditions that are being protested, then they're making it harder for the people who are striking to prove their point.
Yeah.
So that's the whole premise.
Well, a lot of I do ACTRA, and I do a lot of other work off and on, sound guy, director, whatever, yada yada. Depends on the work where I can get it. A lot of the union people are just, the union crew are simply just doing non-union sets. I've been able to get some brilliant people who do sound or fill in the blank, first AD, who are like, yeah, I'll take $250 a day because I got to pay my bills. I got to take it.
Exactly.
I don't think I'm alone in the opinion that like some of the YouTubers like us have taken to looking at older media, like me and Blue Collar and myself have been doing, shameless plug, some John Carpenter rewatches and looking at shows that came out in the 2013s and stuff like Banshee. So, we're kind of taking advantage of this, while we can, and like bringing light to, because there's been some great stuff that's been glossed over.
Yeah, it's been really fun watching all these old public domain horror movies. I watched a few with Chris. I watched some with
Did you win your appeal on the one that they flagged you for? You did.
Yeah. So what happened was I claimed fair use, and they were saying no.
Do you want to explain what I'm talking about for the uninitiated who don't know what I'm talking about?
Well, I get copyright claims all the time in these public domain videos. Someone was putting a copyright claim on this public domain movie, Horror Express. But then what happened was I edited it. I just put an overlay over it, an orange filter and film grain. I just went overboard and edited it, but it took like fucking 15 hours to render because there was like so much going on. Yeah. And it was like, well, I'm not gonna, go back to the other version, because I think what happened was I just had to, instead of filing for fair use dispute, I should have just filed for public domain, because as soon as I did that, they dropped it. They're like, you're right. So
nice.
Was the movie on YouTube itself already? Had someone upload it? Then why was anyone even trying?
It was just funny. It's like it's kind of like a Blue Collar had a similar situation with his public domain YouTube music that he was using. It's like, hey, it's public domain. All you got to do is just sign up for our register and then credit our website in every video you ever make, and we'll just drop the claim. It's like fucking liars. Yeah, false advertisement.
Anyone can file a claim on anything, so you got to look into each individual situation.
That's how I explained.
I had to file. Someone filed a claim on my video, and I said why, and I had made a short film, and they're like, "Because you used one line I wrote," and I was like, "You don't own words. Go away."
Yeah. One thing about this whole strike situation, part of me gets kind of like upset with sometimes people say, well, you know what, I don't care about writers and stuff in Hollywood. I'm like, well, I get that, but thing is, I look at AI also, like, shit rolls downhill, guys. Simple as that. Right now it's writer strike. Right now it's Hollywood. But what happens when they come for your job? Because like I have a cousin who does medical coding, right? My friend Carlton, he went to the military and he's doing working from home. My friend Mark's a state worker. They all work from home. I was like, guys, you say you don't give a shit about the writer's strike and stuff Hollywood, but the thing is, what happens when AI though starts taking over your ability to code information? It doesn't just affect Hollywood. This shit affects everybody. You know what I mean? Because it's all a matter of time before, like, oh, so my cousin said, Chris, I make $50 an hour and I type medical data all day. Okay, I'm like Dakota. And what happens when some AI says, fuck it, instead of paying you $50 an hour, we'll fucking get an AI program for free, and that AI program can do all your medical billing and they're not paying you. So I'm like, the AI situation affects a lot more than just Hollywood. It really does. Right. It affects everybody.
And again, back to the Streisand effect, these stupid writers are like, don't use AI to replace us. We'll stop working forever until you start paying us residuals. And they're just like, it's like a jilted, like a jealous lover. You're just pushing the producers into the AI's arms. You know what I mean? Like, they're just going to have to embrace the AI at this point. Like, dude, you don't think, like, I saw that they're making Brightburn 2. And it's going to be one of the first, if not the first, major motion picture written completely by AI. And everyone's like, rabble, rabble, rabble. And I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like better than most of the crap coming out today. Like,
I heard a theory I heard a theory on open bar. Tell me what you guys think of this theory. Anytime something is new, they need to set a precedent with it. It's how the legal system works. Yeah, that's a good point.
That was feral.
Adobe's already adapted AI. Like I get ads because I run Adobe for editing and software and stuff. It says Adobe AI, make any image. I've got that ad about for the last week and a half. I don't want to do that. I'd rather go take a photograph myself or look at stock footage.
Yeah.
I mean, as for Brightburn 2, I mean, I feel like the writers have to start doing a better job in breaking the system. And obviously they deserve to get paid for their work. But if you look at TV finales or where characters are going, writers need, I think, one, a raise in pay, what they're fighting for. Yeah. Again, the studios are wanting to take background extras, putting them in for AI and filming them for 30 seconds, scan them and put them in. I absolutely don't agree with that. Exactly. But if these writers are going to come back, they need to start writing conscious characters. They need to remove the wokeness and make the character human first. They need to make sure that they're always telling a logical story and removing fallacies and not just trying to make some political agenda. The political agenda could come after you've told a story. And if that is in the writer's thing, that should definitely be there. We can't be watching crap TV with, hey, I'm fill-in minority, whatever, sexuality, just because. I want good TV. I want good stories. That comes before your
amen.
Yeah, but
I know, right? I feel like Josh is the preacher and we're in a Baptist church, and I just want to just be like throwing my hands in the air and be like, "You ain't never lied, preacher. You ain't never lied to us."
Okay,
if you look at what we're watching, you guys are going back to old TV simply because it's written for character-driven stories. We want a good character. We want someone we can get behind or hate or root. Game of Thrones stands up better than most shows that have come out in the last 5 years. Straight up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't walk into my house after work without my dad watching a Law and Order rerun. Like if Jerry Orbach is there, like I know I'm in good hands.
Which Law and Order does he watch? The original?
Mostly the original, like I said, because Jerry Orbach's in that one. But Law and Order SVU reruns are still pretty decent, even if Marissa Hargitay does steal the spotlight from fucking everybody. But
it's her show. I'd buy that for $1 though.
I'm at the point where I'm not even just watching old movies for the first time or for the 100th time. I'm also watching like 4-hour documentaries about these movies, like this RoboDoc documentary, which it's so awesome. And it's like I'm a huge RoboCop fan, and there's still like a bunch of shit in this documentary that I did not know about, and very good stuff. But what's like, I think the last episode airs today, by the way. But one of the first things they talk about is like, dude, Ed Neumeyer, the guy who wrote the thing, he had the idea in his head for like 4 or 5 years before he even tried to even put it on paper. You got to flesh this shit out in your head. And the idea is, I think everyone's getting on the same page, like all the production companies, Bob Iger and all these people are like realizing like not more content faster. We need less content that's better. Like, and the idea of like, hey, Johnson, I need a script for a good show like next week. So we're going to start with just some, that's the I was saying last stream is like they do all these adaptations because all the legwork of the characters and the world setting and all that stuff is all taken care of. So like you don't need to spend too much time on that. You just need to translate it to the screen and change little things. So like most of the work is already done, but it's like you're talking about original stories. It's like, this shit takes time to write.
It would be really cool if they would just make one remake that wasn't worse. Just one.
Yeah, just we were talking about. They haven't even mentioned the RoboCop
remake. Burn it.
They haven't mentioned it yet in this 4-hour documentary. I'm 3 hours into it.
Yeah,
they might bring it up on the last episode. Who knows? But
that's also been a thing, Enzo. And I've even super chat the drinker about that. I always get tired of people saying we know all Hollywood, all this, all remakes, all reboots. Guys, stop the bullshit. It's 2023. You can't tell me that we're in September, going to October. There hasn't been a single fucking movie you haven't seen since January. That you've hated every single film and TV show that's came out since January. Bullshit. It's like it's not all doom and gloom. Yes, some remakes suck, some reboots are terrible. But also, like Dune, some remakes and reboots are better than the original.
True Grit.
That was
yes.
The Blob.
Damn.
The
hey,
80s Blob.
Josh, are you single? What's going on, buddy? Tell us something.
Yeah, my wife did leave on Sunday night. I'm divorced now.
Love it. Love it. Listen.
Well,
would
now
you
that
consider switching? Would you consider switching teams? Can I interest you in that?
I don't know. We could talk.
Yeah. We watched the 50s Blob.
Too much time in prison, Wes. Too much time
I
in
think The
prison.
Fly is a better remake. That's
the
great
major
remake.
takeaway from the Blob and the Fly is like the 80s versions are so superior, but when you talk about the 20th century, 21st century remakes, those tend to be all worse. Except for like we talked about, I talked about with Uninspired Reviewer about these, these Asian horror film remakes. That The Ring was kind of the first one, and that was like the only one that actually kind of improved on the original. All the other ones are far
love
inferior.
The original Ring. I would say that,
right. But I like the Ring
Infernal
remake a lot too.
Affairs is better than the
but that's not a horror. That's
Don't give me a remake. Leave that alone.
I might catch some hate from this in this group, but I think Let Me In or Let the Right One In is better than the original version of it.
Let Me In is better than Let the Right One In. You're saying
right? Yes.
Yeah. I like them both. I like them both kind of equally, honestly. They both were different, and it was cool. Like it's kind of like the girl with the dragon tattoo. The remake from David Fincher is like,
Do you like the David Fincher
remake is.
Do you like the David Fincher better?
Yeah, but I think it's just because on a technical level, like but they both show like the idea of like how different two filmmakers can adapt the same exact material, like like not change anything story wise, and how different it could be, like thematically, like look of it and stuff. It's so good.
And admittedly, like the Swedish version technically adapts the book better, but at the same time, like Fincher knew what to keep and what to change up, or at least his screenwriter did, which is more than I can say for Girl in the Spider's Web, which,
Well, we also got Dread. That's an awesome remake.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say. I mean, that was about 10 years ago, but yeah, I mean, that's why I get pissed. Like these, somebody said that in the Critical Drinker group that about the drinker that Will Jordan is I think the most balanced person. It does get kind of tedious after a while. And Wes said this about Ahsoka, where he starts getting other people on his channel like, oh yeah, everything has fucking been terrible in 2023. But then One Piece just came out. You spend an hour saying how wonderful One Piece is. So you can't say everything on Netflix is total fucking shit when you said One Piece. Like Gary Neurotic says,
have you seen Everything Sucks? It's one of the greatest shows in the last 10 years.
Everything Sucks. Nah, I'll check it out.
Amazing, brilliant.
Yeah,
I'll watch that.
But that's my point. Like I heard Nerdrock say he's like, One Piece is my favorite show of 2023. Then you can't say everything in 2023 is shit. Then when you're saying your favorite shows out there, it's the constant hypocrisy.
Well, it's the thing that when people are shitting on stuff, that tends to get bigger. I mean, the first drinker video I saw was the bear was pretty good. The first drinker video I saw was his analysis of Rocky, and I thought that was really good, and that's what made me a fan. But the thing that made him famous was shitting all over Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
So I mean, those hate videos do tend to be, and I won't lie, I fall victim to it too. But you know what? I'm a subscriber to this guy called Slipmaker, and he does full series retrospective reviews. If I can give him a little shameless plug here, and I think they are basically flawless. He occasionally gets hit with a copyright claim or whatever, but he does like full reviews of shows that have completely finished. Yeah. And I mean, they're amazing, and he's gotten me to watch more than a couple of them. I've posted a couple of them to the page, but he's done everything from The Americans to Game of Thrones to iZombie to Chuck, and
that finale. Ugh.
For which one, Chuck?
Chuck, the Amnesia beach scene. Fuck you.
I don't know. I didn't see it. I actually watched this series, and I will actually watch stuff about series that I have not seen. You know what I mean? And he does give a disclaimer. He's like, listen, if you've never seen this, you might want to watch it first. But then I've also seen stuff like where he talks about Terriers, which I think is really underrated. FXPI show that came out in 2010.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just, I agree with Enzo to the point that, I think that looking up older media and looking at stuff that has come out in the past, and that's the consensus in the group as well, and it's most things that I keep seeing. No one's really sweating too hard. Oh, we're not going to make new content. Well, your fucking content sucks. No one cares. So I'll watch. There's lots of older shit.
Well, gee, Wes, how does that make me feel? Because I've for some reason really sucked and procrastinated a hell of a lot at rewatching older classics to the point where Josh and I literally messaged
We got a
each
list
other
for
like a
changes.
list
It's gonna be
of
awesome. I can't wait.
of movies to watch just to see like what's my friend's taste that I don't know about, what's an older classic I've missed and shit like that. Like I need an excuse to actually watch older stuff.
Hell yeah.
because
Hell yeah.
During
But
the
it-
lockdown, I
That's
saw
cool.
so many classics that were
Mhm.
good, but even then, like, did not live up to the hype and the expectation. And like that gets to me sometimes, and it's hard to. I know it's something that you can't really help because even modern movies have that exact same thing. But like, when a movie's existed for 50 years and you don't love it as much as anybody else, and that keeps happening to you over and over again, like it did with me, it's tough.
Well, I
Even
think
though-
fandom has completely changed, Tyler. I think the way we used to look at movies is we would say, I like that, or I don't like that. But now it's you either love it or you hate it. And that's the fandom we are in right now. We're in, you either love everything Zack Snyder has done or absolutely hate it.
Yeah.
You
Which
either
is
love
why-
every Christopher Nolan movie or you hate it. It's okay to just be like, I think that movie was fine. It's okay.
which is
to
why one of the first Disney videos I want to kick off with is like talking about every single Pirates movie. I've mentioned that already, but like you can literally say just as many good things about it as you can bad. It's weird how like surprisingly meh the franchise is as a whole, even though there are tons of
How many
awesome
how many
moments.
Pirates of the Caribbean movies are there?
5.
There are 5.
Oh, have you seen them all?
Yes.
Yes, and I would rank them like Black Pearl being the best because it's
He's
the
not
only
wrong.
consistently good one. Dead Man's
Yeah.
Chest then second because I mean the watermill scene could have made it the second best movie on its own. And
Yeah.
plus you got Bill Nighy as Davy
Davy
Jones. Like
Jones.
he makes every scene great.
And the CG to this day still stands up. Fucking A.
Tentacles.
Third
Still pretty solid
place,
stuff.
third place I would put to like the very last one be just out of all of them. The treasure hunt is actually to the damn point.
Yeah.
At World's End, I put second.
Yeah.
The climax
Is it true? Is it true that Margot Robbie is doing a Pirates
That got-
spinoff?
that
got
keeps
canceled.
That keeps
I'll believe
changing.
it when I see it.
It's so hard to tell. But,
You know how many internet rumors go around that aren't true that say so and so is
Point
doing this?
being-
It's like,
I really think it's the production companies. They tell the news companies to float the idea and judge like Twitter reaction. Oh, they hate this idea.
Well,
All right, we'll scrap it.
That's
Well,
that's
I
why
like this
Ryan.
idea. Move
That's
it
how
forward.
Ryan Reynolds got Deadpool started because that was supposed to be fucking.
That's
leaked footage,
right.
Which,
That's right.
That shit was not leaked. That was done on purpose.
That was like a
Oh,
half
yeah.
and type thing.
Yeah.
Now, like I feel like Hollywood like intentionally
Yeah.
does that shit. Because
Yep.
it's like not just to like that was Ryan Reynolds saying, "Hey, you fuckers are wrong. I'm gonna prove you're wrong. I'm gonna put this shit on the internet.
Yeah.
And you're gonna love it."
Yeah.
Whereas like these people are like literally like, let's throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. You know, let's
Yeah.
just
Hey,
Yeah,
Enzo,
Sonic
your
was a perfect
mic
example of that.
isn't. You're not coming across real great. I don't know what's the deal.
that
There you go.
flicked. You could hear me though, weird.
And back
Now
now,
you hear me
all right?
Now it's 10 times
Right.
louder.
Now you're 10 times louder.
Oh
No, it's one thing, but I still like I've discussed.
Am I
people
too
in the past-
loud?
A
You're
little
good
bit.
right there. It's just something like I said. I wonder if, like, say for instance, the He-Man run, the one with Dolph Lundgren. You know,
Okay.
obviously it's pretty fucking terrible and stuff, but it's still stupid cheesy
Is it?
fun.
I like it.
In terms of a He-Man movie, it's not a great movie. I'm just saying, like,
Okay.
for what
All
it
right.
was, just saying it's.
would you rather have Netflix He-Man
Well,
or the He-Man movie?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Like nowadays, people make shitty movies, right? But they'll say, okay, well, it's fucking woke and it's garbage. But then, okay, like say the Slash Stallone movie is like, yes, it wasn't woke, but it was still a shitty movie compared to the fucking Carl Urban one. So it's like, guys, shitty movies still existed in the 80s, 90s, 2000s. Yes, they weren't
Oh, for
fucking
sure.
woke. They weren't
sure.
woke, but they were still shitty. So I said, I get tired of the whole doom and gloom of like everything's
They
terrible
existed in the
nowadays.
30s. Have you seen Vampire Bats? It was awful, but it existed way back when.
Yeah, but here's the
Hey,
thing:
guys.
like, how many
How
times
does my
has
mic sound now?
Tarantino-
Is that better?
Better.
Yeah, I think you're good.
Better.
We're saying talk.
I
Oh,
was
this
gonna
is
say,
good.
like-
Is it too loud, too quiet?
You're
Good.
fine.
Sounds
Let
great.
Tyler
All right.
speak.
Sorry, Tyler. Go ahead.
Thank you, Wes.
You're welcome.
There was that one point when, as Tarantino was going from talk show to podcast to plug his novel, how he kept pointing out that this isn't even remotely the first decade when movies have been like politically motivated. I mean, McCarthy era was the obvious one, but
You're right.
Tarantino's convinced that we're in like the 80s age of like self-censorship, especially, which not gonna lie, I kind of understand where he's coming from. Not to mention, like, Reservoir Dogs was in that era where, for whatever reason, directors were allowed to experiment and break the waves, and I feel like we're just waiting for that moment where, A24 throws out something that's not quite on. I have a feeling like it's really hard to describe, but I'm just really waiting for that moment where, like, the 90s part 2 comes back, as Tarantino keeps prophesizing, because as he points out, like, all of these eras have an end, and it's really just writing the whole damn thing out.
I agree with that, and I'm a huge QT fan. I also like his understanding, his self-awareness, where he says, I'm only going to do this amount of movies because you start becoming a shitty director and a shitty writer after a while. Like you get too rich, you don't know what you're talking about, and it just starts to become like everybody was so all right. I do like some of Shyamalan's movies, but I think he's kind of a one-trick pony.
Yeah.
But not gonna lie though, like, one of my favorite movies this year was his most recent one, which I would argue is the best anything that he's made in decades. Yeah,
I'll check it out.
I would say that Spielberg, if he had left it off with Saving Private Ryan, that would be a perfect end to his career. But now he over-explains, and his movies are mediocre.
Yeah,
I think some of his more recent movies, I think they're a little underappreciated. I think some of them are pretty good, but
crap.
BFG is that's the one. I was literally going to bring up BFG. That's the only one I'm thinking of that was a bit meh. But like
first
even
half,
these, like
the first half,
one with like
BFG
Tom Hanks and Meryl Streep at the newspaper.
The post was the best part. Was the post-credit scene where they're like, "Oh no, Watergate."
Yeah. I mean,
and Ready Player One over-explained and was self-indulgent and a bad adaptation.
Yeah, but Ready Player he was adapting Ready Player One. Like, it wasn't going to be good.
Yeah. Well, like I said, as far as like, this time we're in, I think what's going to happen is like we're going to enter a new age of Hollywood where it's not going to be Hollywood anymore. It'll be like somewhere in fucking New Mexico or maybe fucking Austin will be, who knows? I know so many studios are gravitating to the New Mexico, Arizona area because it's just like on the other side of Las Vegas. And
so what you're saying is we're getting at like what Indian cinema has, where there's more than one studio system and they all have their like tropes and shit like that.
Probably. Yeah, I mean, because right now, yeah, we are there right now, because I was gonna say it's not star power.
That's what it is. Indie movies
star
are
power
that
it's not like, oh, Tom Cruise is in this movie. He's one of the only motherfuckers that still has that drawing power. It's not like, oh, Paul Rudd's in this movie. It's like, oh, it's an A24 movie. I'm interested in that. Oh, it's a Focus Film or Blumhouse. Like, that's what people seem to be focusing on now.
Yeah.
Neon's becoming
Neon's great. Big. Yeah.
Look at one of the biggest movies this year, Oppenheimer, and it's not because Cillian Murphy. Is that right, Cillian Murphy?
Yeah.
Is that how you say his name? Cillian. I'm sorry. Cillian Murphy was in it, and it's not because of anybody else. It was because it was a Nolan film. There's
a few people that still have director draw.
Yeah, right. And then you have guys like Ridley Scott who've become totally mid. Like
that's like
he was
Gladiator 2. Gladiator 2. Are you serious with Gladiator 2?
The Alien prequels are just like, oh my god.
I don't even know how they're making Gladiator 2, but I would say that indie movies, like, there's a big following, like you said, with A24 and stuff. But like a lot of these smaller movies, like Past Lives is an A24 film.
We saw it. I thought it was good.
I thought I liked it, but that movie has got a lot more credit. And look what they did with Everything Everywhere All at Once, just this small A24 movie that came out of nowhere. Like, Yorgos Litmus, as much as I don't like this man, Poor Things is going to be huge. That's going to be a massive movie, and it's going to be this indie director making this weird movie that I probably hate, but it's going to have this big following. That's the new Hollywood.
Keep in mind, there's still like reputable enough actors to like get people to even be open-minded to more artsy movies. I mean, the only reason people went to see Jennifer Lawrence's Mother in the first place was not because it was a Bible allegory or a Mother Nature metaphor. It was because Jennifer Lawrence, Javier Bardem, Michelle Pfeiffer, so many other reputable people showing that they're much more interested in more than what their audience is actually asking for.
Right.
I mean, look at all the big actors going to TV. Like for the last 10 years, all these big actors are doing TV. That's the new medium at this point.
Well, I mean, when Matthew McConaughey revived his career with the season 1 of True Detective back in 2014 or 13, whichever year that came out, when he basically revived, his career had sunk down into nothing but rom-coms and shit like that. And then, and then right back to back, it was like True Detective season 1, Mud, Dallas Buyers Club, and he just started kicking ass like big time.
And so did Woody.
Meryl Streep, Amy Adams, they did a bunch of TV. Tom Hanks has done TV. Everyone has done TV now. It's the norm.
Yeah.
I don't know about Tom Hanks. Like 5 seconds in 1883, I wouldn't really count.
He's still gone to TV. I mean, in the 80s, if you had said, here's a big movie star who's willing to do TV, that would be
correct.
Josh, Tom Hanks got started on TV already, so it's not really.
Bosom Buddies doesn't count as TV. That
yes,
counts
it
as
your first loss. Your first loss.
I don't
Josh.
like the laugh track. I hate laugh tracks.
I love me some Bosom Buddies.
It's one thing I said though in the drinker group, like even a year ago though. I also get people have to start supporting stuff because then we'll see this. Hey, we're sick and tired of Star Wars or Disney and blah blah.
Right.
Yes, but then when A24 comes out, the fact that it said Dread bombed at the box office. Talk to Me was fantastic. Nefarious was fantastic.
Talk to Me made by YouTubers.
And then West the Covenant, but it's Covenant Sound of Freedom. But like some of my top 10 movies of this year, we all love them and nobody's fucking going to see them. So then people want to bitch that there's nothing out there to watch, nothing original. No, there is stuff. Get off your asses, stop pirating shit, no offense, and go to the fucking theater.
I mean,
come on.
I introduced Josh to Enzo when we all collectively saw Infinity Pool when fucking nobody else did.
Right. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
that was a good one, man.
I'm pretty sure Enzo and I are the only ones in here who have seen Skinamarink and know that it's
because it's still
out of this world.
Yeah, I think Infinity Pool is still one of the better movies I saw this year.
Like I understand Oppenheimer's box office, but I still see articles still written. The fact that in 2023, if you would have told me 7 months ago, $1.5 billion movie was fucking Barbie. Barbie is the #1 fucking movie of 2023 when there's so much good shit out there. Like, okay, so maybe Hollywood is shitty, but also the fans are just as fucking stupid. When somebody wants to rate Barbie over The Covenant, come on, man.
Yeah, but the thing is, Barbie, it definitely has that, like I said in my video, it's that cultural zeitgeist. It's like, it's good or bad. It's something we could talk about for years. The Barbie movie will be studied and analyzed for a decade to come.
But people are going to see this movie 4, 5, 6 fucking times. That's it.
That's
these
much.
guys,
I forgot we got Asteroid City this year. That's a pretty decent Wes Anderson. Not perfect, but decent.
Yeah, me and Mother watched it. It was a bit more on the pretentious side for Wes Anderson, I think, and that's saying something.
I prefer the pretentious side.
I loved the color palette of that movie. Though. Fuck, dude, the look of it.
And we got awesome. Mission Impossible this year. How can we be mad at the movie theater? That was awesome.
Yeah.
But then
the thing is, there's nothing wrong with the movie theater. It's just like it's too little. It's not enough. It's like, I mean, you can't be putting all your money. It's like Drinker and so many people have said you can't be putting all your money on these, giant mega billion movies, $1 billion movies.
Remember a time when somebody would tell you about like, Blue Ruin or something like that, and be like, "Hey, dude, did you catch Blue Ruin on Netflix?" I'm like, "No, what's that?" Or, something along those lines. I mean, shit, that's how Boondock Saints got started, was people, because it didn't get premiered in the movies because of Columbine. And so, like, people were passing around the fucking, the VHS tape and being like, dude, you got to watch this. Is fucking hilarious and violent and crazy and shit like that.
I think it was like 1999, like hearing about Donnie Darko, like before it was like anyone knew about it, because Paul Thomas Anderson was like, hey, look out for this movie called Donnie Darko next year. And it's like, okay. And then like a year later, it's just in the fucking Blockbuster. Oh, it is.
That's how Talk to Me was. Like, I was at my bar one night and we were talking and somebody mentioned like, hey, don't you do like a movie group? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, what, we're going to go to the movies tonight. Like, what should we go see? And I'm like, go see Talk to Me. Yeah. And they're like, what is that? And then I like went in this like 20-minute diatribe. I'm like, what Talk to Me was and how good it was. And they went and saw it and they came back and they're like, man, that was so good. It was so creepy.
What I love about Talk to Me is like the really like Final Destination, Friday the 13th levels of sequel, prequel potential. Where the hand is going to be, where it's going to be next time, where it's big.
They've already made a prequel and they're working on a sequel.
Right. You can make 10 Talk to Me movies and it wouldn't matter. It would be fine.
Yeah,
that's what's cool about it. It's like
it's going to be
dude,
like The
keep 'em
Conjuring
coming.
or one of those Paranormal Activity
keep
ones.
them coming. Like The Conjuring, I don't understand why they keep making more than 2 or 3 of those. Like that's too many. It's gonna be like Jason. It's gonna keep coming back. That fucking hand. It's awesome.
That reminds me though, A24 already has like X as a franchise, and after Maxine, like, can you really see there being any story potential?
Yeah, really,
after
just
that?
a tight trilogy would be fine.
Like
but
a Mia
as far
Goth,
as Talk to
a
Me,
Mia Goth
limitless.
trilogy.
God, she's so hot. God,
Yeah, she's
so
good.
hot.
She's
She's hot for a woman with no eyebrows.
Yeah. I go. Hal said the joke about Black Panther for white women. He's right.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What is?
Barbie.
Barbie
Oh,
is
yeah.
Black Panther for white women.
Yeah.
Well, the biggest movie of the year still hasn't
Someone
come
was
out.
saying that Salt Lake City, Utah is Wakanda for Mormons.
Wait,
I was
what's
like,
coming?
dude,
What's coming out,
Jesus
Josh?
Christ.
The biggest movie of the year, and this is my prediction, it's going to make the most money of any movie at the box office, is the Taylor Swift Eras Tour. Those fans are
probably.
nuts.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to make so much money. That's going to be the biggest box office draw. It's going to outdo Barbie in its first weekend. I guarantee.
I just want to say that
Taylor Swift.
I just want to say that Taylor Swift fangirls crashed the TIFF site at 2022, which made just about half my shows impossible and almost cost me the Steven Spielberg chance to actually see him in person.
Wow.
Which thankfully I still had. And
hey, we have Dream Scenario coming out this year. I'm excited.
which reminds me, Josh and I were literally across the street from Ari Aster and Nicolas Cage at the same damn time.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
You know, I'd say I hate Taylor Swift. Then again, Cardi B and fucking Nicki Minaj still sell albums. So everybody's.
And Ice Spice doesn't know if she's a rapper or a singer, so she needs to make up her damn mind. Pick one.
If you guys ever get a chance, look up like the 2009 appearance of Taylor Swift right after the Kanye West controversy.
Oh God!
When she won and look that up on her SNL appearance. She's funny as fuck. She was funny as fuck in SNL.
Yeah. Well,
Wes,
she's gonna make a lot of money.
I'm gonna
with
let
that.
you finish and everything, but
like Taylor Swift is a cult these days. They got friendship bracelets. People are like dedicated. They'd sell her home just to go see tickets.
Swifties.
It's a cult. I'm convinced.
I made
they
a
Mormons next right to them.
I made a poster for like some Taylor Swift tribute band in Florida somewhere, and it was like I didn't realize like they're like a fucking huge touring act, you know, just this tribute band, you know. And it's so funny because like that means people actually like the songs, you know what I mean? It's like ew.
The fact that Taylor Swift can get somebody canceled just because she broke up with him and writes a song about him gives you the amount, gives you an idea of the amount of power she fucking wields.
Well, the funniest thing is the Taylor Swift fan base and the Fish fan base have always like clashed because of. No, I'm not joking. Because of the Madison Square Garden thing, because Fish sells out every fucking show immediately, especially like they play 5. They did like a show a few years ago, the Baker's Dozen. They did 13 shows at Madison Square Garden in fucking 13 days, you know, and every day is like new songs, totally new material, and they sell out instantly. But you have to understand, it's like the same, 100,000 people just buying every ticket every time, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas Taylor Swift is like, a huge, like everyone's always checking out. But it's kind of the same thing though, just more women. But what's funny is like, they're always like, OMG, the Fish Bros, like Fish. Who is this fucking stupid band? Why are they at Madison Square Garden and not the Queen? Tay Tay or whatever.
Yeah, holy
just
Christ.
so silly.
Wait, she's got a nickname?
Yes.
She's always had that.
I mean, if Tay Tay is Tay Swift,
it was in that joke. It was in Hobbs and Shaw.
Yeah.
If the Rock said that.
I saw that. It's sort of a blur to me. All those movies.
Rock said that on fucking Lip Sync Battle of all things.
Christ.
I mean, Killers of the Flower Moon is still yet to come out. That could do really good business.
The only thing I'm looking forward before the end of this year is the Expendables 4.
I was looking forward to Dune 2.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask you guys, did anyone see the trailer for that new that robot movie? That looks fantastic.
Yeah,
I think
the creation's gonna be badass, I think.
That looks I saw it last night when I seen the new Haunting of Venice film, and I thought that trailer looks fucking awesome.
I am very looking forward to the Haunting in Venice. I really like the
I was gonna review it. I liked it a lot.
That's the third one, right?
I watched Jeremy Johns reviewed it, and I still like Jeremy Johns, but it was like Kenneth Branagh. He knows, dude. He owns Perot. Like he just has that mannerism, and it feels like it's 1940s Venice. Like he's got a certain way of like he makes the sets look like you're actually back in the fucking 40s.
I don't know how serious I can take Tina Fey in a serious role.
I mean,
dude. I mean,
she
she
does the whole 1940s accent, but I mean, she's
I
not,
like it when comedians branch out once in a while,
Yeah.
you know. So
But
it's
still,
like,
I mean, Bill Hader did it. That doesn't mean that she's going to be good at it.
Right,
no,
but
but
it's
his-
like, give
Oh,
her
I
a
can't wait
chance,
to see
bro.
it. I'm a
No,
huge
it was-
fan. I used to watch CBC or PBS and watch Poirot, Murder Mysteries, Agatha Christie, all that stuff. Give me more of that. I want it. I like
would
that
always
it's
say
the
that.
highest budget TV movie with the stories I know.
Yeah, I
I'm
liked it a
digging
lot. And I always say I'm a fucking idiot with murder mysteries. I was on the edge of my seat. I brought my son. The last half hour, he does the whole like Perot. I'm going to explain what's going on. But up until the last half hour, I'm like, what? Who fucking did it? And the way he breaks it down, you're like, I want to see more of that shit. They're great.
They'll make
Well,
more, I'm sure.
I'm gonna sound like a pretentious asshole here. I mean, because I am a pretentious asshole. But I can always guess that stuff, so it becomes very boring for me. Because I
that's
always
the thing is like, there's a fine line because sometimes like when you guess the ending, you're like, yeah. Because like sometimes it is a good movie, but you're just smarter than the movie. But sometimes it's like this is obvious and it's stupid and it's very
I didn't
clear
see
what's
that.
going to happen.
Well, I tell my friend, he for the first time, I don't know why I wanted to punch him in the face. We finally watched Edge of Tomorrow last weekend, which I'm like, dude. So I bought it in 4K, and within the first half hour, he's like, Emily Blunt. He goes, she went the exact same thing Tom Cruise did. I'm like, dude, how did you? He just picked up on it like that, and I'm like, holy fuck! Like he knew before I did. Like he said, what's going on? And he realized the fact that she already knew what he was going through, so he can pick up stuff really quick. But
my ex-wife and I used to go to the movies a lot, and I would be guessing the ending to like she really is a huge M. Night Shyamalan fan.
Yeah.
And I would guess, I would like, these are boring to me because I already know what the twist is going to be. And she would be like, you didn't guess that, you didn't know. So what I started to do was I would take an index card with us to the theater and I would write down what it is and put it in her purse. And then I'd be like, open your purse, go look. And she'd be like, how did you guess that? And I'm like, because the last movie that I saw that really stumped me and I didn't see the twist was The Prestige.
Yeah.
And that's one of the ones that's still one of my favorite movies to this day.
Well, I thought The Village was cool. I mean, they were dressing up the entire time. I thought it was some kind of M. Night Shyamalan supernatural kind of beings, and it was a fucking them playing dress up. Like, oh shit, at least that was original.
I really like Split. I thought Split was a really good self-contained movie. I thought it was a lot of fun.
That third one,
and then Glass screwed it up.
Obviously, the signs of like when you watch it in hindsight, you realize like the signs of Bruce Willis's condition were already there. Like that's why he hardly talks, and he's like fucking. You know, it makes sense. What's funny about guessing the movies is like with like you make this call right somewhere in early on in the movie and. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, and you feel silly. But it's like as far as I was gonna bring up a specific movie, like as far as like guessing plots and stuff. God damn it, it's because I'm multitasking.
I was gonna say,
come back to me.
Guess the ending to The Happening.
Yeah. No, I remember now.
You knew the trees were alive.
Sorry. You reminded me because Shyamalan. One of the funnier band names I heard was Bruce Willis's The Ghost, and it comes from like the dude's dad in the middle of the movie. Just kind of leans over and just like.
Does anyone listen to Bruce Willis's album on Motown Records? It's not bad. It's I really like it. I own it.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
It's good.
Return of
but like
Bruno.
there was a part in the middle of the movie where like where this kid's dad like leans over and they're watching The Sixth Sense and he's just like, Bruce Willis is the ghost. And he kind of sits there and thinks about it. He's like, what? Yeah, right. And then like a few minutes go by and he's like, wait a minute. Holy shit, he's right. And then like the remaining like hour of the movie, 30 minutes of the hour, whatever, how long it was, 45 minutes, however long. But now that was his band name. It was a shitty band.
Richard Roper, who was the replacement for Gene Siskel with
Ebert.
Ebert, Siskel and Ebert, and Richard Roper, who's kind of a douchebag, but he wrote a book in like '99, and it was called All the Secrets to Modern Movies. And one of the things that he wrote in there's a chapter when it comes to movies with a twist. Every movie that has a twist in it will give it away in the very opening scene. All you have to do is pay attention.
Yeah.
And there's only so many twists. Now, again, The Prestige did trick me.
Yeah.
But
are you watching closely?
But they do give it away in the opening scene. That's it. Yeah, the hats. The hats give it away. But you're just it's because he does that because the soundtrack is so I don't care what anybody says. That's Nolan's best movie. Hands down.
I agree
Hands
too.
down.
And,
I will die on that hill.
this is actually a good segue because it was like going to say Hugh Jackman is getting a divorce, and he's been married to this lovely, woman for 27 years.
Is she though?
She's like, that's the thing is like, everyone's always been saying like, well, he obviously loves her because she's not a supermodel, and their marriage has been on for 27 years. And like this person who I censored their name, he was in one of the groups I'm in. He says he's going to be mowing down some Victoria's Secret models very soon. Like, oh yeah, it's going to be happening.
Dude, that's not censoring if you made the censor bar the shape of a dick.
Oh, I see. Yeah, everything's a phallus, bro.
Tyler, I swear to God, I have this belief that Tyler is a private detective in real life because he always fucking catches shit that we don't catch.
I do have a good detective name, don't I?
Yeah.
I want you to do the Dick Tracy remake.
Guys,
Tyler,
other segue before we get into Hugh Jackman is divorced / coming out of the closet. I've seen this meme being shared around, and I want to get your opinions. Apparently, all men and women have a favorite fictional detective. Spill it. Now, mine, obviously, is Daryl Zero from Zero Effect. We're talking about old movies, revisiting old movies. If you guys haven't seen it, it's from 1998. Bill Pullman, Ben Stiller. Very fun, interesting detective movie. Basically, Monk before Monk. The guy's got crazy OCD.
Yeah.
You guys seen? I know Chris said he didn't see
like
it. You guys see Zero Effect? Check it out, man. If you guys haven't seen it, Wes, have you seen Zero Effect? I'd assume he did, but he's not here. But I'll give you a quote here.
No, I'm here. I'm sorry. I had to pee.
Okay.
I had to pee real quick, so I muted my camera.
Have you seen Zero Effect with Bill Pullman?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have.
I like
seen
that movie.
I do not like Bill Pullman. He has a very punchable face. I don't like him.
Oh, but he's wonderful in this movie, and obviously he's great in Independence Day. I like Bill Pullman. I've always liked him, but he's super weird in this movie. He's like
Independence Day, man.
He's crazy OCD, but
how many actors have a punchable face? All of them.
But in terms
you just don't
of like,
want to punch him.
I think the thing about Daryl Zero, this guy he is, and he says this line himself. He is, may I dare say, the greatest observer in the universe. Like he is like one of the greatest. His assistant is played by Ben Stiller, and that's why I like the movie because it's Ben Stiller as like a supporting role, being kind of shat on a little, stomped on. It's fun him going through the ringer, but like he has to tell him, he's like, you're the greatest private investigator in the world. And just like some of the Daryl Zero isms, like his quote right here, like, now a few words on looking for things. When you go looking for something so specific, your chances of finding it are very bad because of all the things in the world, you're only looking for one of them. When you go looking for anything at all, your chances of finding it are very good because of all the things in the world. You're sure to find some of them. So just fun stuff like that. But what are your guys' favorite private detectives or fictional detectives? Sorry.
I just saw Haunting in Venice, so I'm going with Hercule Poirot.
Really?
It's because I don't want to watch a lot of detective stuff, but I said, I don't know about the Agatha Christie novels, but I just said no. After watching these 3 movies, the way Kenneth Branagh plays this guy, it's awesome, man. And
that's great. He's got very Inspector Clouseau vibes.
Yes, and I don't read enough. I don't know enough detectives to play off because at least everyone knows Sherlock Holmes, so I'm picking somebody.
Sherlock.
So after watching this 3rd film as a trilogy, this is a great trilogy. I really like that fucking movie.
Yeah. What about you, Tyler? Favorite fictional detective?
I'm probably going to have to go with Monk just because of how quirky he is and able to just put himself in the situation. And I love the reveals every single time.
Tony Shalhoub has a soft spot in my heart because of the movie Paulie that I used to watch as a child. I wasn't even a child. I think I was like in middle school or something when that was out. But
really,
goddamn, it's a good
Galaxy
movie.
Quest?
Oh, I love Galaxy Quest.
Yeah.
I love that film.
Good call.
But I just think Polly was just such a great, like Tony Shalhoub being a little Russian immigrant janitor.
I thought you meant the parrot, Polly. Okay.
Yeah, the parrot movie, the talking parrot movie for kids. Yes, it's a good movie. It's a good kids movie.
Funny how Tony Shalhoub is Lebanese and he keeps playing Italians half his career.
He's ethnically vague. He's like one of those great actors that can play any ethnicity.
I thought he was Italian. Sure.
No, I love him in Big Night.
Played,
acting.
He played Middle Eastern in The Siege.
Yeah,
he's also he's an alien, but Men in Black. He's like the pawn shop store owner with the explodable head.
Yeah, Siege is a good movie.
Yeah, Tony Shalhoub, man. But yeah, Josh, what's your favorite fictional detective?
Any detective from Homicide: Life on the Street, one of my favorite TV shows.
Oh,
okay. I love Homicide: Life on the Street. It's a great BBC series. It's got Andrew Bauer, and it's got the guy who plays Munch in Law and Order.
Yes.
It's got
Andre Bauer was electric in that. In that,
it's a
series.
fantastic series.
That's how I fell in love with him as an actor. Was how good he was in that. Like he would. He was what they used to before they had the show The Closer. He was the closer. Like when they needed to interrogate somebody and they had somebody in the box that they couldn't get information out of, they would send Andre Bauer's character into the box because he would, he would be able to get it out of him.
Anyone from that show, that's a brilliant show.
Farrell saying Jason Case, played by George Carlin. I don't know where that's from, but I'll look it up.
I don't know what that is, Farrell.
Someone look it up.
I love
Farrell
Psych.
also saying, you're making me want to rewatch Monk and Psych. I remember watching Wings on live TV.
Yeah.
Wings was great.
Loved him in duets. All right. What about you, Wes? Favorite fictional detective?
Yeah, so I grew up in the 80s where everybody was a fucking private detective in the 80s. Like there were so many. It was Simon and Simon.
Is it Bruce
and
Willis
Scarecrow
on
and
Moonlighting?
Mrs. King, Bruce Willis and Moonlighting. I mean, every fucking show was a private detective show. Spencer for Hire, Magnum PI.
Oh yeah, Magnum.
The 18 did it.
Yeah, to a certain degree, the 18. Well, they were more mercs than
it's always blackest before it goes completely dark.
But yeah, no. So I always grew up with that, and obviously, you guys know what I do for a living. So I'd have to say it's probably pretty well split amongst Denzel Washington's character in Devil in a Blue Dress. I really like the detective film noir type stuff. So Chinatown with Jake Gittes' character from Chinatown has a big effect on me. There's tricks that he does in that movie that I still use to this day, or at least variations upon those tricks that he used, because he uses a lot of dirty tricks. And then Patrick Kenzie, the private detective, which was made famous by Casey Affleck in Gone Baby Gone. I've read all of those books that are actually based on real life husband and wife private detectives and the guy that writes those books, Dennis Lehane, is a former private detective himself. So yeah, I'd say it's probably evenly split up, which I know is a shitty answer, and I'm sorry for that. But I there's also I like niche private detective stuff. I really wish they'd have made a series from Clive Barker's novels, The Lord of Illusions, with Harry D'Amour character, where he specializes in supernatural private detective stuff, even though he doesn't want to. He's sort of like a Constantine type character without the magic powers, but he's like a really good private detective that winds up in occult type cases and stuff like that. And again, I know everybody's always sick of hearing me say the books, go to the books and stuff like that, but there's a lot of great detective novels. I do read most of the Spencer detective novels. I do read a lot of Dennis Lehane. So somewhere around, if you really put me to it, I'd probably say Jake Gittes from Chinatown, just because he's such a piece of shit, and but he gets embroiled in something that's so, because he's one of those like anything for money private detectives, and he's so like jaded, and the case that he finds himself in is so dark and so fucked up that it's like way beyond even his ability to understand, and he kind of has to navigate his way through that. So that's definitely my favorite private detective movie, if you had to ask me. So.
Well, yeah, other good detectives I like are like Columbo and Ace Ventura, and who else?
Perry Mason.
Perry Mason. What's crazy
Sherlock
is
Holmes,
I'm looking.
Jeremy Brett, 1980, best portrayal of the character.
I like Basil, the old school Basil Rathbone. I love him best, but dude, Farrell's kind of blowing my mind because it's not Jason Case. I'm sorry, it's called Justin
I looked this up too.
Case.
Jason Case.
Did you read
from
the description?
Disney with George Carlin? No, please enlighten us.
Okay, so Justin Case is a 1988 television pilot that they made that they put into a TV movie where George Carlin's character, Justin Case, dies, become an angel, comes back to investigate his own death.
Damn.
Oh, wow.
It's like RoboCop. Dude, Yeah, that's so crazy because there's apparently a few other Just in Case movies, like Just in Case You're Famous, Just in Case, but they're played by different people.
This
But
is
yeah,
Blake
who
Edwards,
is-
Pink Panther,
Yeah, Blake
Breakfast at
Edwards,
Tiffany's.
exactly. Just in Case, and it's a Disney
Yeah.
program. Wow, amazing. What are some other good detectives before we move on? I mean, there's
Last
so
Boy
many.
Scout,
I
Bruce
will-
Willis's
yeah.
character in Last Boy Scout.
Wayne.
Yeah, because they don't need to be private detectives; they can be police detectives too. I like
I got one
Morgan
that's
Freeman's
kinda-
character from Somerset from Seven. He's a good detective. I liked him a lot.
I mean, I think the best detective is Batman. So.
Ooh.
Is he though? Is he really though?
I like the
Yeah.
idea that Ace Ventura is actually the greatest detective alive, but he's stupid and applies all of his amazing skills to pet mysteries.
I mean, the best part of Law and Order SVU, Elliot.
I
Maloney.
thought you'd never ask.
He's great. He has a wonderful arc through the series.
No,
The day I
would-
mistook. The day I met you, there was a white substance on your shoe that I
Ice-T,
mistook for
he's a
plaster.
great
And yesterday, I
detective.
smelled the exact same substance outside the hut where the bat was kept, and that's where it hit me. The great white bat has great white guano.
No, I would argue Wes is Jack Reacher the detective because he does some detective stuff in that first season. Man, there's a lot of detective work going on.
Yeah, no, yeah, Jack Reacher is probably. I mean, I thought we were trying to keep it to private detectives. But yeah, Jack Reacher's definitely, he's CID agent, so he's a special investigations detective, and details matter. So, but yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fun to watch him fuck people up, but it's also pretty fun to watch him figure stuff out. If you read the books more, I know. But if you read,
so I was saying drink when he says books.
Well,
if you read the books, there is clues, and he does figure stuff out, and it's pretty interesting the way that he does sometimes.
What I love about Columbo and Ace Ventura is Ace Ventura was like our 90s generation Columbo, because the idea is Columbo acts like a drunk, he's like a bumbling drunk. He doesn't know what the hell's going on. Oh, Columbo's on the case. We're going to get away scot-free. And he always does that thing where he's like, yeah, well, thanks for the drink. Thanks for the dinner. Hey, one more thing. Why is it that, and then Ace Ventura does the same thing where you think he's an eccentric lunatic. He acts like a crazy person. I mean, he literally acts like a crazy person. And then all of a sudden he solves the case. Like, this is double plain soundproof.
I
blast.
would really like it if we're just talking about detectives in general, if they could ever make a good version, whether it be a TV, movie, I don't care. Probably TV show would be better. John Sanford's novels, the Lucas Davenport novels, and that are set in Minnesota primarily. They did do a movie with Mark Harmon where he played the character back in like 2011, and Tatiana Maslany back before she tanked her career with She-Hulk. She was in it, and he's a great detective, and that will often, and again, that's another reason why I'm a little jaded when it comes to movies with twists, because I've read enough twists in these books. My mom introduced me to those novels, the Prey novels, back when I was like 12 or 13. And because I was going to the comic book store and spending my allowance way too fast. And she was like, you're reading these comic books too fast. Here, start reading books. And she handed me one of the Prey novels. And I still read them to this day. I got one of the audiobooks in my car, like literally right now. So yeah, I definitely would put Lucas Davenport up there. If you guys ever want to.
Farrell mentioned, I'm not sure how much you guys watch Psych, but actually, if you break down Psych with a comedy, Sean's a fucking excellent detective.
That show's way too goofy. That show's so goofy.
Saying, it's definitely goofy, but in terms of Sean's
like,
awareness,
Well, I like it when like the detective is smart within reason. I don't like it where he's like the Jigsaw killer, like level of omnipotence, where he just knows everything all the time. It's like that gets stupid. I like to see my detectives get stumped at least a little bit,
Technically speaking, I know Wes is watching this. I'm not sure you guys, but if you break down House really is a detective's show in many ways.
Okay.
Medical detective.
No.
Inspector Gadget counts as
every episode of House is exactly here's the formula for House. I'll save you many years of someone comes in with an illness. Everybody thinks it's this one illness. It's not that one illness. So House comes up with a different illness while he's being a dickhead. And then they come up with the other illness, but it's really another illness, which they didn't think of. And then he comes up with that, and that's what it really is. But it's something shocking, and you can't even believe that it's the thing that he came up with. And then he has to be more of a dick in order to show that illness. No, that's You watch one episode of House, you've
That's
watched every
that's
single
detective
episode.
work, though.
Yeah, but it's entertaining.
Yeah.
I like House.
Well, I feel like the thing about why Daryl Zero is the greatest detective ever is because of his fucking dialogue. It's
Really?
so incredible. Like he has here's me doing more Daryl Zero, but it's a small one. But this is a great quote, and it says, "I always say that the essence of my work relies fundamentally on two basic principles: objectivity and observation, or the two obs, as I like to call them. My work relies on my ability to retain absolutely, purely objective, just completely detached. I have mastered the fine art of detachment. And while it comes at some cost, this supreme objectivity is what makes me, I dare say, the greatest observer the world has ever known."
Jesus Christ.
It's so funny.
You're never going to get through an Enzo stream without Enzo doing a monologue for no apparent reason.
Not a monologue. Monologues are longer.
Yeah, well, here's another
Zach
good.
hasn't given us any examples yet.
This is a great example of like why I love Daryl Zero's two lines. Ben Stiller on the phone, like he's in an airport, and Bill Pullman's his boss, Daryl Zero. He's on a payphone calling another payphone right next to him. Ben Stiller has to answer and talk to his boss, and he's like, "Why am I talking? Why are we talking on a payphone?" And Daryl Zero's like, "I told you, we can't be too careful. Two guys in an airport talking. It's a little fishy." Love it. Love it. Very funny.
If you guys want to see a good film noir updated detective movie, before he got famous with Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr. did a movie called Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, written by Shane Black, and that is a good ass detective movie.
Well, Tyler,
Nice Guys. Go watch Nice Guys.
You got another example here?
Yeah, I gotta take off because I actually gotta work in the morning. But what I will say, the one poster behind me, I would say Standoff at Sparrow Creek definitely counts as a detective movie, and not one that you would expect because it's. Dude, you really have to block my view. Thank you.
Sorry.
Even when I'm zoned out, I can tell. But anyways, it's rare when you get like a one location detective thriller where all the clues lie in like the interrogations and the conversations that you have with people, whether you remember them or not. And it's just such a brilliant, and the film noir aesthetic of Sparrow Creek, where shadows and silhouettes are fucking everywhere. It makes the movie as much as the music makes Jaws a classic, in my opinion.
What's it called, Tyler?
The Standoff at Sparrow Creek.
Excellent.
Great movie.
At Sparrow Creek.
And
it's
not even in an hour and a half long. Like it's
wow.
super self-contained, one location kind of thing.
Okay.
Super good movie.
I rented it off of YouTube, so that's where you're more likely.
It's literally the poster right behind you, right?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Sorry.
Who's in it?
James Badge Dale. He's really the only reputable guy, although the one dude from Rings of Power that Drinker calls McSquishy Face is actually in this, but
I don't know.
He is legitimately really good, and his face actually does make him even more despicable, oddly enough.
Okay. So you said you can get it off YouTube. I'll check it out for sure.
That's where I got it. And as Josh said, the Nice Guys, in my opinion, brought back the slapstick comedy along with the mystery comedy. Because I mean, Ryan Gosling throwing his gun out of a window and Russell Crowe just looking pissed and freaked out beyond belief is one of the fucking funniest things I've ever seen.
I'm swimming with the mermaids.
That
I gotta tell you,
the
man.
body that was also amazing.
having that as like the with Shane Black and that being the follow up to technically, the LA Confidential. I don't know, man. I was very underwhelmed. Maybe I need to watch that again. I was very underwhelmed by the Nice Guys.
Really?
I'd say give it a rewatch.
Oh, Northern English Bastard, making it usual time. Morning. Yes, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang is very underrated. Val Kilmer rocks on it as well.
All right, well, this has been good chat with you guys.
Well, thank you for the suggestion. I will definitely check it out.
Nice Guys made our top 10, both our top 10 lists of the 2010s easy for 2010 to 2020.
That's right.
We love that movie.
Forgot about that.
It's the perfect 70s cop drama, basically. But with humor.
I don't know, man.
No, the Nice Guys is good. I thought we were talking about the other guys. I'm sorry, my mistake.
The Other Guys has about 10 minutes of brilliant thing. When they answer the witches, I'm happy.
Nice Guys is great with Ryan Gosling breaking that door open with the window open. That's like fucking
the daughter.
One of the funniest scenes ever.
Oh, the daughter trying to pay Russell Crowe to like beat up her friend, so she doesn't have to go to a birthday party for $10. Genius.
I was gonna say the girl like throwing the empty coffee.
Yeah. Another good detective before you leave, Tyler, is Eddie Valiant from Roger Rabbit. I like him a lot because he's like he used to be a good detective. He's washed up, but he comes around, you know. Pulls out that cartoon revolver at the end of the movie.
All because a piano fell on somebody of all things. Yeah.
Cartoon killed his brother. Dropped a piano on his head. How do you not like? I'd be in the bar. I'd be in the bar like laughing. Wait, you're all serious? Oh, thought that was a joke. Holy shit! All right, Tyler. Well, good night, man. Enjoy your luscious Canadian land.
Yes,
and
luscious
have
land
a good day.
Too. I'm literally 10 minutes away from them.
We're really pretty close.
Well, Yukon Ho, right?
It's the main reason I came in, just to make sure that Josh was okay after everything that happened.
Oh, I'm good. Don't you worry about me. I mean, you got the detective from Halloween. He's always great. Forget the name. I'm blanking on it. The bald guy, Donald Pleasance.
Dr. Loomis is not a detective.
He's technically a detective at this point. I'll take it.
Anyway, that's our show. Good night.
Take it easy, Tyler.
Buddy. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay, so I guess the final, or not the final. We forgot to talk about this. We kind of touched on it, but yeah, back to the Prestige. Like the Prestige is gonna have so many more layers after Hugh Jackman comes out. You know, because here's the thing. There's two options. Yeah, because here's the thing. There's two options. Either A, he's divorcing his wife of 27 years, whom he loved dearly for reasons, or it's some cosmetic relationship used for Hollywood, and it's basically like there's no need for it now, dear. I'm gonna call it quits, and I'm preparing to come out. Now, there's nothing wrong with Hugh Jackman being gay.
You mean that she was his beard,
right? Just like a kind of Freddie Mercury type thing with his girlfriend, you know?
Gotcha.
And there's nothing. Here's the thing: before Hugh Jackman,
well, okay, but to be fair, if you're to believe the biopic with Rami Malek, he was banging that chick, so he was kind of
right.
But then
he could be bisexual. So, yeah, you just prefer dudes. Here's the thing: you're going to be playing Wolverine. You know, you can't let people know you're actually a gay, even though Wolverine is one of the few comics characters that we could be gay, and it's like a Richard Gere thing.
That could be fine. The guy that plays Magneto's gay,
right? I think the thing is, it's like. You want to be playing like leading
at the end of the day, aren't we all a little gay? I'm
right.
You know, with everything else that's going on with trans and all this other weirdo shit, like I'm fine with like somebody being gay. Like let's
exactly the dude's an actor. Like he's expected to be a little gay.
You can be gay. Be gay. I'm fine with you being gay. You know what I mean? Like I've never I get Tom Cruise is gay as fuck. Okay, he loves dudes. He loves cock. Tom Cruise loves cock, and I will fight anybody that tells me differently. I know he loves cock, and I love that for him that he loves cock. But
what I don't like is how he has to go to such lengths to hide it. You know,
right? He goes to serious lengths to hide it.
How many millions of dollars have been wasted? You know, to just hide the fact that Hugh Jackman and Tom Hanks are gay.
Yeah, like it's totally fine. It's totally fine for him to be gay.
I hear Hugh Jackman literally has. I hear Hugh Jackman's had a boyfriend, the same boyfriend for fucking 10 years, and he lives in Australia rent-free. Like Hugh Jackman just has an apartment for him and pays for him. And that's like his actual dude. And,
listen,
and he's like
if Hugh Jackman saw one of these streams and was like, I, Lord of Toxicity, I want to put a baby in your dango, I'd be like, yeah, let's make that happen, Wolverine.
Also,
fuck yeah, I'm
Hugh
your
Jackman's
bitch for
straight
life.
And he's watching this and he'd like to clear up the air. Please come on in. Like, yeah.
Hugh Jackman, I don't want you to be straight. I want you to be gay, and I want you to send me an offer. I want to live in Australia, and I want to be your house bitch. I want that for us.
Here's the thing. Luis saw, who's the new Wolverine, and it's some Australian actor. Well, he was most known for at the time was Broadway. This is Hugh Jackman in Oklahoma.
Yeah, you
Now,
haven't seen
I don't
him
know how
play?
much I can get away with showing this, but I mean, wearing chaps.
I mean, I would also point out, we got it, Enzo. We got it. I would also point out that one of the first, when Russell Crowe started becoming very famous with Quick and the Dead and Virtuosity and LA Confidential, he had done an early movie where he plays like a gay guy living with his father in Australia. And, I just thought it was a good movie. I'm one of those people that I liked The Last of Us, and I thought the best episode was the gay guys episode that everybody hated because they didn't want to see Ron Swanson.
I didn't hate that episode. I just didn't think it fit into the series very well.
Yeah.
I think it was a really good episode. I just didn't think it fit. They could have gradually put it in throughout as a second story arc.
I mean, to be fair, one, you should know right off the rip, I've never played the game. And then number two, you should also know that I do agree that they focused way too much on stuff they like for what was it, 8 episodes? For an 8-episode limited series, you know what I mean? Like, had it been like 20 episodes, that could have been a little bit more understandable to have 2 major gay episodes.
They skipped so many events in the games. They could have stretched the first game out until like 2 or 3 seasons.
that show is not for people who like the game. If you like the game, do not watch that show.
Joel is just injured half the time. He's like, I can't do anything. I'm old.
But if you've never watched if you never played the game, that show is incredible.
Well, that's what we said was, but how many times like something that's a good book and there'll be a movie or TV show that's not a faithful adaptation, but like you said with Prestige, the film's better than the book. And I would say like Last of Us, that episode is a fantastic episode, but in terms of adaptation, that episode is a shit adaptation of the source material. But it's a great episode. It just
they do hint at it in the game. It's just not discussed.
Yeah.
Well, at the end of the day, I get what they were trying to do there. And I mean, the Prestige, if you're a fan of the Prestige movie, just out of morbid curiosity, you should try to either read the book or listen to the audiobook. It's so fucking different and it's so terrible. It's crazy. It's crazy how bad it is. That's one of the first ones I'll bring up when somebody will be like, "Oh, books are always better than the movie." No, the fuck they're not. No, they're not. Shawshank Redemption, Green Mile, The Prestige, No Country for Old Men. All of these are much better in film. Okay.
What is the movie that came out on the same time at The Prestige that was like The Prestige but not?
The Illusionist. The Illusionist.
Thank you. My brain was trying to remember.
Much worse too. I mean, nowhere near as good as Prestige.
It was terrible.
It had David Bowie, I think, or one of them had David Bowie. I couldn't tell.
David Bowie was Prestige.
That was the Prestige. That's like one of the best cameos of all time. Is fucking
well, the reason
David
Bowie
Bill Murray in Zombieland is one of the best cameos of all time. My favorite part of the movie. The only reason to watch it.
Really, I love.
I'm not a fan.
I like seeing what's her name?
Damn fatties.
What's her name? Amber Heard getting killed in the beginning of the movie. She's the hot neighbor.
Hey, just out of curiosity, does anybody remember how the zombie outbreak started in Zombieland?
They never talked about it.
I remember what happened
China?
in Cooties with the chicken nugget.
Nope, it was bad
food,
free burgers that were being sent out at burger places, and somebody got a bad mad cow burger.
National Cheeseburger Day. Yeah.
Did
okay.
anyone
I
see
see
the Elijah Wood film Cooties at all?
Bastard.
Yeah, I did see that Cooties.
I love that movie.
That's a very.
And they started with chicken nuggets. It's so underrated.
It's got.
I liked what was Mom and Dad with Nick Cage.
Effects. Yeah,
that was a fun one.
Yeah,
that was fun too.
Yeah, that was a fun.
The Sin City movies are a much better adaptation than the graphic novels.
Yeah.
Come for me in the comments. Come fight me if you want to. I'm in Lawrence, Kansas. I said it. I don't give a fuck. The movies are better than the fucking graphic novels.
If you live in Kansas, how much do you hate the band named Kansas?
Jim Gaffigan said it best, where he's like, "There's always some guy saying the book was better. You know what I liked about the movie? No reading."
Well, it's like, I never.
I agree with him, and I love to read. Like if you could see thank you, Farrell. If you can
Good
see, my
catch,
bookcase is
Toxic One.
my bookcase is overflowing with fucking books.
Yeah.
I love books. I write books. Okay,
Hey.
but you know what? The movies are better.
No, that's
You know
like,
what's funny? This is a little bit backtracking, but Toxic One that's reminding me because you were talking about Blue Ruin, okay? And Green Room is another movie that guy made. Now that guy we're talking about,
great movie.
What's his name? He's in both of those movies, and he's also in Oppenheimer. He's one of the dudes on the board. He's in a bunch of random tiny roles, but his next movie coming out is the Toxic Avenger remake, which is premiering the day after. Yes, the day after next Wednesday. I think it's premiering Tuesday or Thursday.
Is Toxic Avenger on your list of Halloween rewatches?
I watched it several months ago.
Now, just the first one, or like the extra 5?
Just the first one. But what's funny is like we watched it during like a crazy thunderstorm, and I was like, I had to pause it just to make sure because like if the power goes out,
who did you watch it with?
Farrell. I watched it with Farrell like months ago, and I just happened to be releasing it this week, and I swear to God, it just happens to be premiering at some film festival like this week. So again, it's just like weird,
that shit.
You gotta watch it back to back with Attack of the Killer
It was one of those
Tomatoes.
things where I was planning it for September.
At least he didn't rewatch it with his cousin. Hey, you guys want to hear an impression of Enzo watching a movie with his cousin? Here you go. Here's them watching John Carpenter's Vampire. Hey, the vampires is up on. They got just a crossbow. Yeah, man. Yeah, I totally see that. He did shoot the guy with a crossbow.
You know what's funny is me and Queef made fun of him. I made fun of him about it, and he's like, dude, you know what's funny is like my dad tells me the same thing.
Yeah.
I talk like this literally because I'm lazy. It's funny because Queef can do so many voices. He can talk like anybody. He chooses to talk like that. You know what I mean? That's what's so funny.
Yeah. Stop doing rewatches with him, please.
He wasn't that bad in Silver Bullet, but to what Wes was saying, that I never knew that Watchmen was a graphic novel. So of course I watched the movie. Then when I wound up reading the graphic novel in prison,
movie's better.
Yeah.
Drink, honestly, drink, everybody, drink.
Honestly, to Zack Snyder's credit, I did think the ending in the film was a way better ending than the comic book.
Yes.
Yeah, because that whole fucking octopus
the movie's better. The movie's
Alien
better.
Squid.
Well, Road to Perdition is a better movie than book.
I've heard that too.
Good call.
I like Road to Perdition a lot.
You are just a sexy motherfucker, Josh. You know what? I'm coming to Canada. I'm coming.
Are you drinking Kraken right out the bottle? Oh no,
it's my last one. I'm gonna throw some Kraken with this to mix it up.
Please don't. That'd be so funny.
Chris, your liver fucking hates you. Your liver.
Well, that's my favorite thing about Chris's
if
videos.
You don't think I won't do it, I will.
Start with like, "Hey, I've got this random liquor and like the most inappropriate soda to mix it with."
Yeah.
And every time he pours it, he's like, "It's pretty good." It's like, of course it's good to you.
Chris is like, "Hey, I got some Cisco and Night Train, and they came out with a new they came out with a new flavor of vanilla Pepsi. I'm gonna mix it together. It's not bad. Hey, I got some toilet duck, and I found a leftover seltzer water that was sitting at the train station today when I was heading home. I'll just mix these two together."
Oh, so you're the target audience for the 7-year expired wine in my grandma's cupboard for cooking that she never uses.
Try it. Why not?
Oh, yeah, that's vinegar at that point.
Floaties, and I want to throw it out.
Yeah.
All right. This is empty. We're gonna try.
Farrell's saying he's off cam doing bong rips instead of shots. Oh, right now. I thought he was meant during.
Good for you, Farrell.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Bong rips are always fun.
RIP
the Green New Deal. Megan's big bong she bought. All bongs break, especially glass ones. So it happens.
We got Mike's Hard and Kraken.
Are you doing the Killer Bong movies for the series? Are you doing any of those for Halloween? The Killer Bong ones? Have you seen those things?
Second.
No. Farrell has that's in there. I scheduled everything out, but it's still on the wish list. It's not in the docket, but I can watch it in December. Here's the thing. I know. With the one I wanted to watch first was Evil Bong versus Ginger Dead Man, or whatever the fuck. I was just gonna start with that one. Is it awful? Yeah, I bet.
It is
all terrible. So
let's mix like coffee liqueur and dark rum, coffee flavored dark rum.
There's a Killer Pants movie about designer jeans. If you need one, it's called Slacks.
And so this shit hurts going down.
Yeah, the other movie Farrell suggested was The Cellar, and I need to watch that one too. Also, like you said earlier,
how awesome would it have been if they would have completed the Tales from the Crypt trilogy that they never got to complete? The Demon Knight, and then Bordello of Blood, and then they were supposed to do a third movie.
It was supposed to be The Frighteners, but
it was. And like, can you imagine? Like, I love those movies. I think Tales from the Crypt, Demon Knight.
I love every episode of Tales from the Crypt. I love all.
Yeah,
of them.
I think that's one of the best movies. We got to do a rewatch.
We'll put it on the list.
Really? Demon Knight. I think she'll like Demon Knight, but she does not like most of the episodes I air for her. They're like too short. They're too corny.
She doesn't like Demon Knight.
Wow.
No, but I'm saying I think she will like Demon Knight. She hasn't seen the movie, but the episodes.
Let's do a rewatch. Let's do a rewatch on that. I fucking love that movie.
Well, first we're doing John Carpenter. We'll get there.
Right. Yeah. So we're doing John. You're right. We're doing John Carpenter this week. We're trying to figure out tomorrow. Don't forget to do this when we get off the stream, Chris.
It's 11:30. I'm waiting for a half hour. I'll do it.
Don't forget.
Favorite John Carpenter movie? Is that the question?
No, he wants to know.
Well, I got two. I went and bought two. I bought Big Trouble in Little China in hard media, Josh. I bought it in hard media.
Nice.
I bought.
Did you get it on Laserdisc though?
I don't have a laser. I have an Xbox 360, so it has to be DVD. I'm sorry.
Hey, you got to get HD DVD. That's where it's at.
All right. Can I? All right. Well, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best, buddy.
Hey, I have the first 5 John Carpenter films on Laserdisc, and it's sweet.
Okay,
sweet.
They have this store in town where they sell niche items like DVDs, records, like that. So I got
niche since when?
In the last 10 years.
Yeah.
So I got John Carpenter's The Thing, and I got Big Trouble in Little China. So what I would like you to do, and you check your messages,
I'm checking.
Blue Collar, is for your question of the day, which one should we watch first?
Like I said, it's 11:30 now. I'm waiting until midnight, which is officially Tuesday my day. So I'm
which
watching.
one we should watch first is a terrible question of the day because there's 2 answers. One or two. My opinion anyway.
I know what Josh is saying. It's like when his DVD's outdated, but now, like especially in my area, if I stop at Best Buy, Walmart, any local shop, it's like DVDs. If you're not going to get a Blu-ray, that's it, or like a 4K. But like DVDs, you can't find DVDs in my area no more.
You should save. Taxi, you should save your question for one of your polls. That'd be better. A or B? Which one's better?
Well, he's saying which one should we watch next? So
right.
Yeah.
That's better for the poll.
Well, we'll figure it out. But either way, they have here in Lawrence, we still have like an old school Kansas Main Street where they have like privately owned businesses and stuff like that. Well, I have a privately owned business, and probably will do a third.
Wait, say the accent.
I really hate to.
Say
this.
Because West does Luke's accent so fucking funny.
Really?
What the fuck is TSKES? What the fuck does that mean?
He means to say Tales from the Crypt movie, but here's the thing. They'll probably do a third Tales from the Crypt movie for modern audiences.
Hold on, I'll do it. They probably do a third Tales from the Crypt movie for modern audiences, won't they? Yeah, isn't it?
Probably do it. Yeah, I can't do it.
Probably do a third Tales from the Crypt movie.
I can. Let me see. If I close my eyes and try to harvest his voice from my head from his videos, you know what I mean? Like the way he talks is like it goes like this, and then it goes
in
like
an upward.
That,
It goes in an upward.
Probably do a third. He'll probably do a third
Tales
from the Crypt.
Paul McCartney.
He'll probably do a third Tales from the Crypt film for modern audiences.
Do a third Tales from the Crypt.
That's how he does it. But here's the thing. Here's what's fucked up is I didn't think of this until Northern English Bastard reminded me. But there is a third Tales from the Crypt movie, and it's called Ritual, and it is fucking awful because it's not the actual Crypt Keeper. It's like a different. They built a different Crypt Keeper for it, and it's like largely regarded as like non-canonical.
Do they have
how terrible it is?
Is the key in it? The cosmic key?
No. It's a weird. It's just called Ritual. Tales from the Crypt presents Ritual. It's a 2002 film.
Wow.
And here's the thing. I'm going to show you the Crypt Keeper in that movie, and you're going to shit your pants. He literally has dreadlocks.
I'm drunk enough, so.
Is it just Shaggy?
No, I mean it just looks
Shuggy.
like
Shuggy.
It wasn't me.
it kind of has like skinny Whoopi Goldberg
Holy
vibes. But
shit!
yeah,
That's Whoopi
He's in-
Goldberg.
yeah.
If she was on meth, that's Whoopi
Didn't she
Goldberg.
like
on
quit the
meth.
View or something? I could.
No,
maybe this is what she's doing now.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is a third Tales from the Crypt movie, and
Wow.
it's
I never heard
terrible.
this.
I actually owned it on DVD, and I tried to watch it. Maybe we'll save that for next year's part of because there's Schlocktober next year. There's so much to do. Tim Curry is in the movie though, so that was why.
That's what I keep saying, Enzo. There's plenty of shitty movies back in the 90s that weren't fucking woke. They were just shitty fucking movies.
Yeah. But that's the thing is like even when we talk about like shitty movies from back then, they're still good. Hey, what up, bastard? How you doing, sir?
Morning.
Morning. Yeah,
Buddy.
it's fucking 3 a.m. where you're at. 3:30 a.m. Is that what time it is?
Oh, it's 4:30 now.
Wow.
No.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
I just woke up. Crikey. The sheep, they were bailing out into the woods, and I had to push them up to the edge of the cliff because they'd back up on you because they don't want to die, do they?
No, you put, like I said, you take one boot. You take one boot off, and you put their back legs in one of your boots, so that way they can't kick you when you're having sex with them. But anyway,
wait, what?
Yeah, that's what you do with the sheep when you're fucking them.
How would you know that?
One of your boots off. This is old. I don't know any sheep.
Yeah,
the sheep,
you would know from personal experience.
the sheep herders. It's like
I feel like the only one who didn't attempt a British accent.
Yeah,
at this point in time.
Well, here's the thing. Bastard, I appreciate you for waking up early. Here's the thing. I would have done the stream earlier today. I am enjoying the earlier streams. Everyone seems to be liking them because we're all like either unemployed or self-employed or whatever. But also, it's fun to like be done with these streams around 7 p.m.
Company,
I'm borderline homeless.
Yeah. But also, like, I had a lot to do today, so I was like, it'd be good to do another like 9 p.m. stream. And Wes was like, let's do it at 8, and I was like, all right, it just means I got to do all my shit an hour faster. I like a good challenge. I appreciate a good challenge. So here's what I did.
We don't all have a challenge on Monday trying to figure out what it is we're going to talk about because the only person who knows what we're going to talk about on Monday is fucking Enzo.
I said we could talk about Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I could talk about that for years. I'm good to go on Aqua Teen.
Well, here's the thing. You guys are doing great. That's the thing is I know you guys have it where if I just were to like bring up random topics like fucking this.
What the fuck? Yeah.
Please stop.
He's obviously been cheating on his
Why
wife.
do you hate Rodgers and Hammerstein so much? They are magical composers.
Yeah, I mean, the point is, you guys have plenty to say. If I were to bring up stuff even if I was talking about stuff you weren't knowledgeable about Wes, I think you still have plenty to say.
I mean, to the point that like I do like to. Okay.
I like doing the hyper focus streams, but I do like doing the loosey goosey streams too. And we haven't done one of these late night loosey goosey streams in a while. So
not since last Monday. You're right. Absolutely.
Last Monday was the freaking stream.
The best part of my Monday is watching fucking Enzo.
They went for fucking hours there.
That stream was a month and a half of like building up to because we kept pushing it back.
Nothing counters
any of those movies. I was so lost in the stream, but you were very
right.
You've never
that was
seen
the that was the underlying theme of the freaking stream. It's like everyone thinks that he's made 5 movies. No one realizes he's made over 20 movies.
I think Josh needs to take a flying fucking or a rolling donut. That's what I think.
That was like
one of the movies.
No, that was one of his. We kind of did the freaking stream, but Luke bastard, he it was too late or too early. I don't remember, but he was unavailable, and it's like, well, he's the only other motherfucker that watched like most of these movies too. So I'll just wait for him. And
I think I saw Ghost in a Shell once. That's it.
Yeah. What was that, Luke?
Because I slept in that day because I usually do wake up early. I usually do wake up early for a run.
If blue collar would ever be like, hey, I'm not gonna be
I did not have my cuppa that day. And I tried to get on the trolley and it took me all the way. And this dumb Packy decided he wanted to get in my face and I gave him 5 across the eyes.
Wes is like fucking.
That was bang on. That was the exact reason.
Bang on.
The Glasgow smile.
I gave him a bit of the Glasgow smile, didn't I?
Isn't that when you like take a broken glass and like hit him in the face with it or whatever?
You gotta
or
cut
you do like
both
the fish
sides.
hook.
Yeah, you got to get both sides, like the guy in Sons of Anarchy. Yeah,
Okay,
usually because they're a bit of the grass, aren't they? They're snitching on someone.
Acid attack victims.
Wes is fucking British, is like half groundskeeper Willie, half.
Yeah, it is definitely more Scottish. You're definitely doing the Scottish laddie. You're definitely doing like
a really bad Family Guy character.
That's because I'm Scottish, you fucking assholes. That's why.
Yeah, like I said, if I listen to it, I can hear, it's like when he does it, when Northern English Bastard does his videos, it's like he has this inflection where he starts and he goes up, and it's like he starts
everything.
He starts slow and he goes up.
It's an upward inflection. Yeah. An upward inflection at the end, isn't it? And he says,
I can almost do it. Like I can hear it.
That one sounds like Colin Farrell. I swear to God, he went from fucking groundskeeper Willie to Colin Farrell.
Like if I read, I can do it. Like, so hey, here's one of these crew stories talking about Drew Barrymore. But if I do it in Northern English Bastards, I can read well. But it'd be like, first, Drew Barrymore realizes she screwed up, and now the talk. In both circumstances, who gets screwed the worst? The crews. Their jobs are taken away.
It sound like an episode of Ballykiss Angel in season 8 when it needed to end.
Yeah, that's like the infliction.
I just want you guys to know
it's like musical. It's like the waves of the ocean.
If Enzo's grandmother's watching the stream for any reason,
she's dead.
She's probably going to be like cussing him out later.
Watching it in heaven.
Enzo, why are you going to speak like those heathen Irish people?
My grandmother passed
away.
I talk about
I made you a cannoli. I made you a cannoli.
I talk about how I moved here to help my grandma, but she did pass away like last Easter. I don't know if you guys know that, but she is dead. It's very sad. But
here in spirit.
But yes, her Italian spirit is still like, Enzo, how are you doing?
Enzo,
yeah.
no.
My grandmother at the end of her life, she had really bad dementia. It wasn't too bad, but like I would walk in the bathroom and I walk out into the living room and she'd be like, Enzo, you are here. And I'd be like, yes, I am, Grandma. How are you? And then she would be like, Enzo, can you go into the kitchen and get me a piece of bread? I'm very weak. I'm very hungry. And it's like, Grandma, you just ate 3 plates you just ate a huge thing of enchiladas. You just don't remember. Yeah. Like, you just don't remember you ate. She's like, oh, well, I'm very weak. I need just a piece of bread. And it's like, Grandma, she has like that old Italian style where she thought like food equals strength, like, I'm very weak. It's like, Grandma, you're 93 years old, like, of course you're weak.
Your grandma, Chris Pratt in the Mario movie?
Yeah. No, she's literally very, very full-blooded Italian woman. I'm a second generation American.
As opposed to my grandmother, as she was on her deathbed, and she's like, Wesley, what's the reason that you decided to dirty up our bloodline by marrying yourself with a wrong one? I seen the pictures. Now our good Kelly name is associated with darkies. That are associated with other darkies. And that our bloodline is now ruined. It's ruined because of you. Not for any other reason. Yeah,
I'm picturing her like
shite. I always knew it when you were a little fat kid playing your Nintendo machine. I knew you would ruin the bloodline.
I'm picturing her like also like coughing like Longshanks and Braveheart, like like
get close enough. At least your Uncle Robert, he had the good sense just to marry a Dago. At least he did not. But that's still a white.
How racist was your grandma?
Very racist. Very racist. Very.
I've joked about how my Italian grandmother was racist too, but not towards like blacks or Mexicans. She had she lived in Texas for 80 years, right? And she lived in Texas for like 75 years. She was a Texan most of her life, an American. She never identified as a Texan, never identified as an American. She always identified as Italian. And even living in Texas till the day she died, she was just had this weird irrational fear and racism and prejudice towards gypsies. Like gypsies are going to be a thing. Gypsies are not a thing here, Grandma. They're not a thing. You got to watch out for these gypsies.
From Russia with love, and we're worried about it. It's 1964.
I mean, she's from Italy. She's from Italy in the 30s. She's thinking. I mean, I guess the gypsies were a problem back then over there.
Yeah. So for the uninitiated, like Josh, my first wife was indeed a black person,
right?
And when we started having kids, the tradition was to give the firstborn male child, either their first or middle name is James. Like my name is Wesley James, for instance, or James Wesley, depending on who you ask. So I named my son Bradley James, and I can still hear my grandfather yelling in the background on my mom. My mom's on the phone, speakerphone with him. I can hear me. Wesley, I swear to Christ, he only named him James just to piss me off. I swear you done it. You done it just to irk me. I swear. You gave the wrong one, not only our last name, but now you've given him our Christian first name as well.
Wow. So here's the thing. There's so many people named James already, Grandpa. Like, you know, like, I mean, like, I could name every one of my sons James. I could have 5 sons with James as their middle name, and no one would care. It'd be like, okay, that's cool. Little motif you got going on. I've got Wesley James and Bradley James and Jimmy James and Christopher James, and it doesn't matter. But like, if you know, like my name, for instance, like Enzo, that's pretty fucking rare name. So it's like I gotta save that for somebody. You know, Jesus, somebody special.
Enzo.
Can't just be Vincenzo to be specific. Like Vincent. Yeah.
We're gonna make a Parmesan.
Martabeno pasta. Hey, you know, actually, I do have some meatballs that I need to fucking heat up with pasta sauce. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I made a shrimp. I made these really awesome shrimp and chorizo tacos. If you cook shrimp with chorizo, like pork chorizo, you don't even need to season it. You don't even need to season the shrimp, and then you cook it with like a tortilla and put it on some cabbage sliced up, and then put your shrimp and chorizo down. Pickled onions, jalapenos.
So far gone off
That's
the
like
rails.
Tender the Boondock Saints, and it's my weird college era where everyone has terrible accents, and they're like, you know, William Dafoe's actually a detective. We'll take it.
Willem Dafoe in Boondock Saints is one of my least favorite detectives of all time because I felt like he was like doing the obviously kind of channeling the Gary Oldman and The Professional thing, and it just seemed like.
I mean, did you see Taken 3 where Forrest Whitaker was like, "I have a chess piece"?
I did not see Taken 3.
It was awful.
I should watch the Taken sequels because I love the first one.
Oh, it's terrible.
I don't think I've seen any of the sequels.
I watched it on. They give you tablets in the county jail here, and I was in county.
You said jail.
Christmas.
Okay. For next summer, when action season parts picks up, maybe we'll do like Taken 3, 2, 3, and 4 in like one video.
Man, if you're doing action, you have to do Santa with muscles. You have to hit Santa with muscles. That's the greatest insult of all time. If I wanted your opinion, I would have it surgically removed. Hulk Hogan is Santa with amnesia trying to say
know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's crap. It's fucking crap.
We could do that next month for our
December. Commando. It's got Christopher Lloyd and Hulk Hogan, and he flips a skateboard into outer space.
Josh, we can definitely do that in Christmas. I need you to help me do some of these Schlocktober videos, and also Wes. I know he isn't very interested in the stupid horror movies. Yeah,
Blue Collar. Didn't me, you, and Dark Hour do a stream about the Santa the Santa action movie that they had last year? What was it called?
Mel Gibson.
Silent
Night. Was that it?
Violent Night.
Violent Night.
Violent Night.
Hey, you've got Black Christmas. That's a great film.
All we did was John Wick. That was it. The first John Wick.
What did we didn't do a thing about Violent Night? I
swear because we did John Wick. I did Mummy with him. Then he got popular and he forgot.
We might have talked about it on like the top 3
stream. That's sad. That's sad. Yeah, we used to Violent Night. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, we did. Yeah. Dark Hour used to we used to be the 3. We used to have like the 3 amigos, me and Dark Hour and Blue Collar, but then Dark Hour got like plucked out of obscurity by Critical Drinker, and now he's like, unless you have a British accent and like 10,000 subscribers, I'm not gonna.
It's like, and now me and Wes have to settle for Enzo. So.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Enzo,
you guys know. Here's the thing.
Why you let them disrespect you like that?
Here's the thing.
Do any other accents,
guys? Even if I did even if I was on big channels, even if we were doing big streams, even if we all exploded into, huge, like, stratosphere YouTube territory, I would still want to do these dumb Monday fucking Dorkside episodes and goof off. I don't care.
To be fair, fucking Northern English bastard, he's just a fucking diversity hire.
Yeah. No, I mean, no, I'm not gonna lie. Northern English Bastard and Feral.
Progress.
Northern English Bastard.
That's because he does.
Oh, that's right. We're supposed to talk about Mortal Kombat.
We will.
He's British. That's because Luke
this
is
stream
British.
is halfway over. You know,
We
now
can
that we're
parlay
getting Mortal
RoboCop
Kombat
into that. It works.
Luke is British, but he has that you can't understand what he's saying accent. Whereas like all the people in Dark Hours circle now are like, oh, quite. Yes, I thought Shoko was not quite up to par with the latest Doctor Who controversy. Wouldn't you agree, Dark Hour? You septic American piece of shit.
It's funny
He's like, yeah.
I think the idea, like talking about Ahsoka right now, I would just feel like I'm seeing like channels that I'm into talking about it right now, and I'm just like, eh.
I would much rather freestyle with you, Enzo, and play the fucking
I said this
by the seat of our pants than do Ashoka.
Joking, not jokingly, it feels like Russell's losing his Jersey accent all of a sudden. I don't know why.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah, he's becoming alarmy. He's becoming alarmy just like me now.
I can't wait. I can't wait to tune into an episode of the Critical Drinkers fucking open bar, and they're like,
a top hat.
What do you think? He's got a top hat and a monocle, and they're like, "What do you think, Dark Hour?" He's like, "Oh, I quite liked the latest episode, didn't I? Yeah, it was quite good, isn't it?"
I'll tell you something. The only reason you can understand them lot is because they're very posh and working class northern. So yeah. We have very thick accents, so that's why you don't understand
us. With us, trust me. Yeah.
Well, the thing about Luke and Feral, you guys were just like fans that were just like always in the chat, and it's like, look, when there's just like two guys in the chat, it's like, look, you guys want to come on the stream, you know, like if you're commenting all the time. If there's like once we get to the point where like you guys got lucky because it's like, yeah, if this channel starts growing and we start having like a few people in the comments, I can't just be inviting everyone in. Yeah. You guys were like, shit.
Hey, dude, what,
just hanging out in the chat. Gotta put you guys in.
You just hit 2:30. You're slowly getting up there. Yeah.
Oh, Farrell, I hate what they did with Star Wars, Ahsoka. Star Wars is dead.
Yeah.
That's what I've been hearing. Yeah, I mean,
I'm guessing you just added me to this out of pity.
No. I mean, like I said, I always throw the link, you guys. I throw the link to everybody.
You've been pretty much spot on this entire time,
yeah.
Josh. I'm not gonna lie.
Almost. I haven't disagreed a few times.
Look, Josh, I throw the link out. You don't understand how many friends of mine I throw the link out to every week. Yeah. And like dudes that used to come on the show all the time when I used to do it on Facebook, like actual human friends of mine that I know in the real world, they would come on the show all the time. And now it's
Tyler told me you were lonely, so
right. Honestly, I'm surprised. I thought today was just going to be me and maybe Wes and Chris. And that's why I told Meg to come in, because I think it's just going to be us four. And I'm glad you two showed up.
I'm divorced now. I have all Monday nights free till the end of time.
I'm single too.
There we go.
Well, yeah, I guess we will get into Mortal Kombat.
Oh boy.
There's a lot to go over. Did you guys watch the story mode at all?
I did. I did.
I have to tell you guys something. Something I fucking didn't realize until like 2/3 of the way is the video that I sent you guys was like edited for gore. So like there's lots of scenes of like Baraka killing people and shit like that. And it's like, oh, I was like noticing like jarring editing. And the second time I noticed it, that was weird. And then the third time I was like, all right, something is being like intentionally cut out. And of course it was like all the violence. I was like, oh. Fuck. Well, so I quickly found another video and watched this.
Mortal Kombat 1?
Yeah, and it's also a confusing title. Mortal Kombat like Rebirth, or Mortal Kombat like the New World, or Mortal Kombat. I don't know. Mortal Kombat 1 is just confusing.
Before we get into Enzo, off the bat, I have to say though, as somebody who owns a PS5 and Xbox Series X, that guys graphically, they've really just like you expect that it should be getting better. It feels like they went backwards. The graphics.
I mean. I feel like there's just only only so far we can get. Like I think Mortal Kombat 11 was that the most recent one?
Yes.
So Mortal Kombat 11 was like obviously had serious mixed reviews with the storyline, and this game is no different. But just like the last one and this one, like the character designs, or at least the costume designs, like the idea of like the customization and like this idea of like, you could have Scorpion wearing like any fucking kind of costume you want, basically. It's like awesome. It does kind of lose its appeal though, as to what like Scorpion actually should look like in these other characters. But as far as like, I thought Mortal Kombat 11, like that Raiden was perfect. And I was kind of upset when the new Raiden is like an average Asian guy with no powers really. And you're like, this is weird.
Well, it's like I've seen Enzo, like I shared it in the Critical Drinker group. They showed like the Van Damme version of Johnny Cage, and they actually had Van Damme voice him. And they showed the actual Mortal Kombat official Van Damme, and they showed somebody who reskinned it, just some guy on YouTube. He reskinned the Van Damme version.
Yeah.
His version looked 10 times fucking better than the official Mortal Kombat. And you're like,
the immediate reaction from everyone seeing the new Van Damme downloadable character or whatever. It doesn't really look like him. Doesn't really look like him. It sounds like him. It's obviously him doing the voice, so that's cool.
Wasn't Johnny Cage originally like made off of Van Damme?
Yeah,
it's like a callback joke. Like, hey, we've got a special custom Johnny Cage costume where he's wearing the original Bloodsport MK1 costume, and we've got Johnny. Fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme doing the voice.
Well, because like Enzo, like you're saying,
it just doesn't look like him.
Even if
more like an H&M model.
Yeah, it's like even with Mortal Kombat 11, at least like Peter Weller. First off, they had Peter Weller voice him, but the facial animations, it looked just like him. Arnold, you know what? Arnold didn't voice him, but that looked like the straight up Dark Fate Arnold version of T-800. So
and the sound was terrible. The voice was terrible for whoever that
was. At least it looked just like Arnold, though. So it wasn't Stallone. Stallone's Rambo, his Rambo was fucking perfect. Like, it was really good. Like, and the point is, when you make a new generation of games, you don't go backwards. Well,
what's funny is they've got several downloadable characters, like the dude from Invincible, J.K. Simmons. They've got Homelander's going to be there, and I bet you those are going to be very faithful. I bet you they're going to be extremely faithful with the voice and the character.
I like the version from 2015, the Mortal Kombat 10, where you could be like Jason and stuff like that. Like that was really cool.
That was fun.
Every one of them has different ones. Like Mortal Kombat 9, the downloadable characters, and they're all fitting. Like Freddy Krueger and Kratos.
Yes,
and
Spawn. Keith David voice Spawn.
Yeah, Spawn. These guys like they work in the Mortal Kombat universe, and like you said, Jason and Predator and Alien, and in these new ones we got Homelander and what's his name, John Cena's character from
Peacemaker.
Peacemaker's in it. Yeah, he's like, it's cool. It's cool, but it's just fun in games. It's literally just fun in games. And as far as like the story mode of this new game, it's all super like serious. It's like wartime conflict. Just like it doesn't seem like a fighting tournament. There is no actual like Mortal Kombat going on here. It's like they literally say in this new world, like no one gets injured in our. I would never purposely bring people into Mortal Kombat. There's no one gets injured in the tournament anymore, and it's just like,
what's the fucking point of it? Your point was go.
The idea is Liu Kang after Mortal Kombat 11. Now the problem with Mortal Kombat 11 was it had all this timeline shit, this metaverse. Again, with this whole like multiverse nonsense, and it was kind of criticized, and it's hard to keep up with, and it becomes convoluted and silly. So what did they do with this new one? They just did it again. They just did the whole thing again with more convoluted metaverse stuff, and it's like, all right, whatever. And like, there's certain things I liked, but a lot of things I didn't like, and like one of the big things I noticed was like this this common theme of sympathizing with villains. Like nobody's evil. Like we've got Natara, who's voiced by Megan Fox, and it's like, oh, I'm not evil just because I drink blood and I'm a vampire. And then Reptile, it's like, oh well, I was outcast by my civilization because I can shapeshift into human form, and they didn't like that.
Yeah.
And the Barakas, he's just like, it's like a disease that like inflicts them and turns them into that. And I don't know. It's just everything's so lame.
Well, Enzo, before the stream, Critical Drinker put out a video about the whole, like, remember why my audience's characters don't stay dead? And part of Drinker's video was multiverses, and like, Jesus Christ, here we go. Multiverses, timelines, alternate realities. Like, here we go, guys. It's like, this is rebooting Mortal Kombat, doing differences. Yeah, Liu Kang's a god and Raiden's a human. It's just fucking rehashing part 1 30 years later. It's just Force Awakens again. Like,
the ironic thing is that if they did it properly, that could be a really cool, gimmick. but they never really do it properly, though, do they? They just rehash old stories, and they like you look at like the Aliens versus the Predator franchise, which never really kicked off because it never really went anywhere. It was just stupid shit. Like I saw somebody, I don't remember what it is. It's pretty viral on TikTok and YouTube Reels, where this guy was just like, listen, the DC animated universe, take that and make those movies. Those are perfect. And he's not wrong. You know what I mean? It's like you have good ideas. Quit injecting them with this other bullshit. Like, just take the stuff that works and use it. People didn't play Mortal Kombat for multiverse bullshit back in the day. You played Mortal Kombat because you wanted to do a fucking fatality on somebody, and you wanted to use superpowers, and you wanted to fuck somebody up. I mean, that's why you played Mortal Kombat. That was the whole point of playing Mortal Kombat.
Plus, it got your friends over to your house as well, didn't it? It gave you something to do with your friends, like when it was raining, something like that.
But isn't it always raining all there in northern England? Isn't it raining all the time, isn't it?
The one thing
been fucking boiling the last month. It really has.
It's a sweltering 80 degrees Fahrenheit.
I was glad he mentioned this, but see, Drinker brought this up. Which happened is that Spider-Man, everyone looks at Spider-Man No Way Home. The only reason that worked for us because you had Toby and Andrew. They were complimenting Tom Holland, but it was different versions of Peter. And it's like that was a perfect way to introduce these characters and keep it where it's like Toby's the older statesman. Andrew Garfield still never recovered from losing his fucking Gwen Stacy, and Tom Holland learning the fact that that was perfect. And now, of course, since that did $2 billion fucking dollars, now every asshole wants to cut. Comic books, movies, TV shows, video games want to copy the Tobey Maguire. Oh, well, Spider-Man did $2 billion. Yeah, but they did it right. That's the difference.
Yeah. Did anyone play Soul Calibur? No, just kidding. That's my favorite.
Did anybody play that? Yeah. What was that Marvel game? Where they did what is it?
I'll say which one.
the one where it's like a Mortal Kombat type
Marvel
thing,
versus Capcom.
Oh, that's a great one. I played a
lot.
Marvel vs. Capcom was classic.
Was it one of the versions of Street
Injustice?
Fighter
You're thinking
2?
of Injustice? That's
yes,
DC.
Injustice.
That's DC.
That was very good.
No, the Marvel version one. The Marvel version one. It's like
it's
Injustice.
There's the terrible Avengers game, which nobody liked, but that
it's like a Mortal Kombat game where it's like you get the best of the Marvel heroes fighting against each other and shit.
That's what Google is for.
You mean Marvel vs. Capcom? That's all I can think of.
No, it's not Marvel versus Capcom.
That's all Marvel superheroes. I mean,
no, it's something up. My son used to play it all the time. I played it with him a couple times.
I
hated how Marvel vs. Capcom 3 went to the 3D look, and it's like, no, the best part about Marvel vs. Capcom 1 and 2 was that anime look they had.
Yeah,
so cool. Seeing like Wolverine and all these Marvel characters illustrated by like anime artists, it was like, dude, they're fucking spot on. Japanese, dude. They know what's going on.
It's like with
Eternal Champions on Sega CD. That was a fun fighting game.
Like you said,
there was also
the graphics were fantastic. They were Mortal Kombat. I'm playing Final Fantasy 16 right now. Square Enix, Capcom with the Resident Evil 2, 3, and 4 remakes. Certain companies are always top of their game. Mortal Kombat was always known for their fantastic graphics. This is a fucking downgrade.
It was one of the first times we were seeing like photorealism in a game. Mortal Kombat 1, And
now is this is a finished graphics or is this just a trailer? Are we going to see it better? That's the finished graphics. Okay.
This is the character select screen, and the game's already out. And I watched the story mode all the way through, and again, it's just like a lot to go over. I don't know. I might just save it for another stream because it's just like weird. And honestly, not everyone's the biggest Mortal Kombat fan, so it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, I could talk about the weird stuff as terms of like comparing it to the other games, but it's just weird.
It's Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
Oh, yeah.
I played both of those. Well, those weren't fighting games, Wes. Those were like action adventure games.
Why is Godzilla not in here? They made so many Godzilla one-on-one fighting games. Put Godzilla in Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. We've managed to shrink Godzilla down to a fighting size. You kick his ass. You beat his ass.
Yeah.
He's a radioactive lizard. Okay. He's basically just reptile.
But yeah, but this is the generation of gaming. Gaming now, it's like Mortal Kombat didn't have like a lot of storyline. With Injustice, Mortal Kombat 9, 10, 11, they started making it where you're playing through the game, but you're having these 15-minute cutscenes as well. So
we had this like years and years of like pretty vague storyline. And it's just like you can build onto that. And by the time it's like Mortal Kombat 9 comes around, it's like, all right, let's try to like start over and tell it all from like a cohesive story point. And I think Mortal Kombat 9 was so all encompassing of like the original games. But like everything after that has been like alternate timeline, multiple timelines, multiple universes is this new one. So it's like we've got a universe where Liu Kang was the winner of the Mortal Kombat 11, and he's the new father of time.
Yes.
And then there's another universe where Shang Tsung did it, and Shang Tsung is in charge of the hourglass. And then we've got another universe where Katana won, and she's in charge of the universe. And it's just like, I mean,
it's almost like Critical Drinker should say this is the problem with Terminator is that Mortal Kombat, you know, 1, maybe two, but of course, from a game standpoint, they want to keep making 15,000 fucking sequels. But from a storyline aspect, how many times can it be Outworld wants to take over the Earth realm, and it's like they're trying to find new ways to bring out the storyline. You can't really keep rehashing the same shit.
What I do like is like, so we've got there is very original stuff in Mortal Kombat, like Outworld. How is Outworld? Is that seriously the first time we've come up with that word? Like Mortal Kombat, Outworld. The idea is there's Earth realm. There's Earth realm, and there's Earth, which is where we live.
No, it's
and
basically
then there's Outworld, which is the Shadow realm.
Yeah.
No, they ripped that off. They ripped it off of Marvel Comics back in the early 80s.
Cool.
Marvel Comics had Battle
Good.
World with the Beyonder, which was like this godlike character.
Right, but the actual word, when have we ever heard that word? I feel like that word had to have come along before the 1990s.
Well,
no, what I'm saying, like he had the Battle World, and the Beyonder took all of the Earth's heroes and all of Earth's villains, and he plucked them out of whatever, and then he was like, "Listen, I'm going to put you on this battle world, and you're going to fight to the death, and then whoever wins is like that's who's going to run Earth." So I mean that's basically Mortal Kombat.
Right, but I'm talking about just the word Outworld describing another realm, the Shadow realm, like the Shadow Earth. We live on Earth, and then there's like the other side of the coin, which is where all the magic and demons hang out, and that's called Outworld.
I mean, that's been
and then there's the Nether realm, which is where like hell and the afterlife is, and those three realms comprise all of Earth realm, and it's like constant conflict. That's where the universe is comprised of and stuff, and it's all very cool.
Well, it's the same, but it's just it's like Terminator. It's like how many different fucking ways can you have the machines sending some robot back in time to kill John Connor? This brought Mortal Kombat. Every single fucking game. It's Outworld wants to take over Earth realm. Every single fucking game. It's been 30 years since Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, we never have like a story where Earth is going to take over Outworld.
Just
like the Pentagon's getting involved, and like we're gonna like militarily invade with tanks and shit.
Screw it.
We're taking over Outworld. We're tired of these motherfuckers like constantly threatening the safety of balance of the universe. The Pentagon's getting involved, like Raiden going into the White House, talking to the top brass. That'd be awesome.
That's why fighting games back in the day, fighting games didn't have storylines. It was just like guys killing each other. It's like
the only story you'd get would be like a big picture of text. It'd be like every generation there's a battle held, and then when you beat the game, there'd be more text like Sonya went on to avenge the death of her partner and arrested Kano. The end. And you're like, okay, cool.
I think what we're forgetting and what ties everything together is Mortal Kombat 9 was yours. Mine was Mortal Kombat 2 on the Genesis. I grew up with that. And I think this is going to be somebody's Mortal Kombat. This will be the first game they play. They're going to love it. It's just like, I like the 70s Willy Wonka, but some people like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Every generation has their own. And regardless of what we think of this remake, they're definitely going to find an audience. Call of Duty has been doing it for years. So
I'm not worried about this game finding an audience. I'm not worried about this game finding an audience because I'm sure the fucking the story mode is secondary to this game. It's all about the fighting, and the gameplay looks badass.
Well, that's
the
just
fatalities are dope
for you.
And especially with online gaming, like, dude, I'm sure this game, Mortal Kombat 1, will be fucking definitely handled very seriously by tournament professional video game players.
Yeah.
But as far as like, and it's cool because it does have this member berry aspect because you've got like the characters you get to play. These are like the new versions of the characters. Now, one thing I can't stand is Sub-Zero. He's Bihan, and he's got a brother named Kuai Lang, who becomes new Sub-Zero when Kuai Lang is killed by Scorpion. But in this alternate universe, there is no Scorpion. There is no Hanzo Sashi or whatever his name is.
Really?
Instead, Kuai Lang, Sub-Zero's brother, is Scorpion. I do not like that at all.
That's
but
weird.
Other than that, everything's fine. Everything's okay. Some of the characters are a little like Katana's a little homely looking without her mask. Character design wise, like Melina and Katana should have been switched because Melina's hotter and has a better voice, but she ends up turning evil, obviously, because she's. But what is cool is like with the member berries, you've got this new thing, the cameo fighter. Like every character, like when you're fighting now, the new thing is you have a little secondary character to bust in, and all the secondary characters are all throwbacks to the original games. You've got all the characters wearing the OG outfits and the OG special moves. And, you know, it's all member berries and stuff.
What are you saying? Well, even right there, looking at Kano, it just feels like that's like a massive downgrade to us. It's like it feels lazy. That feels like PS2 era, like just designs, graphics. It just feels like that's something that should not be coming out of 2023. And we talk about this with animation. Like again, 2023, you're looking at Marvel and DC. The CGI look. I've seen fucking CGI from 2010 looking better in 2023 CGI.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is like spoilers with the story. Like I said, I had a problem with like Raiden just being like a regular looking Chinese dude.
Yeah.
With no special powers. And like Liu Kang is like, all right, you will be, because basically Liu Kang and Raiden have switched places. Liu Kang is the elder god in this one, and Raiden is like Earth's champion.
Yep.
And that's like cool. But the problem is like Liu Kang gives him his medallion that causes all the problems with like Mortal Kombat 9. And that's where he gets his lightning powers from now. But like, it's not really so much like his backstory. It's mostly like his character design. Because I was talking about how like in Mortal Kombat 11, he looks fucking flawless. That is exactly what Raiden should look like. He's like, I mean, he might be, they kind of Asianed him up a little bit because spoilers, like I was complaining because like this looks way cooler, like facially. Like that's what Raiden should look like. Like some kind of authoritarian, like I hate to say white dude, but fuck, that's what he looks like.
That was
controversial. He's got this white man's voice, like this deep, like, hey, Liu Kang, you must, you know, fight for Earth Realm. You know, he's got this vibe.
Yeah. I never understood that people got pissed off with Christopher Lambert playing Raiden, saying like they whitewashed him and stuff. I'm like, but the thing with Raiden is like as a character, he's supposed to be
wear the hat in the movie. That was the problem.
Well,
he only wore the hat a little bit.
But he's supposed to be a guardian of the entire fucking realm. It's like he doesn't have to. It doesn't matter if he's white or Asian, like you said.
No, it doesn't.
It's not. But nowadays, it's got to be like, well, he's supposed to be an Asian character, but like it was
what's
never
crazy. Spoilers is like I'm complaining about Chinese normal Raiden, and this fucking Raiden shows up because, like I said, it gets all multiversed and like fucking literally like awesome Raiden shows up, and he's evil and he's the Elder God, and it's like, holy fuck, dude! It gets super weird and convoluted and crazy. I don't want to spoil too much.
Well, especially in Mortal Kombat, you have characters from obviously Liu Kang's would be he's Asian. Johnny Cage is a fucking American type like Van Damme, and you have like different characters like Scorpion is from Japan. So it's like Raiden being a white guy with white hair. There's nothing fucking whitewashing about that. These are characters representing an entire world. And
I always thought the main connectivity between them was just that they are all martial arts experts in some way or another.
No, exactly,
They're the greatest fighters in the fucking universe. They're the greatest fighters.
I thought that was the whole point, and it didn't really matter really where they came from.
Like even in the first movie, fucking Kerry Ogawa there was fucking Shang Tsung. Obviously, Shang Tsung, if he's playing an Asian guy, I respect that. But that's what I'm saying. They had to eventually change Raiden to be Asian because it was having Raiden be a white
Asian
guy.
He wears an Asian hat, so he must be.
Well, I mean, okay. So to be fair, everybody knows where Raiden's came from, right? Everybody understands that.
He's an elder god.
Well, it came from Big Trouble in Little China.
No, the name Raiden. Oh, right, yes.
Yeah.
No, the character came from Big Trouble in Little China.
100%.
So there's that. So okay, so I get that. However, that being said, like once we get past that, and it's like that's the first thing I thought of when I played the game. I'm like, oh, it's Big Trouble in Little China guy, which was always one of my favorite characters because the electricity thing, I always thought that was really really cool. Cool. And still great special effects stand up to this day. I'm probably gonna rewatch that again tonight, even before we rewatch it. But the point I'm trying to make is like the whole point was like the contest was like the greatest fighters of the multiverse coming together to defend so that Outworld did not take over Earth and all of its realms. Like that was the whole point. I remember reading like side quest books that had to do with Mortal Kombat and stuff. And then like they had a Mortal Kombat TV show for a little while.
Yeah,
that I watched. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It was way better than the sequel to Mortal Kombat that they had in '97. Yeah. Oh god, that was so bad. So bad.
Holy fuck. But no, that was the entire reason that they fucking changed Raiden for, because it's like in Mortal Kombat, the first movie, Christopher Lambert, in the second film, it was white dude. Even in the video games, it portrayed him as being a white guy, and of course, the whole like, oh, Raiden is a Asian god and a white, and it should be Asian. Like they're protecting Earth realm. Earth, it's whatever.
Didn't he? Didn't he actually turn Asian in the sequel?
No,
it was
Remar, James Remar.
Yes,
right, but he was Asian in the newest one. And again, it's like he was just like an average.
Oh, I thought he said sequel, not the reboot.
No, the sequel. It is James Remar. Yeah, that is what he said.
Yeah. I remember now.
Yeah, James Remar is like, I remember the part where he comes out of the he exchanges, he becomes mortal, and he comes out of the Elder God temple like wearing like a purple turban and just like a short haircut. And he's like, it's a new look. I got a new makeover, and it's just like, ugh. Doesn't belong in a Mortal Kombat movie.
No, I mean, no. Say
Mortal Kombat should be way more serious, dude. People are fighting to the death. The world's greatest fighters are going to a tournament on a secret island to fight to the death, and you don't even realize what it's about. You think it's about fame and glory. It's really about the balance of the universe. And then you get there and you find out you're fighting like 6 foot tall, 8 foot tall, 4-armed monsters, and people who can breathe fire. You're like, this is crazy, and people are like getting murdered with weapons. We have not seen that movie yet because the Mortal Kombat newest one was very violent. Yeah, but it's like there's no Mortal Kombat. It's literally like secret super ninjas going out to kill people out in the real world.
Like the character called Liu Kang. Obviously, Liu Kang. I wouldn't expect a fucking black guy or white guy to be called Liu Kang. It makes fucking sense. So it's like Raiden could be anything. It's like, but
Raiden's fine.
They had to change it because it was whitewashing. Like, go for it.
But it's not really so much like, oh, I miss Raiden when he was a white guy. I miss specifically this specific Raiden. It's so specific and so spot on. Like his voice is like, you have no idea. It's so perfect. And it's like to go back to like, hey, I'm Raiden now. How are you doing? I'm ready to fight. It's like, no, it's not the same. It's not the same. Doesn't matter. The skin color. It's just like Liu Kang. We must go fight and protect the universe. Well, like that's the commanding presence Raiden should have.
Raiden always had, like you said, like he had a commanding presence. Like in the first one, the first film, he never even fights in the first film. He's
not allowed to.
But you understand the fact that if he wanted to, he could fuck everybody up. It's just he's an elder god. Like,
what also is cool about the Mortal Kombat did a good job with the sequels because it's like the first game, it's like a tournament on a secret island. And we're going to fight to the death. But then the sequel is like, all right, no more of this bullshit. It's all or nothing.
Yeah.
And we're going to fight in Outworld. So now all the backgrounds are like super cool. All the backgrounds are like, more outlandish and colorful. And that Mortal Kombat 2, Josh was talking about before he left that, that was the game that like hooked us. Because Mortal Kombat 1 was like, this is cool. This is fun. Mortal Kombat 2 was like, this is a thing. This is like a cultural moment. This is important. What's going on. We all give a shit about Scorpion now. Everyone knows who the fuck Scorpion is. And when you tell us, oh, Scorpion is no longer this guy, he's now Sub-Zero's brother's the new Scorpion. It's like, I don't like that at all.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to have a bit of mystery to some characters. You can't just be giving them backstories on every single fucking thing.
Right. Well, Scorpion's backstory was great, though. Him and Sub-Zero were enemies,
Yes.
And the fact that they're actually brothers in this new one is strange. And that's the idea. Scorpion, he's got such a great story because like you don't need to be familiar with Mortal Kombat at all, but all you need to know is Scorpion thought this ninja killed his family, this ninja clan, the Lin Kuei, that killed his whole family and all of his brothers and other ninjas. So he went on a revenge quest to he was killed too, right? Yeah. I think he was killed too. And then he was brought back from the dead to go enter Mortal Kombat. And the reason why he enters is to avenge his own death, like RoboCop. So like Sub-Zero is like going to the tournament to like represent the Lin Kuei. Like I'm hoping the Lin Kuei will win the tournament, for the first time ever. And the person you killed is back from the dead with like glowing white eyes. And he's like, I'm here to fight you, And what happens is Sub-Zero is like Bihan at that point. He's very evil. He's literally cold-blooded killer. And he gets bested by Scorpion. Scorpion gets his revenge and fucking rips his head off. Lights his ass on fire and decapitates him. It's awesome. But then Sub-Zero comes back from the dead in the second tournament that's out in Outworld, and Scorpion and Liu Kang are everyone's like, what the hell? But of course it's revealed that this is Sub-Zero's brother Tundra, Kuai Lang, and he has now taken the mantle of Sub-Zero, and he's basically trying to avenge his brother's death. So it's like this cycle of violence. But you kind of throw a wrench in all that stuff. And then the best part is like it's revealed later that Quan Chi is the one who brought Scorpion back from the Nether Realm. Scorpion is basically his slave. He's a powerful sorcerer, Quan Chi, and he's the one who told him about the Lin Kuei. Well, it turns out that Quan Chi is the one who made the Lin Kuei kill Scorpion's clan to begin with. So Scorpion and Sub-Zero kind of put aside their differences and realize that Quan Chi is the enemy. And it's like that contained vignette in the Mortal Kombat multi-universe is such a great story in it itself, And I don't know. It's just one of those things where like you hate to just like keep bringing up Mortal Kombat and just keep obsessing about Scorpion and Sub-Zero.
Yeah, thank you for the monologue, Enzo. Awesome.
You do monologues all the time. You ramble. That's the thing. Is like you talk forever and you hardly say anything.
Do I though?
Yes, he does.
As long as,
yes. I try to pack as much as I can in my monologue. So give me credit for that.
Jesus Christ, man, you get like 20-minute uninterrupted fucking it's just WAP garbage for like 20 minutes.
WAP nonsense.
Listen, who was you guys' favorite character to play when you played the original game?
Scorpion.
Yeah, Scorpion. Always Scorpion. In fact, it's like I loved, Reptile and Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero
is fun too. Loved all the ninjas, obviously.
I will admit, I sorry to disappoint you, but I never got to play the original Mortal Kombat games when I was younger.
No, but any of the games.
Go ahead, get off the stream. Get off the stream, you fucking
I'm sorry,
fuck.
It's okay.
Get off the stream, you limey fuck. You're
I'll
a
tell
fucking
you,
disgrace.
There were some other very like here's the thing. In Mortal Kombat 1, the most powerful character was Sonya, and in Mortal Kombat 2, like a character that was fucking very hard to fight was Katana. And in Mortal Kombat 4, like Tanya. So like the idea is like some of these characters, like, oh yeah, I mean, you think it's kind of pervy, like, oh, I'm gonna pick Tanya, but it's like a lot of professional fighters like who play these games like tournament wise, they would pick characters like that because they have huge advantages in certain points. I think like some of these characters are intentionally like nerfed, like Scorpion is nerfed because he's so popular. You don't want Scorpion to be like also very powerful. People just pick Scorpion because he's cool, and they'll just learn to kick people's asses with Scorpion because they like to. Same thing with Sub-Zero. Sub-Zero is also got some serious handicaps, like play-wise, but like you don't care because he's so cool, literally and figuratively. But yeah, I mean, some of these characters had huge advantages, like Tanya in Mortal Kombat 4. I remember you could wreck shop with her, but I was the kind of guy where I'd play random select. And then when it's time to actually play, Scorpion. All right, if I got to actually fucking kick someone's ass, then I'm like, all right, you're going to have it, motherfucker. Like, I'm going to be Scorpion. Such a good one. Good line. Get over here. Right?
100%. Yeah. Mortal Kombat, every single generation of video game and comic books, whatever, has their different taglines, but you can't tell me Mortal Kombat without somebody saying "Get over here." That came from Scorpion.
What's another good quote? Yeah, that's like there's "Get over here, come here," and then the other line is fucking
Finish.
Michael Caine. Yeah,
Finish
him.
Yeah. I remember the first game; it always sounded kind of like Arnold Schwarzenegger, you know. Kano, round one. Fight. I don't know. He had this like inflection that they never really got right after any of the other games.
Kano, get to the chopper.
Yeah, get to the chopper.
Right now.
Liu Kang wins. Liu Kang wins. Fatality. That'd be a fucking amazing cameo.
Learning, dude. Nobody was more of a boss than in the 90s if you could fucking learn those fatality codes and do them at any, you know what I mean? Like you hated playing against somebody who could fucking have the dexterity to do the fatality codes and fucking
number one was finding them fucking things, because it wasn't the internet to look them up, and yeah, like you said, and then also you only had like 5 seconds to fuck input the goddamn commands,
right? Yeah, you had to figure it out.
You had to be a rich kid like me, where you could go to Barnes and Nobles and just get like, something like this, the Mortal Kombat 2 official power play guide, and you'd have to like go page by page, character by character, and just like learn all the moves from like written out printed magazines you had to buy. It's like such a ripoff. Nowadays, like even when you go to the arcades, there'll be all the moves of all the characters like listed on the outside of the arcade, like outside of the screen. Common thing. Hello?
They still have they still have arcades.
I'm here. Yeah. No, they do actually. Certain malls, like 2 of my malls, they have Dave and Buster's is an arcade, but Dave and Buster's, but they actually do have a small arcade in a local mall of mine. So they're hard to find, but they are out there.
Me and Megan went to an arcade bar the other day when we were entertaining her cousin and his fiance in Austin. We went to this place called Kung Fu, and they got like little free push button arcades. They've got obviously some bigger games that you could pay for, like the fucking Terminator game where you're like in a little fucking go-kart with guns or something. I don't know. But it's funny because like, yeah, there's Mortal Kombat 3 and some of these Street Fighter games. And then me and Megan started playing Area 51 where she's like doing it. And she's like, I need help. And then I grab the first player and I'm like playing and I'm like, reload, the Area 51.
I took my son to see I took my son to see the new Suicide Squad movie last year or whatever. And like we went and they had one of those zombie apocalypse games where you like pull the pistol out of the thing and like you shoot, and you use the foot pedal to
House
reload.
of the Dead or one of those games.
Yeah. Like that.
Awesome,
it was like
games.
that. And like I just like, and he is such a video game nerd and can usually decimate me when he's on his like Xbox or whatever, or even on the laptop. But like there, I was like, I was just wiping the fucking floor with him. Like he was like, well, I've never been in the army and I don't know how to shoot. I'm like, yeah, because this is how I trained. This is how I grew up. Is using this shit right here.
Yeah, it was funny because like we're playing, like me and Megan were playing. And it's just like I'm just like getting like 98% accuracy and doing all the reloads, and I'm getting all the power ups and shooting all the bad guys. And she's just kind of like, all right, well. She dies, and then eventually, like, I start pressing start on her fucking game, and I'm like, now I'm dual wielding. It's so awesome. That was fun, man. I need to go back to that bar next time I'm in town. Play some free arcade games. But what were the other good ones? Time Crisis. That was a good shooting arcade game.
That was the game. That's the game. That's the game. Time Crisis.
Time Crisis 2.
Time Crisis.
All those games.
Still going. They're still going, the Time Crisis games.
I like the little gun kick back. That was the best part of the game.
Regal Cinema. It's at the Regal Cinema here in Lawrence, Kansas.
Yeah, Time Crisis rules. I could beat the shit out of Time Crisis right now. I played it so many times. Time Crisis 2. There's also the old the Star Wars trilogy arcade game where you sit in the chair and you like
yes
blow up the Death Star and fight Darth Vader with a lightsaber. That shit was awesome.
Hell yes. Yeah. Good
Those
times.
games are worth quarters. You know what I mean?
Good
Like
time.
those games
were
worth
worth quarters.
Yeah.
They were worth all the quarters that I used to steal from the younger kids.
It's the only time I get to. That's the only opportunity I get at a shooting range because we've got no fucking guns in England, so no shooting range.
Yeah.
Need that.
The cops are going to start getting overwhelmed, and that shit'll change.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Crime's fucking sky high here. We need guns to protect ourselves.
I see videos of like people in England, like cops, like dealing with like random migrants, and it's just like they're overwhelmed. There's like two dudes, all of us, like one cop trying to wrestle like one guy, and then all of a sudden like 5 dudes show up, and it's like now it's one cop versus 5 guys, and then a second cop shows up, and now there's 10 guys, and they're all telling the cops to get the fuck out of here.
What a weird fucking system. That's so fucking crazy. I mean, I guess you guys,
America, that you will be shocked.
They've been allowed it. They're allowing it to happen. The politicians are allowing it to happen. They could deport them anytime but the war.
Encouraging it, not allowing it.
Yeah, I guess you guys can cut down on fucking mass shootings, but at the same time, you can also, there's a reason why they don't like totally go fucking ham on us here in this fucking liberal woke culture that we have, because they're just like, we had a little problem when we tried to take over anything past Kentucky. We started getting into Indiana, Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma. We started having problems out there because everybody's got a gun.
Yeah, exactly. You just need people with common sense to handle the guns. That's why the places where guns have tighter laws have higher crime, because the criminals are getting guns on the black market.
True.
Or from other criminals.
Also,
that's kind of why I called the stream the On Brand stream, because it's not really about Russell Brand. It's like, this is on brand what we're doing right now, just nerding out about random subjects.
That's fine, Enzo. But if you could give us a little bit of a warning to fucking know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We go to the stream.
I'm gonna give you a fair warning right now. This week and next week, up to October, I'm very busy. I'm very, very busy. I'm trying to watch like 12 movies a day, basically, or whatever the hell I'm doing. And do all my actual work and stuff. So
so we're not doing streams on Mondays?
No, we are. But the thing is, it's just like, it was only until yesterday I realized like I'm supposed to stream tomorrow. Like, fuck.
I do admit, like, to Denzel's credit, to also off West, that is refreshing to not talk about for 5 seconds more of Ahsoka and Star Wars.
I didn't want to talk about Ahsoka. I didn't want to.
I'm glad we're not. I'm glad
everyone talks about it.
They got that covered. They got that covered.
But also, like I said this week, I was like, I don't want to do a stream. Like, we're talking about doing a Denzel Washington stream. Great, that's gonna take another month of prep. So if you want to do a Denzel stream in November, that's plenty of time to watch all of the Denzel movies.
Let's do for real though. Let's do a stream on that niche topic of movies that have like alternate versions of themselves that completely change the narrative. Like, I'll come up with I'll come up with a list tonight, and I will shoot it into the mod team fucking thing, and then like we can put it out there and be like, hey, here's your question. Like, I'll make that the what do you call it? The Wednesday weekly poll topic. I'll pop off with that, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, I like the hyper focus streams. I like the loose streams. I like the early streams. I like the late streams. I mean, the point is, as long as we do them on Monday, as long as we do them on Monday and we goof off, that's all I care about. I mean, I wouldn't be here. I don't think I'd be here by myself unless I had like a shitload of people in the comments.
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't do these streams like as a therapy session and talk to myself.
I want to tell Weston, and so I made made the poll for our movie this week, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
I just uploaded
well,
to
as
Facebook.
far as like what's to come, like, I mean, it's really like nothing's off the table. Really, that's all you got to know. It's like,
this point, I know we're different, but like also everybody here watches Open Bar. I catch the replays. But like now with Open Bar as a drinker, it's like, what is everybody with nothing new coming out for the next 6 months? What the fuck's everybody gonna talk about?
I was gonna ask.
We go into older stuff like we've been doing, Chris.
Well, I love that. And this idea of doing more John Carpenter's movies on your channel.
I'm not saying for us, but just like these like reactionary YouTubers and stuff. It's like they want everybody to react to like that's thing. They want everybody to talk about current events. It's like, okay, besides more like there's only so much writers and actors strikes you can talk about for it's just like We're out of material, guys.
That's why I feel like, I feel comfortable because like I really have only been. Yeah, I love focusing on old movies. That's what I'm trying to focus on since the beginning. I love it. But as far as like, I can't tell you how many times I've like reluctantly had to like, watch some new thing to talk about it. And it's like, again, like in October.
You're not wrong. No, you're not wrong because Chris, Blue Collar may, I don't know where you stand on this, but fucking Justified Primeval was a chore to get through, but I've enjoyed every fucking episode of Banshee that we've done.
Well, we
shameless plug. Shameless plug.
At least Justified, but the first 2 episodes weren't that bad. They were pretty good. But Yumi were liking the first 2 weeks.
I did. Yeah, I did. But it don't lie, dude. It was a chore to get.
Oh no, I'm just saying. But at least in the beginning, though, in the beginning, we were trying to like, just like excuse some of the bullshit we were saying.
Yeah, that's why I do like doing the we watches because like I want to watch a crappy movie, but I want to watch it and talk about it at the same time. I don't want to watch about it, it, and then go back to it and revisit it and talk about it more.
Funny.
It's like,
Enzo,
please.
hanging out with my sisters and stuff, we're talking about Pumpkinhead 2, and I'm like, man, yeah, some films did not age well. Pumpkinhead 2 was fucking awful.
Pumpkinhead 1 and 2. Hopefully that'll premiere November.
But at least
1st.
it was fun watching it with you and drinking because at least it was a shitty movie, but it was a fun time hanging out with friends.
Yeah, and exactly like, and that's the thing is, imagine if we watched Pumpkinhead 2 and joked about it, but then we still had to like get on stream on Monday and talk about Pumpkinhead 2 some more.
How fun was that John Carpenter's Vampires?
Oh,
that was fun as fuck.
Yeah,
I was thinking my only problem was and
you were probably at your funniest peak,
dude.
In that,
I do admit though, Enzo,
I laughed my ass off at some of the shit.
I wanted to Enzo.
Oh, thank you. I was wondering how I haven't rewatched it, but I'm wondering how it translates without without watching the movie congruently. At the same time. But I'm sure we talk enough to where it's not too awkward silence.
No.
That's kind of the big problem.
Oh no, we definitely don't. We don't lack for running our dicks up.
But Enzo, I was laughing for fucking 10 minutes. We talked about Silver Bullet there. It's like, yeah, you know what? The world's killing the town drunks, no problem. When he starts eating kids, when you say,
but that's the thing is the kid was kind of a dick though. He's throwing snakes on girls, and it's like, is that seriously like a reason to get mutilated?
My comment? Did you see my comment that I left on your stream?
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. Are you talking about Silver Bullet? I did re-upload Silver Bullet because it was blocked in 90 countries.
So my comment's lost.
Right. But your comment was about how like that guy doing the cop from Luke recognized him too. That cop from X-Files, the movie, and Lost. But he's like doing the Mary Mother. He's doing the Virgin Mary prayer like on repeat.
Saw that when I saw that as a kid. Let me tell you, I almost shit myself because like I went to.
If you don't mind going into the new Silver Bullet and leaving the comment again, I'll totally respond
will do
to
that.
it. But
yes, I will do that. And
it was up for like 6 days, and it was like only got 12 views, and it was blocked in 90 countries. And I was like,
okay,
I can.
Okay,
and Northern English Bastard couldn't be able to see it because of it. So I was like, I'm gonna redo it.
I didn't.
So I obscured it a little more with the logo, and I got no copyright claim, so it's up now. So
okay, I will do that. But yeah, watching that, I remember that popping up during Halloween season, watching that on regular TV, and it just like I turned the TV on in my room, and then it was on that. Back in the day, they used to do Fox affiliate down in Florida was TV 29, and they would do the Shocktober. And just play a bunch of older horror movies, and they played that, and I just clicked it on, and just watching him walk with that bloodied kite, and he's just
have a nice day, kite.
Yeah, and he's saying the Lord's Prayer, and he's just like because he doesn't want to find what he thinks he's gonna find, you know what I mean? And this guy that's like this big tough guy, town sheriff, and he's just like, please God, let me not find a dead kid, please.
No, he already found it, and the body's like covered up, and he's walking away from the crime scene.
Was that what it was? I thought he was walking towards it.
No, he's walking. No, the father's walking towards it, and he sees the man walking back. And he's like just saying the prayer, not even acknowledging the father, and that's when the father stumbles upon the scene. And he takes the sheet off, and he does that great. He also acts really well in that scene too. That father.
Yeah, he does. He does. I went to Catholic school, and like we had a kid that like he was on the spectrum, and he like drowned in the pool. And I remember like watching a priest like as they were like giving the kid the last rites. I remember a priest like walking towards the kid's body and like saying the Lord's like the same way, like saying the Lord's Prayer. And I remember just getting fucking chills from that shit, man. Like that's like some serious shit, you know.
The dad scream is really fucked up too, because he's like, you know, he takes the blanket off and he just has a like look of like horror, but then his scream comes out, and as first he's like, oh, but then it turns into something like angry, like
the same year, because back in the day it used to take many years for a movie to come to TV. Like if it came out in like 83, you probably wouldn't see it on TV till like 88 or something along those lines. Or at least 87. So like in 87 on Fox, they had a TV series called Werewolf. And it was really well done. It had and like you had this kid it was kind of like in the Incredible Hulk type TV show, where the kid is like bitten by a werewolf. He's got werewolf powers, and he goes from town to town getting in different adventures. And they have this bounty hunter who was played by one of the guys that was he was one of the colonels that chased after the A-Team, and he was like a bounty hunter that was like going after him. And it was a really dark show. It was one of the first shows ever on network TV that had the disclaimer of this is for mature audiences only. And so that came out right around the same time that Silver Bullet came out on TV, and it was pretty scary. I remember being really, really scared of that at the time. So
Silverbullet's funny because like when we watch, I keep making fun of like that kid is not paralyzed. Like what's going on with his legs? Like he's able to crawl up and out around buildings and like up trees. It's like, how paralyzed is he? He doesn't seem very paralyzed. Oh well, whatever. But yeah, I've got a lot planned for October. So we've got, as far as just the Wii watches, it's Silver Bullet, Toxic Thing with Two Heads was last week. Toxic Avengers Wednesday. The week after that is going to be the Meg with me, Chris, and Meg. And then it's like these are both movies that we watched a long time ago too. And then October, it's like we've got Dracula 2000, Dracula 3000, fucking Queen of the Damned, which I'd never seen. Holy shit! Like talk about like stuff I wanted to do in my book that I don't think I'd seen in a movie done. I mean, obviously Queen of the Damned was corny and stupid, but there were certain things like with like the eye effects and the way the vampires looked and stuff that I really liked.
I like Queen of the Damned. It's not a fan favorite by any stretch.
Dude, the idea of a vampire like flicking its wrist and you light on fire. Oh, like that's the kind of like the kind of shit I'm talking about.
I really like that. I think that the guy that plays Lestat in that movie did a really good job. I like the whole rock concert. I like the whole fact that he decides that he's going to go public, so he becomes a rock star. I like all of that. I'm here for all of that. Like I really like it.
Yeah.
And then after Queen of the Damned, I got on my birthday, October 25th, we've got Bad Moon with me and Uninspired Reviewer. We already watched that. That was great. He never seen it. He loved it. And then Halloween, I guess November 1st, Pumpkinhead 1 and 2 double feature video. And then the week after that, I want to do Warlock and then Warlock Armageddon. And I think that's all the way up to Thanksgiving. And then we'll pivot to Christmas time. We might still do a couple like softer horror films, spooky films, but maybe do some of these corny Christmas movies. I don't know what we're going to do Christmas time. We'll see what I'm feeling like. But yeah, maybe we'll pivot back to kids movies. And then come spring, summer, we'll pivot back to the action stuff. And I think that'll be like the yearly cycle is like kids movies, action, sci-fi schlock, then horror schlock, and just like keep fucking rotating every year. Like, and then obviously like there's no strict rules. Like there's nothing saying I can't do a fucking horror movie in May or an action movie in November. But you know, like I'm digging the schedule pattern we've got this year, and I plan to repeat it. And there's plenty of great action movies we talked about last summer that we never got around to. And the idea of watching Taken 2, 3, and 4, that sounds fun to me.
I did not know there was a fourth one.
I don't know. Is there a 4? Is there just taking 2 and 3? That's better.
I've not heard one.
It's 3.
Good.
Yeah, they stop at 3.
Cool.
And 3
Cool.
3 sucks. 3 is
good. Let's watch. We'll watch 2 and 3. Do a double feature. One of the things I tried to watch last year and never got around to it. Maybe I'll record it this holiday season and save it for next summer. But like, never got around to watching No Contest 1 and 2 with 2 hot chicks.
Sure.
I also never got around to watching. I need to watch Body Count with you, Wes, and The Immortals. And
Immortals is great. Immortals is really great.
So like I told you a while ago, like I know you told me Tuesdays are bad for you and Saturdays are better or whatever. It's like, okay, well,
I mean, if you can,
you want to watch a movie, yeah, no, wait, whatever. There's no rush.
If like, what? Because I don't get off work till like.
I just don't want you to think that I'm watching all these movies without you. Like at any time, you could tell me, hey,
no,
I'm
but
available
you are
Saturday.
watching. You are watching a bunch of fucking movies without me, you motherfucker.
Well, I'm trying not to watch like movies. I'm trying now intentionally to not watch.
You know how many fucking movies
you want to watch?
Do you have any Silver Bullet, The Hunted, fucking like so many fucking movies that you have watched without me, where I would have been value added to that, and instead you either get your fucking girlfriend, you get your fucking girlfriend who doesn't like the fucking movie, or you get your mush mouth dope fiend fucking cousin who can't fucking talk.
I'm a dope fiend
properly.
cousin too, but I'm just not so mush.
Yeah, but I can understand what you say.
And
he sounds like.
Well, here's the thing. I've relayed your criticism, and he's like very like, oh, I'll start talking crisp right now.
I'm so sure. Let me do an impression of what. Hey, my buddy Toxic says he can't understand you in any of the streams, so I probably needed.
I'll do an impression of him. I'll do an impression of him. This is what he says. He goes. I'll tell you exactly what he said.
Jabba gabba dabba dooba dabba jabba jabba.
This is exactly what he says. This is exactly what he said. I was like, hey man, it was funny. It's like you're getting like, you do get some criticism about how you mumble. And he's like, oh man, the thing is, man, that's just the way I talk, bro. And what's funny is like, my dad used to tell me this, man. He's like, he'd just be like, why you chew your words? And I'm like, dude, it's just like, I just want to. Because you understand, I could talk however I want, whenever I want. I could talk like in whatever accent. Like, that's my cousin, dude. He just talk however he wants. He chooses to talk like that. And it's kind of funny, but
okay, well, it's
fine. One of those things where he can still do his
not to listen to those streams when he talks like that because I don't want to fucking hear it because it's just like listening to a one-sided conversation because it's like you who are articulate and you speak clearly and succinctly.
Enzo
and then we listen to him.
I agree.
And then he's going,
he's getting better, guys.
I do think Enzo, often you downplay yourself. Like you have very great comedic timing. Seriously, I think you down like that's that Silver Bullet shit, dude.
Well, I watched Cry the Werewolf and The Relic and From Dusk Till Dawn by myself. I think I handled those well.
You said the town folk, like the one get pissed off till you start eating children. I fucking almost crashed my car.
Right. Yeah, and From Dusk Till Dawn, also another one of my fucking favorite movies. You dick.
I'm down to revisit that one on the year anniversary. So, like in the beginning of January, if you want to revisit that one with me, we could just redo it.
That's still one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah. Okay, of course, it's everyone's favorite. I'm down to do that one. We can for the year anniversary of the first. Because like you have to understand, when I did From Dusk Till Dawn, I was just kind of testing out the whole OBS thing. And once I was like 15 minutes into the movie, I was like, well, might as well just do the whole movie, So
let me ask you assholes now, since we're doing it. So today's Tuesday now, but like when are we gonna watch our next John Carpenter film? Like the poll's up, so it's all Tuesday.
Oh yeah, I don't know if I haven't noticed if you're doing your streams. You're not doing your streams on a set day. It seems like, right?
It's kind of like whenever you're
doing them random.
Well, the thing is, it said me and Weston planning you joining us. When you text me, I was like, of course we'll take you on, dude. So it's kind of like whenever you want to join us.
Enzo, you're definitely value added. You're definitely value added.
And I'll say it's obviously the shit on West, but like, dude, like, that vampires.
Guys, I work from home. As long as you give me like a 10 to 12 hour notice, I can make time.
West knows this too. They Live was fantastic, but having you for vampires, that was more fun having vampires.
Yeah, vampires was much better than They Live. Yeah, They Live was great. I had a good listen. Yeah, I could sit and literally talk to Chris all day long. I could talk to Chris and just like we could just fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
because we've been friends for like 2 years now. Like I can sit and just literally just talk to maybe longer. and I could just literally just fucking talk to him all day long, and especially like watching movies and shit like that.
Well, yeah.
But the thing about it is like you have to think about like the audience. Like, you know, I'm not here to just make videos that I like to listen to. I want to have like, you know, an audience. So like when we have somebody like you, Enzo, who can come on and just be funny and spontaneous to riff off of us.
I'm down to watch whatever movie whenever. Like, let's just put it that way.
So far in the
as long as they're not on Mondays, I mean, we're and even if they're on Mondays, we can still do it on a different time. I will not be available Monday the 2nd of October, Monday the 9th of October, and other than that, we can work around whatever.
But just a Monday,
I'm speaking for myself. I think that Blue Collar and I have both altered our schedules. So we assume there's going to be a live stream every Monday. I think that we have done that.
Yeah, no, there is. Yeah. And
our
you guys have always been
our
Banshee,
our Banshee rewatch, because all the good channels have 3 videos a week. So like we jump on with you on the Monday, whatever the topic happens to be, you know, whatever you pull out of your ass.
Monday Dorkside stream, yes.
Yeah, whatever you pull out of your ass 20 minutes before we go live. And then like during the week, we come up with a movie. And then at the end of the week, we do a Banshee. We do like a 2-parter Banshee episode.
I would say that because Will does open bar on Thursdays. I think obviously don't do it on Thursdays, you know, and like I said, usually a Friday and Saturday. So I think Wednesday for 3 of us is a pretty good day.
I'm down Wednesday. Just tell me what time and I can make it clear it open, you know.
It'll have to be after 10 o'clock because
that's fine.
I close the bar.
That's better. That's even better.
Okay.
Exactly.
Because I don't have anything conflicting in the middle of the night. Obviously, like in the middle of the night, I just need to be up.
Yeah.
As long as I'm awake, I can do it.
And not even just like Will for Evans on channel, but podcasting is fucking hard by yourself. I've seen professional podcasts, even Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan never does it by himself. And I think that, you know, Mueller helps out, but obviously more people. I would never think that for a second that I could hold down a movie as much as having Enzo plus Wes with me, and like Enzo.
That's the thing, man, is I could hold down a stream or a movie by myself. I know I could. That's what's fucked up. And I don't try to. I just know I could. I've done it before.
I personally like to riff off of Chris because Chris
it helps. Definitely helps to have someone. Chris especially.
He knows more about.
You got a good dynamic, you so.
Yeah. Chris knows
Toxic
more.
And Blue Collar are fantastic together.
Yeah. Chris knows
you even invited
more.
me. Yeah, you even considered me coming on to do a Banshee stream one day, and I'm up for it.
Anytime, bro. It's
all time.
Just jump on, man. We'll love to have you, like for sure. If you've seen the
just
show,
send me the link. Just send me the link, and then I'll pop on and try not to ruin it.
Yeah, have you seen the show?
Yeah, I've just
watching it concurrently.
I'm on the second series now.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you guys got him into the show.
Yeah, it's a good show.
That's the whole point.
Fucking great show.
I'll probably watch it with Mother. I'll probably watch it with Mother.
I love the villain. Love the villain. I love how the villains don't look like much until they start fucking doing all the horrible shit that they
Look, I was joking. My sister's name is Kaya, so we always call her the Kai. So it's like
Ted Bundy didn't look like much.
Yeah, he was a very
Jeffrey Dahmer didn't look like much. Ed Kemper didn't look like much.
I still contend episode 3 is the best in the series with the best line.
Yeah.
When Kai Proctor he says, you know what, Sheriff? Do you know why everybody in this town is afraid of me? Because they fucking should be.
Goddamn right.
God damn, that's a fucking great villain line.
That is good.
That's good.
Yeah. He's very underrated.
You know what's fucked up is like back to serial killers. I was talking about serial killers and also back to RoboCop. I was talking about that RoboDoc documentary. I know so much about RoboCop. One thing I never noticed and didn't know until I watched documentaries: every cop in the movie is named after a serial killer, or all the extra cops anyway. They're all named like Officer Manson is the one who says "Welcome to Hell," and there's Officer fucking Ramirez. It's Super Cop. That's fucking, every fucking officer's name is named after a mass killer. It's insane.
What was his partner's name?
So Lewis, that's different. But then there's also another cop that was named after one of the crew members. But yeah, for the most part, most of the cops are named after like mass killers. But Lois was great because.
Do you know who Lewis? Lewis was the mean girl in Carrie.
Yeah, she's in. That's the idea. Is they talk about how like, Lewis was actually one of the higher profile actors on the shoot because like she was in those Brian De Palma movies,
Yeah,
Body Double, and
and Carrie.
was it Dressed to Kill,
As well.
and Carrie, and
He's in Blowout. He's
yeah, Blowout. Yeah, she's hot too. And the thing about that was great was like seeing the interviews. You got Ann Lois's actress. Well, I can't remember her actress name, but
Nancy Allen.
Nancy Allen. Thank you. She's talking about how like her whole career is just wearing fucking lingerie, being a fucking model, being a sexual type of dynamo character. And Lois was intriguing because it was like one of the few times where she's got a bobby haircut, and even though that wasn't the script, but she's like, a powerful, like literally like a non-ironically strong, powerful female character, And she talked about how like Lois, she'd get like letters from girls, like, like how her character was inspirational and how she's very straight-laced and she's very intricate about her character's background, history, creating a backstory for her character and all this stuff. And dude, the documentary is fantastic, and I'm excited to watch the last episode tomorrow or tonight. So yeah, RoboDoc. But yeah, the whole point is like getting into this idea of like casting these characters into these. I don't remember what the point was. Fuck it.
Fair enough.
Stalin.
Yep.
Stalin.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like doing streams with Chris,
Yeah.
Blue Collar, just because he has a lot more technical knowledge than I do. With movies, TV shows, he knows who he tends to know who the actors are. He does a lot more deep dive. But good night, Farrell.
Good night, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up in a second anyway. You're not gonna.
We're almost done.
Yeah.
We're almost done.
We're gonna make fun of Megan Fox's voice in
my
Mortal
God.
Kombat 1, and then we'll probably close it out.
I joke.
don't worry.
Can I? Okay, let me.
Yeah.
Can I? All right, I'm
Go
gonna.
ahead.
You guys can do what you want. Rip her up. That's totally fine. I'm totally fine.
No,
'cause she
we'll
tries to
wrap
turn
up
her
what we're
kids-
talking about. Obviously.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
she totally tries to turn her kids into transgender. So you rip her up as much as you want. I will say this.
Yeah, really.
I will
Drinks
say
blood
this.
as well.
All the
Yeah.
actresses. It's a hip new thing.
If you
The only
look at
the only cooler thing than cutting your dick off is cutting your kid's dick off.
correct. Yeah, if you see a dog owner and their dog is a vegan, you know who made that choice. But Megan Fox in 2012's This Is 40, I think she was fucking phenomenal in that.
There's
And
that
guess what
deleted
else?
scene the scene where she's getting felt up by what's her name? It's like,
Yeah.
ooh, those are
I will also say she was hilarious in that, and I will also say, even though there's no such thing as a female security contractor, that doesn't exist. Just so you guys know. However, if there was, her character in that movie where she fights the local Taliban and she fights the what is it called where she fights the tigers or whatever the fuck.
I don't know this movie.
She's really good in that. Like
Megan Fox fighting tigers and Taliban.
Yes, she's like in the South African jungle fighting terrorists with her contractor team. Yes, and
What
she's
year is
also
this?
pretty recently, 2020, and she's also fighting these like lions
Rogue.
or tigers.
It's called Rogue.
Rogue,
I've heard of
yes,
it, yeah.
and it's actually it's actually pretty good. The special effects are not great, but the acting in it, like she's very believable in it. Like I believe her. And again, like I said, I was a contractor for 3 years. We don't allow females to do anything but the administrative work because they are not shooters as a rule, not as specifics. Like, listen, there's Michelle Vescovi, who's a former MP, and she's a brilliant shooter. She could outshoot me any day of the week. However, in that movie, Megan Fox is incredible, and she's very believable. It's a good movie. It's a great B-level movie. I mean, like I said, the special effects are terrible, but she's great in it, and it's just it's an enjoyable movie. I liked it. So,
Has anyone ever seen Over Her Dead Body, which is another Megan Fox film? It's on Netflix.
What is it called?
Jennifer's Body?
Yeah.
Over Her Dead Body. It's only
no.
a couple of years old.
No.
I don't
know
know.
Jennifer's Body.
Yeah, we all do.
Well, apparently the
Well, I'll do cut out.
It's Eva Longoria.
I was even telling Enzo, it's like even for Expendables 4, you can tell that by trailers. There was like during the Mortal Kombat 1 trailer footage, you watch her behind the scenes stuff. It's like now the plastic surgery is getting so fucking obvious where it's like, Megan Fox, like, listen, you are a naturally beautiful woman. You don't need all these fucking lip injections and high cheek injections. And like now it's getting fucking like, come on.
If you drink and smoke and fuck all the time, it starts to add lines. There's only so much adrenochrome that you
the
can
wrong
take.
film. Sorry about that. Fucking hell. What's the film? It's Megan Fox and she has to deal with her husband's dead body. I'm trying to fucking think.
I'm sure Enzo can find the footage of
Over Her Dead Body. Is it Over Her Dead Body?
It's not that one. I thought it was, but no, that's my fault.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it the one where it's not the one where they're handcuffed to the bed? Because that wasn't Megan Fox.
No, that was that's Jewel's Game.
That was Carla Cugino.
But Enzo, if you can find Enzo Megan Fox talking about MK1,
let me look it up.
It's obvious the fucking surgery now is kicking in. Like, come on, honey, you're only 32.
Oh
33?
yeah, it's called the movie you're thinking of is called Till Death, Luke.
That's it. That's it.
Till Death. Megan Fox is stuck in a stale marriage to Mark and is surprised. What? That's literally what it says. Okay, I'm just reading what it says. That's the. All right. American Thriller.
I think it's different here. I think Till Death Do Us Part is the UK name. I don't know.
After a romantic evening in their scheduled lake house, Emma awakens handcuffed. Whoa, it is handcuffed to her dead husband, trapped and isolated in the. Okay, wow,
that's a good movie. Yeah. No, that's a good movie.
I'll check it out.
Also a good movie.
Till Death.
Yeah. No,
right.
she's listen. Megan Fox is a good actress. I get a lot of hate in the group. I defend Brie Larson. I defend Amy Schumer. They're good actresses. They've done good. Tatiana
Trainwreck was all right. Trainwreck was all right with Amy Schumer.
Trainwreck's a fucking brilliant film. Trainwreck's a brilliant film.
Even LeBron James is likable in it, and I can't stand him.
Ew.
Agreed. And you know what? Listen, Tatiana Maslany, Orphan Black. I know She-Hulk. I get it. On
I've been hearing that. Yeah, I've been hearing she's good in that.
Orphan Black is so fucking good. It's crazy how good that show is. That show is, and she plays every fucking character in that show. She's so fucking good in it. It's crazy.
To Wes's credit, I'll eventually watch, but no, I've heard when Orphan New Black, I've heard nothing but good things about that. Yeah.
I'll never recommend a bad show to you. Chris, have I ever missed? Chris?
This has been a running joke. This has been a running joke. It's been a running joke for the past 3 years. I said me and Wes can bust balls with the best of them, but in terms of every single time Wes has ever recommended a TV show, for me, 10 out of 10. He's always spot on with TV shows.
I will not recommend a bad TV show to you. I've even put it out in the group. I've been like, listen, you want to watch a TV show? You tell me it's bad. I'll pay for your fucking year of streaming service.
No,
I'll pay for it.
That's what I said, dude. It's like with Critical Drinker, we everyone talk about that. You and me and Enzo and even like Luke talk about that balance and stuff. Drinker will tear shit apart, but then he'll also praise. That's why people say, Drinker, you hate women. He's like, I hate women. I just fucking recommended like Arcane. I recommended like Lead a Battle Angel. I recommended.
Yeah, Drinker does not hate women.
Yeah. So like you said, Wes, it's like just because Megan Fox, she's made some fucking.
She's made some bad shit. I get it, and she's woke as fuck. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. But you know what? Rogue is a good movie.
Yeah. Like,
Jennifer's Body is a good movie.
Yeah.
This is 40 is a good movie.
Like I'll say like Ron Perlman.
If you're a man and you hate women, you're probably a tranny. All right.
Yeah.
Plus, Drinker has praised like Sarah Connor and Ellen Ripley. How the fuck is he sexist?
That's what I said, Wes. It's like like Ron Perlman. Don't follow his Twitter, but the guy's a fucking fantastic Hellboy. I'm sorry, and watch Sons of Anarchy. Yeah. He's fucking great. he's been in a shit ton of bad movies, but he's great as Clay in Sons of Anarchy. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Like, it's easy to talk about how like Ripley and Sarah Connor and The Fifth Element, Leeloo Dallas, whatever. It's easy to talk about strong character females like that, but like even like for instance, like that movie Boyhood. I thought the mother, played by Patricia Arquette, she stole the show, and the movie should have been more about her. She was the only character that I thought like really actually had like an arc and had like someone you cared about. And she's just like just a mom, a homemaker. It's nothing crazy, but it's like if you do it right,
Patricia Arquette's character in True Romance 30 years ago.
Yeah,
bro,
she's great
talk
too.
about a woman who is not only sensual, sexy, beautiful, fucking vulnerable, but
not
also
too smart, but also knows it and uses it to her
also
advantage.
badass motherfucker, takes out a mafia hitman. Like,
it's believable as well.
Resilient, tough as
nails.
nails.
Just knock him out. She doesn't knock him out like she was now. She uses everything at her disposal.
Exactly.
She's like a little bulletproof. She's like a bulletproof Daisy in that movie. You know what I mean?
God damn, did I have a crush on her
That's
back
what
then.
I say about that fight scene.
She was awesome in it.
She also has huge boobies.
with Haywire with Gina Carano and Michael Fassbender.
Yes, Haywire's a great movie.
I have no qualms.
Gina Carano.
Gina Carano could beat the shit out of me.
That fight scene with her and Michael Fassbender is so awesome, amazing.
But Michael Fassbender is twice my size. So, and you watch that fucking fight scene, she beats him, but she takes a
dude. His dick is like 10 times your size.
Oh
dude, his dick is huge. Have you seen that movie Shame that he's in?
No, I seen
his
that.
cock is like the size of this fucking cup.
I couldn't watch the rest of that fucking film because I seen that scene, Enzo, and I had to turn the movie off. I'm like, I had to go.
Haywire.
It's the kind of dick that you can see from the behind, like from his backside, like you see it hanging behind between his legs.
Really good movie. Gina Carano, I got to tell you, man, fucking what a sexy bitch she is.
Anytime I defend Gina Carano.
Italian women are so fucking hot. It's crazy.
I've lost friends over my nonstop, non-wavering support of that woman, and it's not even like
exactly.
And there's always a common
never did
criticism.
anything wrong.
What movies has she made that are so great? And it's like, well, first of all, that's
Haywire.
irrelevant. Secondly, Haywire.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
What did you see?
She's also in Deadpool. She's great in Deadpool.
She's great in Deadpool. She's great in the Fast and Furious 6.
And you can say like, oh, she's not the greatest actress, but it's like, hey, she plays her part well. Fuck
she
you.
plays the part right.
So, every time people say, okay, Gina Carano's not the best actress, okay, and show me a really great performance by Arnold Schwarzenegger, and the guy's a fucking box
office. Show me a great performance by Keanu Reeves. Show me a great performance by Keanu Reeves.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is the thing. James Woods, take him. Like, he's in Vampires. He's in Casino. He's great in those movies. He's great as that, smooth talking, fast talking, kind of no having bullshit guy. Yeah. But like, if he was like extremely radically left, like, it would still be easy to understand that he's good in Casino, but it would make me like him less. But the fact that it's not the fact that I like him because he's right wing. He's not the fact that if you're anti-authoritarian, you are my man. If you are fucking, fuck this government stepping on our throats. Hey, fuck these motherfuckers taxing us to death. Like, how the fuck can you be for these people? Like, I don't understand how you can be for these people.
And so I was thinking about this with the drinker with the last open bar about female characters. At some point, we'll watch just the three of us with Atomic Blonde with Charlize. And, Charlize does a lot of weird shit. I'm not debate that. But watch Atomic Blonde. The scene where she sits down in the bathtub and the whole ice bath, she gets her fucking ass handed to her. She's covered in fucking cuts. And
what about her in Devil's Advocate when she fucking is raped and she wakes up when she stands up in the church? And she
when I write female characters in my books, I make them sexy, but I also make them vulnerable to where they are not infallible. They're not Mary Sue.
Exactly.
I make them like I have one U.S. federal marshal in one of my books where she's a heroin addict, but she's keeping it secret, but she's also an expert fucking marksman.
It's like,
you know what I mean?
Not to mention, Wes, it's like, okay, listen, we've talked about this to death, but like, how much do we love John Wick for what John Wick is? I love John Wick 4. I love how bad is Keanu Reeves. I like that for what it is. But I also like Banshee for how fucking vulnerable Hood is, because Hood gets his ass kicked.
He gets
constantly.
his ass handed to him. Yeah,
Yes.
because he's not fucking infallible. Like,
Dude.
he's learned how to fight from a little bit in the military.
Yeah.
When he was an infiltration guy, and then other stuff that he learned on the streets, but then he mostly just shit he picked up in prison. And it's a perishable skill. Like, listen, we're not all fucking martial arts experts. I hate that shit where it's like someone's like automatically like an amazing martial arts expert. That's why I wish we had Dark Hour on more of our streams where he could just be like, you know, hey, no, that's not realistic. He wouldn't know how to do that. You know, it's a perishable skill. You know, if I didn't bounce at a bar every single weekend, I got to tell you, I probably the rest of the week I work in an office. I would probably not be able to do the kind of things that I could do. You know what I mean? I would have no reason to, you know, but you know, you do a certain thing like Gina Carano, she knows her shit. I believe her. If she's in a physical role. Now, if Gina Carano was playing a CPA who was looking for love in all the wrong places and found her love in a Hallmark fucking movie or some shit like that, I probably would not believe Gina Carano in that movie. But she doesn't play roles like that. She plays roles where she's like a badass character who fucks people up.
And dude, and like the past 3 open bars, eventually, I'm sure Hidulah's Drinker talked about Tulsa King, and Stallone is fucking 75 years old, and you still feel like a 75. Stallone playing Tulsa King is totally believable.
It is it's actually a really good show. Yeah, is it Mayor of Kingstown level? No. But it is a good show. It's a good show. It's definitely a good show.
Exactly.
Sure.
No, that's why I get
very
pissed
shame
off.
it's not going to get a second series though. It's a very.
We'll see.
I'm hearing that there's not be a second series. I really hope they don't.
Well, like you said, Luke, it's like me and Wes. We're joyful. Eventually, we'll watch Mayor of Kingstown. Jeremy Renner, 100%. I watched that entire fucking hour-and-a-half documentary. Glad Renner's back. He's coming back for fucking Mayor of Kingstown season 3. I'm happy as fuck, dude. Like.
Yeah, that's a great show.
Because the bottom line is even Mayor of Kingstown, even if season 2 did start lacking in certain aspects, it's still better than 99% of shit we're seeing nowadays. So
100% agree. I 100% agree. Yeah.
Let's go back to Gina Carano. I mean, when you see most females taking on guys twice their size, it's really unbelievable and laughable. But Gina Carano, I can totally buy it because from what I'm hearing, she weighs at the starting point of a male, so that's so she's a bit more bigger than most women. But I think that's why she's more believable when she.
Yeah, I mean, she was literally a professional fighter before she became an actress. I mean, obviously there was like it was one of those things where like I'm sure she was like pushed into films, you know, because of her career as a fighter.
Steven Soderbergh saw her do some stuff, and he was like, "Okay, I want to make a movie about a security contractor around her." And
she's hot too. That's the other thing. She has this feminine quality.
God damn it.
She doesn't have this like, you know,
so hot.
Some of these chicks are too buff and it's like, ooh.
No, she's
doesn't look like
feminine.
She looks like a woman. She looks like a woman.
Yeah, she looks like
I always wanted Gina to be Wonder Woman and Gal Gadot. She's great, but she's too skinny.
She's got the build for it.
Women should be physically imposing, physically
I love the fact
intimidating.
that the Drinker's even said this on live streams. He's like, guys, I forgive Gal Gadot for being so good looking, but even Drinker said this in past 2 open bars. He's like, guys, Gal Gadot is not a good fucking actress.
She's got a wrist
terrible.
Like her wrists are like the size of my dick, dude. You know what I mean? She's got little wrists.
Yeah, no, Gina Carano exudes like watch.
Come on,
Google
you
Gina
should see
Carano.
Wonder Woman. Like Wonder Woman would wear a human disguise, and you'd see her in public, and you'd be like, "That's a huge bitch." Like who is that woman? I don't want to fight her. But she's hot.
Get on YouTube and look for Gina Carano interviews.
Yeah,
she's so personable. She's so fucking like she used to do.
Props to Carl Weathers to being the only guy to stand up for her on the set of Mandalorian.
Best movie
I think Gus did as well. I think the guy
like
played
me,
Gus in Breaking Bad
Ethan
as
Van
well.
Sciver, and Carl Weathers. We're here for you, babe.
I could say 100%. Listen, if you said, Chris, if you had to fight Gina Carano or Gal Gadot, who you gonna fight? I would kick the ever-living shit out of Gal Gadot. Gina Carano would whoop my fucking ass.
Yeah, she would.
And I would enjoy every single second of it too.
Sick pervert.
I would.
Listen, if some magic genie came to me, I want the three of you to know right now that I love you. I love all three of you. I want you to know that, okay? I want you to know that I love all three of you guys. But if some magic genie came to me and said, "Hey, you've got to murder your three best friends so you can fuck Gina Carano," the three of you are dead men. The three y'all are dead men because I will kill the fuck out of you three. So I can have
You know what's
one
gonna
night
be the
with Gina
funniest
Carano.
thing? Here's the plot twist. You fucking kill us brutally with like knives, right? And then you finally get to fuck Gina Carano and you get naked with her and you're so intimidated, like you can't even get hard because she's like a famous celebrity. So you like killed us for nothing?
Worth it.
It's still worth it because you got to touch your boobs.
Still worth it. Still worth
Listen,
it. Still worth it.
If Winston, Chris, I have to kill you to fuck Gina Carano, but you know what, dude? I'm not even offended. I get
fuck
it.
her good. That's all I'm gonna say, man. You better fuck her good and come all over her titties.
Enzo.
Or I'm gonna be really pissed off.
Enzo, pull up a hot Google hot pic of Gina Carano and pull that up right now. So that
We all know what Gina Carano looks like. She's hot.
Just pull it up.
We gotta look up a picture of her. It's gotta be current. You know, you gotta fuck Gina Carano now with her and her heavier
I'm fine.
side.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
fine with
looking
that.
bigger, but still would.
Yeah,
because like she looked goddamn amazing when she was younger. But like even this shit, like I don't know. There's something I'm not into big butch girls, but there's something about it.
Yeah,
her in Deadpool where her titty comes out.
Look, like say Enzo, people say, okay, Gina Carano, she's put on weight since obviously her MMA days.
Yeah, look at her when she's young.
But the point is, how many fucking actors?
God damn.
Oh,
Henry Cavill has
God
said,
damn it.
Henry Cavill, Thomas Jane has said that these guys, Chris Hemsworth, they're not in that kind of shape year fucking round.
I would literally drink a gallon of her pee just to see where it came from.
Yeah, here
so I
you
carry
go.
from this in between then.
I would slide my belly over broken glass just to get close enough for her to kick me in the mouth.
That's my fucking point. So, like, Gina Carano, even on
God
her,
damn, she's gorgeous.
Even on her
person on the right,
even on her fucking worst day, she's still better than fucking most women on
Oh
their
my
best
God,
days.
fucking
Come on.
Italian.
This is
Look
like
at that hair.
big titty
Look at that hair.
MILF.
God,
Big titty MILF vibes right here, dude.
Jesus Christ, she's gorgeous.
This is like, you're second in command. You know what I mean? This is like, she's not just my wife and the mother of my children. She's gonna kill for me.
I would drink her dirty bath water. I don't even get
Anyway, Gina, we love you.
Yes,
we love you so much. Gina, come on the stream. Let me
God.
let me
After
work
West-
on you. Gina, please. I will do anything. I will.
Imagine if I ever get Gina on, it'll just be me and her one on one.
don't-
Nobody
do
else
not let
allowed.
Wes on
you. Fuck you, Enzo. I will.
It'll be Wes in the comments, like just like fucking
Jesus
hey.
Christ.
Nah, it ain't gonna be Wes in the comments. It's gonna be Wes driving 100 miles an hour.
Yeah,
down
he
to
comes
fucking
into my
Texas.
house. He literally kicks
I
in the
know.
door.
Sure.
And grabs the mic out of my hand. Gina,
Enzo,
Gina, Gina.
Enzo, come on, me.
That's funny.
But,
well,
that's what I'm saying. People, it's like the haters want to criticize her appearance because she's obviously gained some weight since MMA. It's like,
I
guys,
don't give a fuck.
Some chicks look good when they gain weight.
She carries it well. She carries it well.
They put it on well. Like
my point
you
is,
just get bulkier and bigger titties and ass, and it's just like, I don't know.
But for the right fucking role, though, come on, she could easily drop it. She can get into whatever shape she needs to for the fucking role. You don't have to be 24/7 into like.
Now
MMA,
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Man?
If we want those things to stay voluptuous and perky, she can't do the sudden weight loss thing. Otherwise, she'll get saggy in her boob area. So she's at that point where she just needs to stay curvy and voluptuous forever, or start getting like. Does she have implants? She might already have fucking breast implants. Probably.
I don't think so.
That's natural.
I didn't notice. They usually look
I don't
fit.
think
The thing is,
so.
you can tell though. You can tell when they've had implants. They do not look like implants.
Some of them are, you know, you gotta look. But yeah, I mean, she's one of the mystery ladies. I don't know. She doesn't seem like she's gotten any work done.
Yeah, in other words, she
Good
seems
for her.
all natural. Like Wes said, every Twitter, everything I've seen about her, she comes across as like a person where you can walk up to her.
She really does.
Well,
She
you see-
really
you-
seems
you-
so fucking personable.
You seem like you can give her a hug and not be creepy about it. You know, it's just,
I really
know,
feel
come on.
like I feel like
Yeah.
she's so fucking personable. Like I
100%.
have no issues with her since 2011 when that movie came out. It you know, I didn't even know who she was. I had
Right.
no clue who she was.
I wasn't
when I
into
saw,
UFC at all, and then I saw
yeah,
that movie,
I don't.
and I was like,
yeah, and they were like, but you know what? You know, it keyed me into it because I was a contractor at the time, and the movie is about contractors. I love her line in that movie where like she's running from Channing Tatum and the crew that's trying to kill her, and she's telling the kid, she's like, "Yeah, I'm a security specialist. I work overseas." And he goes, "Oh, that's real?" She goes, "Yeah, that's a real thing." And so many times I've had that conversation with people like, "Yeah, that's the thing. You're ex-military and you get into security contracting because that's the only thing you know how to do." You know, I mean, fuck, man, that is such a good movie. It's
not
crazy.
only is she good in that movie, but it's also you got Antonio Banderas, like you said, Channing Tatum is great in that movie, and Ewan McGregor and Michael Douglas
it's
and
eventually
Bill
a rewatch.
Paxton.
But that's the entire point we're talking about is that someone like Gina Carano, if she beat a guy in a fight, you could at least understand that. Versus Gal Gadot weighs about fucking like my right thigh weighs exactly as much as Gal Gadot.
Exactly, exactly. I believe her in a fight. Like when she fights, I believe her.
Woman, yes, she's got more of a build for like Supergirl than Wonder Woman.
I'm sure Wes does this all the time. Like I have 3 sisters. My sister Jennifer. My sister Jen weighs 10 pounds more than me. Whenever we go out to karaoke, Jen gets drunk. She's like, "Chris, I can take you in a fight." We arm wrestle, and I'm not the size of the fucking rock. I was like, "Jen, I have her friend, and my sister, all 3 of them against my one arm. I easily go like this." And I'm like, I'm not a fucking big 250, 60 pound fucking guy. I'm like, guys, if I can take you down, imagine a guy the size of like Henry Cavill or fuck The Rock or something would take you guys out. Come on. It's like from physicality, it's not even a fucking comparison. Come on.
Speaking of all natural,
what
the opposite.
Yeah,
the opposite of that.
Oh, Megan, what did you do? Megan, what did you do?
It's obvious.
What did you do?
Enzo, what she had 3 kids now, 4 kids now? Come on.
Yeah, but she's also dating these idiot rappers and stuff, and just
Listen.
being a vampire,
It's a
being a
weird
literal
shit as
vampire,
well.
and then playing this vampire in this game. Now, guys, we're talking about all natural. She's the opposite of that. Listen to this line delivery. I don't know what we're about to listen to, okay, but I will say, from what I've heard in the movie
it's
of the game, it's so bad. It's what I'd call a cold reading. It's basically like she didn't rehearse. She didn't read the script at all. They gave her a script. They told her to read the lines, and they paid her for that. And these are the readings you're hearing. Okay, you ready? I'm waiting for dialogue. I'm sorry. I don't know where it's at. Like I said, I haven't seen this.
Is your Veternus barren too? We did not overfeed.
Okay, wait a minute. One more.
Neither we can bleed the realms, and neither Veternus will go hungry.
I assume this is like 2 Megans talking to themselves.
Bruh.
This is 26 minutes of this.
Pull up fucking Jennifer's body dialogue with her. It's much better.
Oh, I'll get a strike for
Much
that
better.
for sure.
Will you?
Maybe
6 seconds.
I mean, 6 seconds. Yeah, I gotta play 6 seconds. I can probably play a few minutes of this YouTube video here because Mortal Kombat 1 is allowed on YouTube. I think most video games are allowed on YouTube.
Even all 3 guys that when the drinker said that when the live action, the CGI Lion King came out, they actually brought back James Earl Jones and listened to the cartoon version James Earl Jones versus the live action James Earl Jones, the CGI version. It's so fucking terrible. It's the directing because like Drinker said, not the whole Ahsoka thing that like Rosario Dawson can fucking act her ass off, but her lines in Ahsoka are fucking god awful. It's not her, it's the fucking directors.
I always think, my first exposure to
Sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's okay. Go ahead.
Your first
Go ahead.
exposure. No. Your first exposure. I'm gonna look for the dialogue while you're
My
telling the story.
first exposure to Rosario Dawson was Kids back in '95.
Oh yeah,
and she was so fucking good in that. Like she like lit up the screen in that movie. You know, you know, I don't know what the fuck she's doing. Like I obviously I'm not watching Ashoka. I've never seen the cartoons. I don't fucking know anything about that.
I watched it all, but it's...
I did like her. I did like her in the Marvel Daredevil stuff. I liked her in. I thought she was great in Daredevil.
Yeah, she was.
She was good in The Punisher. Thought she was good in The Defenders. Yeah.
No, 100%, Wes. It's like this is what people talk about. It's oftentimes it's not the actor. It's like it's not the actor. It's just the fucking director. Like Hayden
right.
Christensen,
like okay.
You know?
So like yeah, I remember last year when the Wolf Pack came out and everybody was like, "Oh yeah, Buffy's so great in this." Blah blah blah. Sarah Michelle Gellar. Like yeah, no, this show is dog shit, and Sarah Michelle Gellar is terrible in it because you know why? Because she doesn't have Joss Whedon feeding her lines like she used to have back in the day. Like you can see, I don't give a fuck what anybody says about Joss Whedon. Yes, I'm sure he's a dickhead. Okay, I'm a dickhead, but Joss Whedon is an amazing fucking writer.
Mm-hmm.
So you know,
Buffy is great. Like,
yeah, and so when he had when you have like Charisma Carpenter, like her, you know, her career is going in the toilet, and now she wants to attack Joss. Listen, Charisma, the best you ever did was when you were reading Joss Whedon lines because he was a fucking maniac. You know, he was great at what he did. Was he a dickhead? I bet you he probably was a dickhead. But you know what? Charisma Carpenter has never had a good fucking acting job since anything she did with Joss Whedon. And same with Sarah Michelle Gellar. Like she's never been good outside of Cruel Intentions,
Wes,
than anything that she has ever done with Joss Whedon.
I'll say the past 4 open bars, Drinker has talked to, obviously he co-hosts with Mahler. Mahler fucking praises like Buffy is like his favorite show.
He does. I love that for Mahler. Yes,
yeah,
Mahler's
exactly.
good with that.
And again, and he praises how good Buffy is, and who created Buffy?
Joss Whedon.
Exactly.
Joss Whedon.
You know, my favorite Joss Whedon story is I've told the story about Kryborg, Ray Fisher on the set of Justice League, how he was obsessed about finding out if Cyborg had a human penis or not. And he talked to, no, I'm serious. This is really why he called Jeff Johns and Joss Whedon racist. Okay. Because he was obsessed about not getting enough screen time, which every fucking actor is obsessed about that. But also he was like obsessed about like talking to Jeff Johns. This is like the DC like story guy. He works for the comic books. He's like the consultant. And he's telling Jeff Johns like, hey, does Cyborg have a dick or not? It's very important. And Jeff Johns, being a normal person, being like, actually, it's not important. Nobody's thinking about that. He's like, actually, you do not understand, because we can't have the first black superhero in DC and he can't not have a dick. We have to literally go out of our way and mention that his dick is still human. And it's like, they're looking at him like he's crazy. And I'm not joking. This is literally like the story behind the scenes. And of course, he would go to Joss Whedon about his input, about what because you have to understand, Joss Whedon was hired as like damage control for fucking Justice League. He's there to repair.
Like the drinker says, though, it was like after the Titanic had already hit the first fucking iceberg.
I was literally going to say he's there to repair a sinking ship.
Like it's already dude. It was already done. I don't blame Joss Whedon for that. I will defend Joss Whedon till my dying day.
My point was like Joss Whedon's supposed to be there to just like do damage control, and Kryborg is up here in his face, like giving him input, like what he thinks would make the movie better and makes Cyborg, his character, better. And you know what Joss Whedon told him? He's like, hey, I don't even let Robert fucking Downey Jr. tell me what to do.
Exactly.
Who are you?
Exactly.
Go away.
Right.
And ever since then, he's been labeled a racist by fucking Kryborg.
Right.
The guy's barely been in anything, though.
Even who are you, Ray Fisher? Exactly. That was his point. What are you doing?
It's like Wes was saying.
We'll replace you in a second.
Before Joss Whedon was come to, and okay, let's be honest, guys. the whole fucking Justice League. This guy directed the Avengers, which at the time period was the #1 superhero movie of all fucking time. Obviously, Josh Whedon and Serenity, Firefly, he knows what the fuck he's doing. Okay, the whole thing with fucking
Jeff Johns' idea.
Yeah, it's like Justice League. Nobody on Earth could fix what that was a failed project from the fucking day it was announced. It was
Jeff Johns was the one behind the scenes from day one saying it's too dark. We're going too dark. We're not doing it justice. Like pun intended. I guess.
Here's all I have to say about Joss Whedon. Buffy. Angel.
Dark Angel.
Firefly.
Yep.
Dollhouse.
Yeah.
This
Dollhouse.
is fucking
Dollhouse
Avengers and Avengers Age of Ultron. That's fucking Joss Whedon.
Right, but the problem is it's just like every other good thing, like the Matrix, how the Matrix inspired, like, dude, we're watching Dracula 2000, we're watching Queen of the Damned, we're watching all these dumb fucking movies. Blade came first, but like this idea of like all these trench coat kung fu fucking movies, and the same thing with like what you're saying about like Joss Whedon. It's like he's so great and original, but because he was so good, that's why every fucking MCU movie has that Joss Whedon brand of humor. And now they're trying to do it in DC. They're trying to do it in
Enzo. Yeah, people
Joss Whedon had wits though.
They're doing it in the new Indiana Jones movie. It's like LOL so random style humor.
Right, but Joss Whedon knew how to fucking do it.
It worked with his early movies,
point.
right?
Like when you watch Firefly, the TV series, or Serenity, the movie, or both, you know which character is doing what. You know what I mean? Like Joss Whedon, I don't give a shit what, and like seriously, like I could care. This is why I, the Lord of Toxicity, the keeper of the fucking the Critical Drinkers Facebook page was kicked out of 3 different Buffy fan groups. Okay, I was banned from 3 different fan groups, was because I will defend Joss Whedon to my dying day because he knew what the fuck he was doing. He knew what he was doing with these strong female characters back before that was even a thing. Like he had the idea. He was like, "Hey, what if the girl that's running from the monster in the horror movies was actually the scary one? What if she was actually the killer?" And like he flipped it on its head and he came up with that, and like nobody gives him credit for that shit.
Not to mention, Wes, it's like this was the main criticism. People who didn't like Age of Ultron. Age of Ultron, that was not Joss Whedon. That was Marvel stepping in.
Age of Ultron is an amazing movie.
Well,
I love Age of Ultron.
But the thing is, all the criticism for Age of Ultron, that's not against Joss Whedon. That's against Marvel stepping in and interfering with his shit. And this is what Zack Snyder.
He had a nervous breakdown, didn't he?
It's like Zack Snyder. It's like love or hate Zack Snyder. The fucking Zack Snyder cut. That's highly regarded as a better version of Justice League because of the fact that the studio didn't step in and they
100%.
They let Zack Snyder do what the fuck he wanted. So yes, Josh Whedon, yes, he may be a fucking, who knows what he's like behind the scenes, but the point is, up until that fucking point, the guy was a master storyteller. He may have been an asshole, but you know what? So fuck it. Sometimes
who cares if you're an asshole?
Exactly.
When has that been like a big deal? Like
directors should be assholes.
You're a fucking asshole.
I mean, obviously,
Enzo's right.
This is every single review I ever got when I became a sergeant in the Army was like, it's Sergeant Kelly. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. Like, you do not possess tactful. It's almost like they copy and pasted it. Every single monthly performance review I ever got. Like, okay, but did I get the mission done? Was the mission done properly? Did we achieve mission? You know, that's it. Who cares? I don't care if you're a dick unless you're a cruise ship director, hospitality management. I don't care if you're an asshole.
I thought it was all part of being in the army. Like, you got to be a bit fucking harsh and ruthless in a bit of the day.
Usually you hear about a director who isn't an asshole, and it's like, oh, I worked with this one guy, and he was chill. Well, I worked with Stan Winston on Pumpkinhead, and he was nice.
I'll say this: the two guys, and you know what, guys, say what you want. Box office wise, number one, James Cameron. Shit on the guy all you fucking want. The box office.
He was always labeled an asshole. Always.
Like I said, Wes, the box office speaks for itself. And also fucking Michael Bay. It's like, you know, Michael Bay. Say what you want about the guy. See what you want with the Transformers fucking films. Look at the guys. He's made Transformers to a fucking $6 billion fucking franchise. If Michael Bay's a prick, you know what? He's earned it.
We were watching, I'm going to say in RoboDoc, they keep talking about Paul Verhoeven. They're like, dude, he was an asshole, like screaming at people, yelling at people. He talked to the special effects crews, like they hated him. They'd be like, why are you fucking me? Why are you fucking me? You fucking my movie. You're trying to fuck my movie. And everyone's saying like it was really awkward, but at the same breath, they'll be like, nobody could have made this movie but Paul Verhoeven. He's the man. He did it. If it wasn't for him, this movie would be shit. So it's
everybody always likes to talk about Stanley Kubrick as he's like this.
I was going to say that,
this brilliant director, but he would make like these A-lister actors do these scenes thousands of fucking times,
hundreds,
in order to get this perfect scene out of them. You know what I mean?
He nearly sent Shelley Duvall into a mental breakdown, but guess what? She got a great fucking performance in The Shining.
Yeah, and she would say, like, she would be like, I don't understand, like, why are you doing this to me? Like, that's what she kept pleading to him, like, why are you doing this to me?
I don't go back to my drill sergeants from boot camp and go, wow, he was such a dick to me. He treated me so badly, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't go back to the guys that I went to jump school or special forces school and go, these guys were so mean to me. I don't even know why I had to listen to them, because they totally triggered me and they made me go into my safe space.
Exactly.
Blah, blah, blah. No, they made me a better fucking soldier. That's
Shelley
what
Duvall was saying that stuff like in the present, and she said like, in hindsight, she realized like she was trying to get that performance out of her. Like you could tell, like she's like broken in spirit in that movie.
Yeah. I just say one thing that you said. Like I'm younger than Wes, but my generation, I had about 5 friends who joined the military, and I couldn't for health reasons. But 5 of my friends, they went to boot camp. They came out, and all 5 of my friends watched Full Metal Jacket, and they said, "Chris, after going to boot camp, Arlie Ermey, that fucking movie." That's the kind of fucking guy we want, and that's the kind of guy we fucking need. And it's a Full Metal Jacket. That's how it should fucking be, guys. Come on.
Yeah, because our fucking enemies. Because our fucking enemies are going to be ruthless cunts that will show no mercy.
I have fucking friends to this day, 20 years later, said, Chris, the Full Metal Jacket, to my friends who went in the military, they had a whole new respect for that fucking film after going through fucking boot camp because of how he was. You need a guy like that. Come on.
Do you know how many Facebook friends I have that are my former soldiers, including one of the guys that's on our admin team, who were, they belong to me. I was their sergeant, and they say, God damn, you were such a fucking prick, but man, you made me better. Like I believe that. Like, I don't think you can become better unless someone is being a fucking asshole to you and treating you like shit. Like, I don't think that's possible. How do you make a diamond? You take a piece of coal and you know what I mean? Like, you turn it into a diamond because you're so fucking rough with it.
What you're trying to say is no one was really a dick to Megan Fox then.
Still socially relevant. And when you didn't need laxatives to stay skinny.
I am socially relevant.
And shit. It's our you only murder boys. I go both ways.
Great performance.
But yeah, I guess she's pretty good in this one. But like, no one was a dick with her on the set of this.
My coven wants to question you. Its desire will go unfulfilled. You won't welcome us in your realm? We already have enough mouths to feed. Are you champion of your Eternus? I am its coven's art.
My God almighty, dude.
I mean, those are like cold reads. Like I said,
I'm fucking drunk. I can give a fucking better performance now.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
My orders from the coven are clear.
My orders from the coven are clear.
My orders from the coven are clear. Look at this shit.
By aiding Shao, you've made Melina an enemy.
Stop, please, come back.
In Enzo, I'm not sure how much you watch anime, but I've watched the fucking anime where the voice actors, their fucking performances are fucking Oscar worthy. Like some anime actors, these guys put their all into that shit. Like Mark Hamill, love or hate Mark Hamill, his performance as the fucking Joker, that fucker got into character. It's legendary how Mark Hamill and Kevin Conroy would emote as voice actors. Like, come on, man. Jesus.
These are actual theatre actors as well. These weren't just hand-picked Saturday morning actors they use for Batman the Animated. They got some proper actors. Even guys from old film.
Yeah. Please, it ends up with. I watched the Facebook the Megan Fox talking about playing this character and stuff. I'm like, man, it's like her just like, it's honey, you're 10 years older than me. You're starting to look 10 years older than me. It's like your plastic. Man, why Megan? You're hot.
Why Megan? Yeah, I mean, do you think she'd look that bad if she hadn't had any plastic surgery done right now at like 40 something years old or whatever?
Yeah, it's like fucking.
She look good.
It's like fucking Weston. Maybe Selma Hayek is eating fucking baby fetuses or something, but Selma Hayek is like 20 years older than me, and she looks younger than me. It's like, take care of yourself. Stop smoking cigarettes. Stop drinking all the damn time. Stop doing coke and blowing orgies and shit. Like,
we'll never stop jumping over Selma Hayek.
I mean, Selma Hayek, she's pushing fucking 60, dude. It doesn't. She looks like she's fucking 30. Like, just saying, like, god damn.
Oh, you know what's cool about this game?
Sorry,
they literally made Quan Chi an Indian guy. No, you go ahead. Sorry.
Well, yeah. Well, there's some women just look better with a few wrinkles anyway. As long as they're keeping good shape, then
Helen Mirren.
Yeah. She's what, 80 now, nearly 80.
But I like how Quan Chi in this new game is literally like an Indian dude, and like he encounters a demon, and that turns him into that white-skinned sorcerer. But holy shit, like when Megan Fox shows up here, it's bad. Let's see. Where is it? The people are fighting. Everyone's fighting.
I really like This Is 40 when, you know, she's drunk as fuck and the wife is drunk as fuck and they're just like hanging out and she's just like, oh, I gotta tell my husband that I'm pregnant, and Megan Fox is just like, suck his dick and just say, hey, I'm pregnant. Rah, 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 rah. You know, like, you know, I thought she did some really good acting in that movie. Like she made me laugh. She really made me laugh in that movie.
Because she's hot, and you're probably more likely to laugh at her. That's not. I'm joking. Here's her fucking talking.
Forged to destroy evil. It's slain many of your vampire kind.
We can't help what we are. That we feed on blood doesn't make us evil.
Ew. She's terrible. God, what is she doing? She's terrible as fuck.
I gotta hear that again.
We can't help what we are. That we feed on blood doesn't make us evil.
God damn, Megan. What are you? I'm over here trying to defend you, and you're making me look like shit.
OMG, just because I drink blood doesn't make me evil. Okay.
It does not make us evil. I'm OMG.
That we feed on blood doesn't make us evil.
My kids are transgender. Rah, 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 rah.
Gender is like just a construct.
She sounds like the type of girl who breaks up with you on Instagram. That's how line reading. She's breaking up with people on Instagram with that line reading.
I'm just trying to cut all the things in my life that don't serve me.
Yeah.
This is for that patriarchy. I don't like it.
That was like, I'm so distraught about things.
There you go. There you go, Luke, man. Hell yeah. I like it when I hear foreigners impersonate Americans.
Yeah, well, Toxic does it, so let's all get on it.
Yeah.
Does Toxic does it. Oh, Christ. It put a sheep
up
against that. Oh, okay, if go across to the Barney, and then he said, oh, I can't put you quite a bit in the bed. Oh, I'm not gonna do yet.
Yeah, gonna walk.
You don't even know what I'm talking to me.
Battles against your kind. I have fought them tall ones.
All Earth Realmers will soon know of Eternus. My realm starves, and it's coming here to feed.
Okay, I mean, here's what the problem is. Like the guy who's doing the voice of Sub-Zero is not bad. That's the problem. She's playing off a person who's actually trying to act. So I mean, again, one more time.
As a boy, I heard tales of battles against your kind.
Again, I encourage you guys. I encourage you guys to watch Rogue. It's
I will.
really good. She's really good in it. She has another guy that's really good in it. It's a good movie. It's terrible special effects. I'm not gonna lie, but it's a good movie. Please watch it. She's, I don't know what the fuck's. I don't know what's happening. Like she's just dialing it in now. I mean,
like I said, these are cold readings. I feel like they came into her house with a fucking microphone and a script, and she's reading the lines one time because that's like all the time she could. She probably like negotiated a rate where it's like, well, if you're only going to pay me this much, then I'm only going to work this many hours. And it's like, fine, we'll get all your lines done right away. And she probably did them. Maybe she did them bad on purpose. Who knows? But the point is,
I have no idea.
Bad.
I think she was collecting a paycheck, and that's it.
My realm starves, and it's coming here to feed.
My realm starves.
It's coming here to feed.
My realm starves, and I'm coming here to feed.
Do it, Luke. Your turn.
Yeah, my realm starves. I'm like going to like feed.
Yeah. Here's Luke's impression of it. Here's Luke's impression of it. My realm starved, and I'm coming here to feed. Oh, Christ! I shot.
All right.
I love how you mistake Scottish for not. I love how you mistake Yorkshire for Scottish. It's hilarious.
I mean, it's Yorkshire. Listen, it's all the same to us, bro. It's all the same to us. You guys sound exact. It's like
my
when
realm
fair play.
My realm starves, and it's come here to feed.
It's like
that's like your vampire character.
Yeah.
Could you imagine Dracula like? I'm going to drink your blood.
I'm gonna drink your blood.
Like I made a comment saying like how I think the drinker is he's Irish, and someone's like, "Oh my god, you call the drinker Irish?" I'm like, "Guys, you're not American. You're all the fucking same to me." Like, I don't know.
I get some of the dialects in America. Like obviously you get the Texans and the New Yorkers. Like my realm starts. I'm here to feed. No, that's my West New York accent. Sorry about that, man.
I had I had 3 girls in my car. Say like Chris, where are you from? I'm from Albany. Like you don't like why your dialect is different. I'm like I'm not doing the Jersey like Russell, like the Jersey accent and stuff, and like the gangster mob stars. I'm like I've always been in New York. So
oh damn. All right, guys. Well, it's about 4.5 hours. It's probably a good time to wrap it up. Anything else you want to talk about, Chris? You got anything coming up?
I have to record a video tomorrow of the Haunting in Venice, but no, it was like Jeremy Johns recommended it. I watched it with my kid. It was a fantastic time. I've recorded one more sober, but like yes, Kenneth Branagh, he does a very good job with this franchise. It was a very good 3rd film in the franchise. It's a good movie. I like that.
So we'll watch.
Yeah,
you want to watch one of these Carpenter movies Wednesday?
Fantastic. Like Wes said,
so far, Blue. Blue Collar. We have Big Trouble in Little China has 100% all the votes.
Come on.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. It does. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
I love The Thing, but let's be honest. If you had
Big Trouble in Little China will get a better reaction.
If you had a choice between the Big Trouble and the Thing, who's gonna win that contest? Come on, man.
It's Big Trouble so far. What do you want me to do? It's your question. It was your question.
Yeah.
It's more of a fun movie.
But Enzo, like you said, like I'm like Wes. Right now, I'm looking forward to Expendables 4 because I'm going in expecting exactly what I'm going to get. It's come on, it's Expendables. Come on.
Yeah. Well, Luke, you got some good reviews coming out.
Dead Man Shows. I've recommended it to Toxic as well. You got to watch that fucking movie. It is brilliant.
Dead Man really Shoes.
Yeah, with Paddy Considine from House of Dragon, and he's fucking vicious in it as a soldier out for revenge.
And it's a movie. That's all you got to tell me. If it's a movie, I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's very disturbing. The bits where the gang are torturing his brother and bullying him, it's hard to watch, but man, it's a powerful fucking movie. It really is.
Shoes. All right, that sounds good. And I know you watched. You just released Evil Dead trilogy, right? Or you're about to, or what?
I'm going to do it for October. I've got them written down. Just need to record it, get the images, and I want to do the Thing as well.
Cool.
Yeah, I lied. The Thing is at 53%, and Big Trouble in Little China is 47%. I got both, so I don't give a fuck. Either one we do is fine with me. I don't care.
I can talk about both ad nauseum.
Oh, fucking both. Fucking hell.
I can talk about both of those movies at double the length of the film itself. You know what I mean? Like,
okay.
Those are movies I grew up watching and I've always loved. And
well, we're gonna watch them both, but we'll see which one we watch first.
Yeah, I don't care.
I think I guess it's gonna be The Thing, unless Big Trouble in Little
How many
China
votes
pulls
are
out.
there? There's like 4 votes, right? One more vote.
It's way more. It's
okay.
Yeah, 47% is Big Trouble and 53% is The Thing.
It's
and
close. It's close. It could tilt.
And so don't mix my card with a crack. And holy shit, this hurts.
Yeah. Also, the other thing is, I think I probably agree that watching The Thing first would be better because Big Trouble is like crazier.
Is it
a better movie?
Okay.
The Thing's a better movie, but Big Trouble is like way more bombastic.
I love them both so much. It's crazy how much.
Yeah, but The Thing is like probably one of my favorite horror movies ever. You know what I mean? Like The Thing is awesome.
Yeah,
the original book Who Goes There is pretty good as well, but it's less violent than the actual John Carpenter movie. It's more analytic.
And then there's The Thing from Another World, another time that they remade something better. But also, there's the sequel short story that was like fanfic called Things. That one rules.
Yeah, from the perspective of.
It's not a sequel, but it's like alternate alternate viewpoints of the same story.
Well, today is Monday, and Wednesday is that what day we're doing it or what?
Sure.
Tuesday, yeah. Tuesday, yeah.
It's Tuesday, so I'll let the question of the day cycle through Tuesday. So we'll set for Wednesday.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right. Well, it's good chatting with you guys. It's always fun hanging out with y'all. I guess
thank you
for play this music, tying us out, and I guess I'll have Megan
You failed me too, Hydromancer.
Your quarrels with the general, not me. Why did Quan Chi need you?
Because Veternus commands magic you can't imagine.
Why did Veternians evolve wings?
If you'd seen our lands, you'd understand.
If your species is immortal and it procreates...
You see now the crux of our problem. You Outworlders believe yourselves so superior.
Compared to Veternians, we are... Perhaps I've misjudged your species.
Perhaps. There is no doubt.
Why did Veternians evolve wings?
If you'd seen our lands, you'd understand.
Flesh bits. Why did Quan Chi need you?
Because Veternus commands magic you can't imagine. Why must your clan stand in my way?